It's already back. Yeah, it should be live. I'm not quite sure why they wanted to delay there, but I'm not going to argue with the player in the middle of a tournament. They got a lot more riding on the line than us, man. These guys have the potential of winning a lot of money, so.
Pretty crazy how good some of these guys are. It's just watching them like, man, I suck at this game.
Yeah, it always kind of gives you a reality check on when you watch these guys play. That's how I feel a lot of the time in here.
Right?
Alright, there we go. There we go. And I have a co-caster to boot. I'm pretty excited about this, dude. Let's head into this, but I'm taking the Zerg. The green Zerg player in the top left-hand corner of the map, it is Elroy. I'll have to look up the teams after we get rolling here.
And spawning on the bottom right, representing Red Bloods, he is Emperor M.
Do you have a clan name on Elroy by any chance?
I'm looking.
Okay.
He's on Dead Pixels.
Okay, awesome.
I happened to look up Emperor M before because I couldn't remember where he was either.
Well, where's the passion for your clan? I mean, the second I got over to the PTR, that's the first thing I did was made a Nydus clan. Like, why can't these guys all just team up and make one real quick? So you're at least repping the homies when you're on the, like, in front of a bunch of people. I don't know. It's kind of weird to me that no one transfers over. The only people that do is the Liquid guys because it's built into their name, so their shit always is representing. But
well, interestingly, Mana and Thermal didn't have it as part of their names either.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
It may just be like they don't have clans in their names for the sake of the tournament.
Yeah.
Live stream. I'm not sure.
Maybe that's
I know
a rule.
Emperor M was Red Bloods, and it's like, okay, so we look up, and Elroy's on Dead Pixels, so there you go. So I don't know. It may be by design, but the only reason we're in the Nydus clan here is to affiliate ourselves together so that we get invited at the same time, hopefully. Which so far hasn't worked.
Yeah, I was gonna say
we joined it off each other.
We're having a pretty bad run at that today, but I've only had to solo cast once, so I guess I'll keep my mouth shut. We have a Reaper.
Well, technically you solo casted twice,
yeah,
but I was able to watch the stream and chime in, so it worked out pretty well.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell him next time, no delay ever, because then I'll have to solo cast. No, I'm kidding. But we have a Reaper expand.
Definitely taking difficulties.
Yeah, seriously. That's okay though. Like, I respect players' wishes for sure. It's awesome. That's one thing I really love about these offline events, though, is that you don't have to have a delay. It's so awesome to be able to cast stuff in real time, so everyone gets everything at all at the same time instead of having to wait a minute before everyone catches up and stuff. But
exactly.
This game, though, is pretty standard in the grand scheme of things. Nothing too weird going on. We have a Reaper expand coming in from our Terran player, and nothing too weird from the Zerg just yet. The Reaper moving across the map to try to scout, maybe get a little bit of damage done. But yeah, I don't think it's anything too weird just yet for this game.
Nothing yet. Do you have the fast factory coming down? Have to see if it's going to be a Hellion, or if he's going to show Hellions and go into mines, which worked really well for you, Thermal, I feel.
That build was ridiculous, man. He fronted that it was going to be some Hellion play, and he had me a believer for sure until that mine came out. And I was like, wait a minute. Like, you definitely juked even the Observer there. So that was a pretty nice build, and it was clean, too. It got a lot of damage done. So I wonder if we're going to get a bit of a repeat or something similar to that.
One thing about you, Thermal, though, is he's a crazy aggressive player, so it may not be as obvious that you don't necessarily know know what you're doing there. But if you're playing against Thermal, know that he's going to be turning the pressure up to 11 and rip off the knob.
I can respect that, dude. As a turd zergler myself, like, I can really expect.
Oh, I gotcha. That. Yeah, but as you know, as an aggressive player, you keep the pressure on the entire game if you're ever allowed to. Yeah. And as long as you maintain tempo, you maintain a good control on the game. So the problem is, at least in that series, we saw the Zerg player trying to tech very greedily and not having enough army to withstand the consistent waves of pressure.
Yeah, and the upgrades
that was putting on.
Yeah, that reinforcement was ridiculous. I thought he was going to be able to defend until I looked up, and then it was just streaming.
It's like sea of red. Yeah. It's like, okay.
But looking into this game, Elroy was just able to scout that it's pretty heavy bio play. He knows that he's up against, a 2-on-1 for sure, just based off the amount of Marines he just saw. He was trying to poke in here to the natural with a little bit of Lings, but they were pushed away by these Marines, so he's not going to get the full scout off. But just given what he already seen, he knows what's going on. These guys are insanely good and are very well aware. So the medevacs pop out, and we'll head across the map, but this won't be any big surprise. He has a double Evo down. I thought we might see a Baneling Nest, but it looks like he's one of the players that just rocks Ling Queen. Absolutely nothing wrong with that if you have the ability to do it. It probably puts you even further ahead to stay off that gas as long as possible in this comp. So we'll have to see, man. I'm sure he'll be just fine being a GM WCS class player.
Is this? Oh my goodness, he's going into Hellions off the back of a 2-1-1.
Weird. He did everything in reverse, dude.
He did. He's even getting an armory. This is going to be a Hellbat push as a
Weird.
follow-up.
Weird.
So what this does is, by getting a 2-1-1 out first, you're delaying your opponent's Baneling Nest, because you don't get Banelings to defend the initial 16 Marines.
Yeah.
So he's going to have Hellbats to follow it up, and you've got to have Banelings for that. This is a very, very interesting take on this build.
Yeah, the one thing that Elroy has going for him, though, is he's going to have +1/+1 here. Maybe not for this first push, but by the time it's, you know, time to start worrying about the Hellbats. So I do like that, but in order to get there, you have to get through this first push. So he has enough things that he should be able to defend this. I don't see it doing too much damage, but like you said, man, this follow-up is going to be pretty ridiculous. And there we go. Hellions already popping. So they're headed across the map, man. Did you see the armory pop down already?
Oh yeah, armory's already done.
Okay.
It was done. It was started before the medevacs were done, actually. So he just swapped off, and immediately is we got Hellion production starting this switch. He's actually just getting his first eBay down for his upgrades. But this is actually going to be a really powerful push. 4 Hellbats.
And Musampa, thank you for the follows. But yeah, this is looking pretty ridiculous, dude. Upgrades about to pop too. Maybe not in time for this fight, but this has a lot of aggression here. Oh shit.
He's going to get on top of the
Yeah,
Banelings
that's
before
what I
they
was
finish
going to say.
flipping.
They're not going to be able to pop in time, and now this is just devastating for him. The focus fire there was too strong, and now the only thing standing between him and a GG screen is Queens. The transfuses are pretty money, but there's just too much DPS with this. Oh, man.
The Hellbats survive. The Baneling hits the entire army for Elroy's in production right now, save a few Lings. One of the Queens is hanging out at the back of the natural, knowing there's nothing he can contribute to this fight. And they're just pushing straight up into the natural base. The Banelings morph in the worst possible places. Only a couple of them are able to complete, but because there's no Baneling speed, it's going to be almost impossible to make the connections he's got to have in order to defend this. That said, he actually is going to clean it up, but you got to look at the cost of this.
Yeah, that was a bit unfortunate in terms of cost. He lost his third, so the one thing he has going for him is he didn't take too many drone losses. He knew to pull him back. He kept him kind of tucked away, and he didn't take too many worker losses, but losing that third at this point in the game is devastating. And he doesn't even know, like we do, that the opponent is... Well, I guess he does because of that Overlord. Okay, so he knows that his opponent is on the third base. So... Oh, no, he didn't even see it with that Overlord. He's got to kind of know, though, right? Like, I keep forgetting these are the GM players. But
yeah, he can see the workers transferring back and forth. He's it.
But it really sucks when you're behind a base as a Zerg player. That's all I'm getting at here. So.
I would like you to notice, though, 1-1 for the Zerg player is already complete, and it's not for the Terran player yet. So he's actually, at least for right now, in a pretty good spot if he is attacked again. I would imagine the next major move for the Terran will happen around the time that he gets to his 2-2. He gets his 1-1 finished, rather. But Baneling speed will be finished rather soon. I do like that Emperor M is sniping Overlords, though.
Hell yeah, even if you can just get over here and spare a couple Marines, just being aggressive on this side of the map and trying to interrupt the pace of the game like you were talking about is huge here. You always want to be in control of the tempo if we're going to rock that analogy or whatever. So I think this is really important to be over here and just kind of keeping an eye on your opponent, trying to figure out, you know, where he's headed in terms of tech and just kind of keep the game in your pace. The one thing that Elroy has going for him, though, is the Bane speed's about to finish up. He's getting double upgrades. He started +2. He has that third base up and rolling. He's down in workers, but it's only by 2. So as long as he can hold on to this pretty crazy push, I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty strong. He needs a prayer here, but if he can hold on, he'll be okay in this game. But that's a pretty tall order. This is a pretty nasty push coming across.
The army supply is what concerns me right now. There's not very many Banelings at all right now, and the army's completely out of position. A little bit of run by into
that was
a Baneling run by into the third base. It got 11 workers, which was amazing. But at the same time, he still has no way to really defend this fourth base. Rather, there's just not very much army supply. There's Widow Mines everywhere, and there's just not very many Banelings. We only have 6 right now.
Yep.
For the entire army.
You could tell he was trying to a bit hesitant of whether or not he should come down here and try to defend this 4th. I think sacrificing it was the correct call. He's even going to take some really good mine shots there and sacrificing only a drone. So he's setting up to take a pretty nice engagement here. But I feel like there's still too many mines. I think 3 of them still have their volley. Oh, man.
Oh, but the connections are so good. The banelings did some pretty good damage there.
That was a pretty
But that was
connect.
all of them. There's still a mine that hasn't gone off just yet. It's actually got a friendly fire. Never mind, he did pull back just enough.
Damn, and then that
But
one
then
got all the other
overseers.
links. Yeah. That was pretty good on both sides. I feel like that could have went a little bit better for the defense there because he took a few pretty big mine shots, but at least he didn't lose the base. But the problem is the 4th base is already up and rolling for Emperor M. It's already being converted as well, and plus the upgrades. He's about to tie up with them here in maybe, what, 30 seconds? He'll be on 2-2, so I feel like the window here is going to be pretty ridiculous for this 3rd volley here.
What really concerns me is these Widow Mines are all resetting, and he's gonna get a huge connection on the banelings!
Oh, I missed it. Unfortunately, I was looking at this huge army moving across the map. Oh, there we go. Starting to clean these up will help out a lot.
Finally get him cleaned up, yeah, definitely, but he's lost so many units. He's
Yeah,
lost
52 army to
almost
103.
7,000.
So, oh man,
It's gonna be so hard for the Zerg to hold this. He's gonna have to cancel this base again, and he hasn't taken another 4th in any other direction. When the Terran has better economy than the Zerg player, you really have to. I don't know. You have to. Just
oh, it wasn't a cancel
pray at
either.
this
It was
point.
a straight kill, so that's even better at this point if you're Emperor M. And like you said, there's no satellite 4th that's up in the northern corner or anything, so this was it. He's gonna start tapping out of the main and natural probably at this point, any minute in terms of resources. So.
Mines
man, the
connect
mines.
on these banelings. Almost all the banelings have been killed before they were ever able to engage or even complete their morph, for that matter. But the bio is still holding strong after all those connections.
Yeah, he's just
Queen's
waiting for these
furiously
veins.
transfusing.
I don't think there's enough Banes, though, and now these Liberators join the fight and start sieging up, I don't think he'll be able to defend this. All the Banes get kited back and picked off before they're able to make good enough connects, and now there's just too much bio here. I mean, take a look at the supply. It's a bit overused, but seriously, man, just a bit too much Terran on the map. And Emperor M will take game number 1.
Pretty crazy attacks from Emperor M, finding every opening he could have ever dreamed for.
Yeah, that was pretty solid. Alright, so we just kick back. He's in charge of the lobby. Hopefully we get our invite this time. But considering one of the players is in our party, I think we have that going for us. We kidnapped him. It was a pretty solid game number 1, though, man. Just constant aggression while keeping up with it back at home. I mean, it sounds like a simplified version of the game, but that's pretty much all you got to do when you're that effective at it, man.
Absolutely. It's constant aggression, and if you're able to maintain the pressure, you're gonna be in a really good spot.
Yeah. Oh, we got you in first, eh? There we go. Alright, go from both of our players.
We need to update the title of our stream too. Still shows Zanster versus Solia.
Oh shit, okay. Yeah, I'll have to update that.
You made me wanna cook a steak for you. You even made me wanna.
Alright, so let me go ahead and put a point on the board for Emperor M, and we will head into this game. Oh shit.
We are the 3rd stream down listed on the WCS
Damn.
website.
Awesome. Alright, so let's head into this. Our green Zerg player currently down 1 point in this best of 3, but definitely has the ability to pull it out from the mechanics we saw last game. It is Elroy.
On Dead Pixels.
On dead
And the-
pixels.
Hey, look at this. We now have the tag for him. Spawning on the bottom right, our blue Terran representing Red Bloods. He is Emperor M.
Dread Assault, thank you for the follow, man. Appreciate it. We got a lot of love today. I'll run back all the follows later on, but thank you guys very much for your continued support. It's always awesome when they let us cast DreamHack, and it's even more awesome when people are here to watch, so thank you guys very, very much. Man, I'm so happy we get to keep Abyssal too. You made my day when you told us that news
Right?
last night, dude. Like I thought for sure they were gonna get rid of it because it's been in here, but I'm so happy to hear it. It's such a badass map.
It's amazing. I love this map. I just like, it's always just been pretty to me. I love the physics,
Yeah.
and it's a map that even the Korean players are just like, this is a good map.
Yeah, it's cool as hell. The chokes get a little annoying with certain comps, but that's just being salty about things. Other than that, it's a pretty awesome map, dude, and I really like it. It was cool to change things up, and I feel like it kind of raised the bar from the map makers. I don't know this obviously, but if I was a map maker and saw this shit, it would kind of make me like rethink my thing. You know what I mean? Like I feel like it kind of pushed up the aesthetics of maps from now on, or at least I'm gonna try to hold them to this standard from now on. If it's not this pretty, I don't want to see that shit. No, I'm kidding.
A lot of people don't like the blue light filter that's on it.
Yeah.
I have never had a problem with it. I just like the look of the map.
Well, I feel like a lot of that has to do with personal settings and the saturation and all that stuff. Like, screens get really weird and they're all different, so it is weird to me that only certain people have that problem and then others have no issue with it. And then one of them was too bright. Like, one of the golden maps, I think in the last pool was way, way too bright, but I feel like that's like a settings issue, man. You should probably mess around with your settings, but I do agree that the palette is a little like one-toned. It's extremely, extremely blue, but other than that, it's a pretty awesome map. But we don't have to make up stuff to talk about anymore because the Reaper has arrived. Oh, and then it turns around and leaves. Damn it, I needed some action, guys. Alright, so in all seriousness, what do you do if you're Elroy? I mean, that was a pretty decisive game. I'm not trying to be a dick about it, but I feel like it wasn't close enough that you need to switch something up and you can't go into it the same. Or was it just because he was unlucky with getting the expansion? I mean, maybe that had a lot to play into it,
I think it had to do a lot with the scouting. The fact that he didn't expect Hellbats means his army was not ready to deal with them. So when
like
the
the
Hellbats
Banes.
showed up, suddenly the army of Elroy just does not beat the army of Emperor M.
Yeah, that
So
build
it's
is pretty
just,
ridiculous.
I think if you're able to properly respond to what's coming your way, you'll be in a lot better shape. But that's like a different variant of the new version of the 2-1-1. Like,
yeah, that's pretty ridiculous.
The
It had
version
me a
that I'm used
believer.
to. Oh yeah, the version that I'm used to will reactor the factory and keep getting Hellions and have a reacted barracks with stem on a second barracks, and you're making medevacs one at a time instead.
Yeah.
So that when you push across the map, you have like 4 to 6 Hellions that you morph into Hellbats, like about 16 to 18 Marines, and you only hit with one medevac. Your second medevac rallies across the map to follow. But it's like, it's got so much punch power. But this version actually gets you a full 16 Marines and follows with the Hellions that rally across the map very quickly to switch into Hellbats, which I just like the build.
Yeah, it was a pretty ridiculous build, and it definitely caught me off guard too, and I was observing the whole thing go down, so as soon as I saw that first mine, I was like, wait, what? Like, what? Why is this not Hellions? And then I saw what was going on, and it was a beautiful thing, man. And you could tell it just caught the opponent completely off guard. There were no Banes that you absolutely need for Hellbats, but we've already beat that horse to death, so I don't want to just keep repeating it, but I mean, it was just a really cool way of doing the somewhat standard build, if you want to call it that, or whatever, so...
Yeah, I definitely like the variations that we're seeing coming out of 10 players. Is they're like, okay, so what else could I do to this build that makes it not impossible to beat, but harder to like? It's straight up harder to stop.
Yeah.
And in that case, the addition of the Hellbats just made those 16 Marines look immortal.
If it's not the Hellbats, it's the Banshees afterwards, man. No, I'm kidding. It's crazy, though, that they are switching up.
Well, you're not wrong.
Yeah, I know. Like, trust me, I'm not wrong. It's been catching me off guard so much.
And Terrans complain about how few options they have. I'm like, look at this, man.
Oh, man. All right, so the drop is moving across the map. I didn't see any mines get put in this one. I think it's completely different than...
No, this
this
is
is
just
just straight bio.
Look at that creep at 5 minutes.
Yeah, the creep spread has been pretty ridiculous this series. Even last game, it was still connected up. He just couldn't save all the bases, but it damn sure had creeps connecting him. All right, so there's just queens and lings in order to deal with this. He might be able to pick up these medevacs if he's not careful, just because of the creep spread.
Medevacs are slow, but queens aren't fast even with creep. They just aren't as slow. The third base starting just now for Emperor M as Baneling Nest completes for Elroy and his lair begins.
Much earlier
not
Liberators
backing
this
around.
time around too. The Liberators are already moving across the map. I'm not sure where their pathing is. Okay, they're going to come up to the natural. Try to split them apart here and then attack from the front. So I really like this position. Last game they were much more later into the build, but he sacrificed a lot of things to get him out faster, mainly a shitload of Hellbats, right? So I know why they're out faster, but I think it's a good variation too. He might be able to find a lot more harasser. As I say that, he comes up the ramp while the Liberator gets planted in the back. It already has 5 kills, and he kites back a majority of the Lings. That was some pretty solid aggression there, considering he only lost 3 Marines in order to get, what, 6 workers and a shitload of Lings down? Pretty solid trades, man.
Oh, absolutely. Resources are very... There's like almost 1,000 resources lost for the Zerg and literally 300 for the Terran. So this...
the Liberator was nice.
Yeah, the transfuses are really good. Actually, there might have been... Oh, whoa, that was so close to an overstep, but the pickup was just in time. 57 drones to 50 SCVs. Third base about to complete for Emperor M. Combat shields finishing now. 1-1 on the way for the Terran. Already completed for the Zerg. Much faster Baneling speed, much faster Hydralisk Den, but there's an attack coming from the south and it has mines. Trying to use a couple of Lings to bait the mine shots, but not quite enough. And this friendly fire, the mines actually stand up to prevent that friendly fire from happening.
Yeah, I was going to say he unburrowed one to try to avoid a little bit of that, but it also cost him a really, really ridiculous mine shot. But I guess it's better when your units don't die along with it.
The Zergling army is completely cleaned up by this. All it's defending at this point are Queens. More Lings in production. Some more Banes morphing, but the Queens are having to hold strong. The transfuses are good, but the high energy Queen goes down. There's no more transfuses left. The rest of the Marines trying to pick off the Queens, but are ultimately pushed back by the reinforcing spawns.
Alright, so Emperor M is forced to just pick up and get out of there. He got a lot of damage done. He found a little bit of economic damage done too, so I think he's feeling okay about that trade. On top of that, he has his third base up and rolling. He's tied up in workers now, 58 to 60, and that's before he starts going ham on these mills that I'd imagine will hit the third base any minute. So I feel like he's making all the correct moves, but then again, so is Elroy. His creep spread is phenomenal. He's dealing with the aggression as best he can while transitioning into a pretty decent late game comp too, which will be Ling Bling Hydra. I mean, we've already seen it work once today. Why not? It's just, is it just going to be the shifting meta where they're coming back into favor or what, dude? Maybe I'm gonna try it out. No.
I honestly couldn't tell you. There's a lot of variety in the matchup right now for sure, and I think it really has to do a lot with individual players as to how well it works. He's trying to save those mines. It doesn't quite work. He actually might lose this medevac, but it just gets away. 2-2 for the Terran completing now as the more and more Liberators continue to come out. Mines, libs.
Double mines, double libs.
He stopped his medevac production for right now, and it looks like he's just gearing up for a timing attack at this point. He still does have 4 medevacs, I think. Is it 5? 4 medevacs? Yeah, there's plenty for right now.
Yeah, because he still has multiple ones out on the map as well, so...
Catching these units a little bit off, does a little bit of damage to him, nothing significant. Loses 1 Ling for his trouble of pushing back.
Alright,
so comes the
Emperor,
push, though,
yeah,
looking like he wants to hit the third base.
Emperor isn't going to be stagnant very long. He's already moving across the map, and this time around he has a lot more like siege potential with his army. It's not as bio-heavy, but it has a ridiculous amount of mines, as well as a couple Liberators too. But Elroy, in seeing him move out, is going to decide to counterattack and push across the map. Run into the wall and then try to get the wraparound.
He looks like he just doesn't quite decide if he wants to actually attack into this. He's got so many mines. Bates friendly fire out, but he actually finishes all the mines off. He's now able to clean them up. And actually another drop at the natural base. So actually, no, that was just like a run by, I guess.
Yeah, just a couple Marines meeting their death immediately. But the huge story here was the Baneling run by. Yeah,
15 workers go down, and finally a little bit of momentum in favor of Elroy.
He almost got the entire mineral line too. Look at how much health all the rest of them have. They were down to like nothing, dude. 3.
Down to nothing. Literally, one Baneling finishes this job. There's 6 SCVs on red health.
But shit, 15 is good enough. Like, I'm not trying to pretend like that wasn't a huge run by, but it was almost the entire mineral line. That's crazy when that happens. But so it looks like he's gearing up for some more aggression too, though.
At this moment, this is basically the best time that Elroy could take a fight. 2-2 for him is done. 2-2 for the Terran player is not. He's trying to siege up on top of these Banelings, but there's enough Hydras right now that these Liberators are going to have a little bit of trouble getting as much damage done as they want. They're going to be able to set up, and the bio is going to be able to support them, but there's still a lot of Ling Bane available.
Yeah, I feel like Elroy needs to be really careful about how he engages this just because of siege potential alone, and there's quite a few mines, but I think he has enough to deal with this. As you said, the Hydras are there, the Banes are there too. It's all just going to be about the connects and avoiding those damn mine shots, which is, you know, a little harder said than, or easier said than done. But, oh, as I say that though,
there's one.
Pretty crazy mine shot, but on the other
Another
side of the map,
24
though,
SCVs
yeah,
go down. Huge link run by 25.
So that means he must have sent Banes into the third while also doing a run by, because there's no way you get 25 drones otherwise, right? Damn.
No, there's no way.
Or SCVs,
he got into the main base. He got into the third base. There were banelings morphing in the main, but there's still a link chewing up stuff in the third base.
Oh, he's trying to get away from these Banes, but they find pretty damn good connects, and there's still a lot more of them too. I feel like Elroy has done it, man. We might get a game number 3 after this.
I think Elroy has done it, exactly. He was able to actually get across the map. He got across the map, got counter damage done. He's still across the map. The wall is down. The banelings roll in. There's nowhere really for the Marines to run. Huge connections continue. At this point, even if Elroy trades his entire army, he's going to be able to resupply it significantly faster than the Terran.
Yeah, and I don't think it's even going to come to that. So he comes out to the 4th and tries to get it down, but because it's a planetary, he's not going to find much damage there. Starts to work on the Liberators, but I feel like they're in too much number, and he should probably just pull back for now. It looks like that's what he's going to do, but as you said, he could drop back now and be completely fine. It's 68 workers to 27. His upgrades are 2-2, 2-2, so he's tied up there. Maybe he could work on that a little bit, but other than that, he's doing very okay in this game. And he has 50 more lings in production here, so as soon as he pushes back this attack, I feel like that's, you know, the beginning of the end there. I'm not quite sure what Emperor M can do past that. And he does have enough bases that he's not out of the game. With enough mules, anything is possible. But he's down, you know, 40 or 30 workers, so.
And he's able to make 4 at a time because he does have 4 CCs, but he is going to be making SCVs for a long time.
Yeah.
And, but the mine hits are just so good, though. Emperor M came through and cleaned up a lot of the creep tumors in the main pass, so it's going to be a little bit of time before Elroy is able to reestablish that, but it looks like it's not going to matter for much longer as Elroy is pushing the 4th base location of Emperor M.
Yep. The only thing that stands in between him is a couple of Liberators and some bio. I mean, the Banes can take care of that, but the real issue here is that planetary. I'm not quite sure he has enough Banes for all of the above, maybe, but he definitely has the economy to push this if he's just a little patient. Ooh, I do love this, though. A huge surround coming in.
I'm reasonably sure there's enough banelings to crack this planetary by itself. He's going to bust straight in. All of the SCVs at the 4th base location are going to go down, and there are banelings left over. The bio crash is down. The Hydra's focus firing on the Liberators. They're going to go down.
The focus fire on the Banes was phenomenal. Even if Emperor M loses this engagement, he deserves to be commended for that focus firing. I don't know if you saw that, but he took out so many Banes in the beginning of that. Damn.
He did. He did such a really good job cleaning it up, but he was already so far behind in the army because he was having to spend 200 minerals per cycle on building workers instead of building army, and he just couldn't catch back up in time. He was in a really good position, but because Elroy got across the map and did all that damage, it was pretty spectacular.
Yeah, there was just too many workers killed, man. No way, no other way around it. I mean, mules are nice, but they're not that nice. And as you said, he pretty much reversed game number 1, and he was the aggressor, stayed over on his opponent's side of the map the entire game, and was able to just macro up behind it. That was pretty solid, and because each player took their game so convincingly, I'm really excited to see game number 3.
Absolutely, and speaking of game number 3, we are going to be getting in there. Joining the lobby now for Proxima Station.
Okay, I was like, please no, not this again.
I'm on it, fam.
Not this
I'm on
again.
it, fam.
All right,
I'm on
so it all comes down to Proxima. Interesting.
It's going to be a really interesting situation because it's going to be difficult to make Reaper aggression work. It's going to be difficult to counterattack as well for Elroy, as you really only have one entrance.
Yeah.
So if Emperor M is able to establish tempo like he did in the first game, I honestly don't know how Elroy is going to make it happen. But what happened in that game is Elroy was able to counter, get pressure off of him onto the other side of the map. And once you make it across the map, Terran's tempo is greatly diminished, especially when you're able to knock down 15 SCVs in the first round.
That's what I was going to say. That was pretty ridiculous, man. Every time I looked up, it felt like there were another 5-10 workers being wiped out by Banes in that game. So that was just very, very solid there.
And whoever wins here has to go against the loser of Daishi versus Stefano.
Oh man.
So this is not the last mountain they have to climb,
Yeah.
even in this group.
Out of the frying pan into the fryer, dude. That sucks.
Yep. They're
Has
pretty
anyone
much
put on a
destined
point
fire.
in that series yet, or no?
It
Or is
hasn't
that
been
0-0?
reported. I think
Okay.
it's on the mainstream. I don't have that tab open though. I think one of the reasons my computer was having an issue is because I had 7 different streams open.
Yeah.
So I'm only got this one open right now, so I have chat access. So I'm just basically trying to make sure I don't overtax my computer. Like the stream on the left isn't even playing right now; it's just paused and.
Well,
has
another
chat
thing
open.
you can do too is drop down all the bit rates to potato, so you can still see the stream, but it's like
It's
the
sitting on
worst quality
480p
of-
right now.
Oh, okay.
It's sitting on 480p right now. It's good.
Okay.
Emperor M is ready. Elroy is.
Oh, there we go. He's ready too.
I have something in my eye.
All right, game number 3 on
There we go.
Proxima. That's something I don't say too often.
We gotta think about the bans. It's gonna be they banned Odyssey, they banned Defender's Landing, they banned Sequencer, and they banned Bloodwell. So no wait, they banned Ascension, not Odyssey. Odyssey was game number 1. Rip.
All right, we'll have to see how game number 3 goes. Each player took their game points like so convincingly. I don't know how to call this if I was a betting man. I'm not quite sure how I would run this. So I'm pretty interested to see what happens here. Our green Zerg player in the top right-hand corner of the map, it is Elroy.
Spawning in the bottom left, representing Red Blood's Pro. He is Emperor M.
And we need proxies. Is it too early in the day to start begging people for proxies or what? No, I'm kidding.
I can't say
Proxima.
yes or no, but it is Proxima Station, so.
Alright, so we'll have to see how these players choose to go about this map. It does play out pretty crazy. You can get some really weird games on it, and it can kind of devolve into somewhat of a standard game too. It goes both ways, if you will. So we'll have to see how
When a
this...
game has to devolve into something standard,
Well, you know what I
is
mean.
when
Yeah,
you know.
yeah. This map for sure. So, but yeah, I don't know how these guys will play it, man. Probably a bit more standard, as we haven't seen anything too cheesy from either one of them this series. But it would be cool to see like some just crazy curveball come out of left field here.
In case you wanted to know, still, Daishi versus Stefano is just getting going on the main stage.
Okay. Yeah, I do want to know, because I mean that's pretty important to who goes on and what games we can
Exactly.
take and stuff like that. So any updates you can give, man, I'm sure people would love to have them as well.
Definitely.
All right, so Reaper Expand coming down from Emperor M, and Elroy did a very standard build as well, a bit of a repeat of last game too. So we'll have to see whether or not he goes with the like build number 1 with the Hellbat push, or kind of the what was it, like Liberator mine push, I guess.
Yeah, it's like a
So,
2-1-1 into
yeah.
Liberator mine.
So we'll have to see which one he goes with. Given the fact that the first one worked so well, I kind of believe that it would be that, but because the barracks came down first, I don't know, Kev.
Yeah, barracks and a little bit of a later gas. It does look like a standard 2-1-1 opening.
Yep.
So Reaper moving across the map.
Why not repeat build number 1, dude? It works so ridiculous. Maybe
It looks
because
so well, but I feel
only
like if you
because
get an earlier Baneling nest, you'll be fine.
yeah, well, that's what I was gonna say. It only worked because it had the element of surprise. Once you don't have that, I feel like it loses a ridiculous amount of its power. So you're probably right there. Whereas his opener now would be the more standard way to go about things. So Sheer is always right, as per usual. I just wanted to see that
No,
build
I
again.
wouldn't
Dude,
go
that
that
shit
far.
was pretty crazy.
That
though.
was
Like,
amazing.
It was cool.
It was such
was
a
cool.
strong timing. But like I said, though, the problem is I think the reason that Elroy had such a hard time with it is he scouted a 2-1-1
Yeah.
and didn't scout a Hellion follow-up. Because his Overlord actually was sniped in the main base, so he never actually saw the Hellions. Because he didn't know there were Hellbats coming, it's like, yeah, you have exactly what you need to repel a 2-1, and you saw him do a very good job of that. But then there's 8 more Marines and 4 Hellbats, and all
Yeah.
of a sudden your Ling Queen defense isn't good enough, and your Hellbats and your Banelings aren't morphed yet, rather. So it's just, what are you even supposed to do?
Well, the answer is Stim, apparently, because he's going extremely bio-heavy. He's just going to do the very standard 2-1-1 and just see if he can make that stick. I think that's probably a good call because of the map, right? Like, because you can drop up into the natural, switch over into the main, come down into the third. Like, it lends itself very well to drop play, so I think it could be really strong on this map. But, I mean, GM players are a lot better at dealing with it than I am, so maybe it's not as strong for drops on this map. But I think he should be able to make it stick. No mines, though, this time around. It's kind of weird for me. I want to see what the reactor is going to be, if it's for the starport, or if he does kind of a weird variation like before.
Well, the way this build is supposed to time out is the reactor and the starport are supposed to start about the same time, but it was rather delayed from Emperor M, so I'm wondering what else he was spending his money on.
I think he was controlling the Reaper, trying to save it back at home, and just kind of timed up or something, because that was right about when the Reaper harass was coming in too. But we saw the lift. He's going to go with the very standard build, that's all. I was just expecting a little bit of spice or something weird, but...
Yeah, he's got both his medevacs on the way now. He's going to have plenty of Marines to deal with this. They're kind of spread out right now, trying to deny Overlord vision.
And a single Hellion
starting behind it. Hey, we do have... This is the same build, dude. This is the same build. He's not swapping the factory onto the starport just yet.
Oh yeah, the armory's already down. You're right.
So I think because the reactor was a little bit delayed when the starport started, it was a little bit late. He wasn't able to transfer off as quickly as he normally would be able to start working on the Hellions. But you see, he's going to swap them now. So as soon as he loads up with this, he's just going to be moving out. And again, it's going to be very difficult for Elroy to scout it if he's not actually looking to.
Yeah,
again, he's got plenty of lings and queens.
I don't see the Baneling nest down just yet, and that was kind of the kiss of death in game number 1, because by the time the Hellbats came out, there were absolutely no Banes, and the lings just got, you know, swept. So I think he might be able to do it again, and it's going to read exactly like just a 2-1-1 bio push again. This is such a crazy-ass build, and I'm so glad I don't have to face it on ladder, because it would catch me every time, dude. But look, there's
Give it time, though, because
there's already 5 Hellions coming out.
Yeah, there's 5 Hellions, and he's actually knocking down rocks instead of just dropping in, so he's basically pooling his forces for a huge timing.
Oh,
he's
man.
He's gonna hit with combat shells at the same combat shields at the same time.
I need you to
cross your fingers right now,
though, that this never hits our level of play, dude. Like, please, I don't want to face this shit on ladder.
I know you don't want to face this, but the thing is, you're going to be dropping in his bases anyway. You'll actually see this coming.
Yeah, that's true. But this is going to be too huge, man. 5 Hellbats are already moving across the map right now, on top of the already sizable Bioforce. I mean, the Bioforce in of itself would be pretty scary, but you know, when you add the Hellbats to the mix, things get a little ridiculous. As soon as they step
he's
on
creep
just
with the
now,
Hellbats,
yeah,
he's not taking the time to clean up the creep. So suddenly there's no reaction time. 8 Banelings morphing, so he does have some Banes to spawn to this. Baneling speed is not an option though. Lings rush forward, Banelings connect, the Hellbats are all but destroyed, but so many Lings have gone down already.
See,
there's just not very much army left.
This is how game number 1 needed to pan out. The Banes came forward, got all of the Hellions.
Banelings connect! The Lings got a full surround, the Marines were not lifted, and all of a sudden Elroy holds!
Damn. So that's how game number 1 should have went, dude. We were kind of joking that a couple Banes shut that shit right down, but it's good to see
he just wasn't ready for it.
Put into effect, yeah.
This time, he actually had 8 Banelings as the army was hitting.
And they all found the Hellbats, too. The connects were insane with those.
Exactly. He managed to take down the Hellbats, and then the Lings got full surrounds on the bio. There were no mines at all, so the Banelings were able to get juicy connections into the middle of that.
Yep.
And 1-1 is done for the Zerg already. He's moving his Marines into the main so he can get a good surround on this. The Lings are actually kind of in trouble because of that Hellbat. Nothing really goes down because he wants to save his medevac, though.
Yeah, and the Spire just popped too, so now he's to shut down all that drop play because he'll have some air coming out. I mean, this is going about as good as it possibly could for Elroy. I don't want to count Emperor M out of the game or anything, though, for sure. I think like we're being maybe a little bit too one-sided because of how well he cleaned that up. But, I mean, Emperor M is still tied up in workers. He's almost tied... Well, he's ahead in army supply, so... I mean, this game is far from over. He's still definitely in it, but that aggression got just absolutely handled, so...
I would also like to point out that Elroy didn't take a worker lead until the 7-minute 30 mark when his next round of drones popped. He had to make so much army in order to defend that push
Put him behind
that he didn't have the drone count. Yeah, his drone count's dead, but obviously if you don't have army, you just die. But look at this, the SCV count is already about to catch up with the drones again.
Well, yeah, I was just going to argue that even a 2 worker is almost being behind in this matchup. Like, you need a little bit more than that. So he was definitely trying, but I wouldn't say for sure that he's ahead. Tied up at best, but Yeah, and maybe that was just all that Emperor M wanted to do, was force that kind of like overreaction. Or it's not even an overreaction. You have to make your economy, but I feel like if you control the pace of it, that's much better.
You get in trouble too. So this is too many ways to look at it. There's not really many mutas on the map right now. He's making them just a few at a time. He's got 4. He's got 3 more on the way. But does he even have any overseers?
I haven't seen.
He has one. He has 1.
Okay. I don't think it's going to be enough just yet. I mean, the amount of mines out already are pretty ridiculous, but I'd imagine we'll get even more coming into play. Liberators are in the production tab as well. 6 more Marines, 2-2 as well, so this is going to get even stronger if you can't deal with it. As I say that, though, he finds decent connects the first time around.
Oh, the mine fire on the mines!
Damn.
Trader mines, and now the Mutalisks come in to clean up the medevacs. The Lings and the Banelings will follow, so any unloaded Marines immediately go down.
This is just going about as well as it possibly could for Elroy here. He's playing mechanically sound, and he's just taking about as good as his engagements as he possibly could. Again, I'm not ruling Emperor M out or anything, but Elroy is just, you know, taking pretty solid fights here. I feel like if he can just drop back and dictate the pace of the game here, he'll be okay. But
yeah,
it's 72 workers to 77.
He's gonna be in a really good spot. He's already got +2 carapace, +2 melee is gonna be finishing in the very near future, and he's already working his way to hive tech.
Thor's coming out. That's an interesting choice and something I think will help slow down this Zerg push significantly, but I think he needs them in more numbers than just 1 at a time here. If he's going to try to put, you know, tech into that, he needs to probably go a little harder than that. As I say that, though, 2-2's about to finish up, and that's probably when this aggression will come in, right? Oh, he's going to go before 2-2. No,
he's going before 2-2.
He's
He's trying to find some damage. He's trying to put some pressure on. He may not be trying to make anything happen just yet, but he's actually getting a lot of friendly fire, and those Baneling connects were amazing. But he's hitting before a lot of his tech. He's hitting before Thors, before Drilling Claws, before 2-2. He's, again, trying to make something happen, but I don't know if he's being mindful of the situation he's in right now, to where he's got a large number of Banelings and Mutalisks in play.
The Banes found really good connection on all the bio. The Mines found good
the
connects
mines were
too.
just not enough.
Oh man.
At this point, he's having to evacuate out. The Banelings are gonna possibly get knocked down by these mines, but the Thor's completely unprotected. He's got to lift that up and get out, but he's afraid to trade it against the middle mine, against the Mutalisks.
Yeah, Emperor N just took way too many losses there. I feel like maybe waiting for the upgrades would have helped out a little bit, but I do see where he wanted to just try to get a little bit of damage done to try to slow down, like, you know, his... Oh shit, as I say that, the Mute is coming in and catching up with the medevacs. The medevacs unload all the Marines that start to help with this, but not before, what, 2 medevacs fall and a significant amount of the bio,
down,
so...
+1 flyer attacks is so good on a Mutalisk.
This shit is back and
Increases
forth.
the damage of every bounce. Oh, it absolutely is. I love it. This is the way I like to watch ZVZ, but if you look at the resources lost, Elroy's ahead. Terran has lost more than the Zerg player.
Well, he's done
he's done
very good at shutting down all these drops, man. He's seen him coming.
He has.
He's had the correct response each time, and not overcommitting either, which is really easy to do in this matchup, or any matchup for that matter. But the one thing that he has to worry about, I feel, is the 3-3 is already coming into effect here. Damn near a quarter of the way done for Emperor M. So if he can just kind of bait out the game until that finishes up, I feel like he'll have a really good chance of pushing across here. But I mean, Elroy's pretty far ahead. I don't know. The Fungals would be nice. Does he even have
Hive
any...
is about to finish up as well. He didn't even start it. I think he just got the infestation pit to get to Hive. Hive is finished. I'd love to see him start Adrenal right now. Adrenal, in my mind, is the strongest upgrade in this game, second to Liberator range.
Alright.
Actually, I don't know. Adrenal might be better.
A couple more Thors coming out, which is pretty good, especially when there's so much supply here invested in Mutas. Oh man, he's taking pretty good fights with them too, baiting back these Mutas. Oof. Oh, but I missed a huge run by...
There's the Adrenal Gland. 16 probes, 16 SCVs fall down at the third base. But it is cleaned up, and honestly, he has so many SCVs he could afford to lose a few. He was sitting on 80.
Elroy's just playing like an absolute monster right now. He's managing to do all of his macro and stuff while being across the map and getting all those workers killed. I mean, so far he's...
And now the army is out of position for Emperor M, and the huge Ling assault comes into the third base. Massive Ling run by more and more SCVs falling fresh mules. The Thor could probably get Bane busted right now. The Priest splits are good, and some of the Bane connections were less than ideal, but he still kills so many more workers. The third CC goes down.
Damn, 23 SCVs went down during that.
The
And
fourth base is under attack as well from Elroy, just in the north.
oh yeah, all the Nydus. Damn.
He's losing a lot of workers there. There's no turrets in position to deal with the Mutalisks, and Emperor M is getting stretched really thin right now. This is when the power of the swarm kicks in. He's got a Liberator sort of kind of flying forward. That's really a bad position for a Liberator to be in.
Yeah, I feel like
Turret's
Elroy.
finally going to start. Immediately he'll die.
Elroy played that beautifully, man. He was in like 3 different mineral lines all at once, getting an insane amount of work done. 27 SCVs went down during that, as well as the planetary, which is huge. So I feel like
He
all
may
the
not
satellite
actually.
bases alone. But how do you stop this push that's coming across the map? 3-3's already finished.
3-3's finished, but you've got Banelings, you've got 6 Ultralisks on the way. If you're able to take down these mines before they burrow, you've got plenty of time. That said, there's still several mines that haven't fired yet, but again, Ultras. I don't know how he's supposed to start the Ultras. He doesn't really have a Marauder count.
the ability to tab out in game anyway. So I've never
Yeah,
like looked into
it's just
it.
so useful. It's
Yeah.
so useful. Because I
Everyone's
tab
"Why
out
does it
when I'm
always go
solo
to your
casting to
space?"
look things up.
Oh yeah,
I
see,
tab out when I'm solo casting to look stuff up because it's necessary.
Yeah, see, if I was solo casting, then I would definitely be about that. But all right, so we have a bit of weirdness coming down already, dude. We have a spawning pool and gas, which makes me believe it's real and not just some defensive opener. So maybe because
Yeah,
this map is so long,
this
it's
actually is a
unexpected.
defensive opener. Is the crazy thing. It actually is a defensive opener. Is the crazy thing. Namshai going very safe, pull gas into hatchery, and Arctur going into probably 3-rack Reaper.
Yeah, walled up front though, dude. I think that's really good positioning.
Oh, it's amazing, especially on this map because you have the ability to drop one more supply depot and you're fully walled in. This is the best spawning position for it as well. And the third barrack starts up now, so it is going to be a full 3-rack Reaper rush. Thing is, it's going to be a long time before Namshar is able to scout this because this is the longest rush distance in the pool.
Yeah, by the time you get an Overlord over there, it's already like 5 minutes into the game. You're dealing with the mid game already, so it is really, really difficult unless you're going to sacrifice a drone to go all the way over there, which no one does anymore. So as you said, by the time this gets in, there's already going to be what, 3-4 Reapers probably. But I mean, the Overlord sees the first one. Oh, it didn't even see it, but
Oh, he's
that
actually
wouldn't even be
running a really
challenged
funny
just yet.
route just to make sure he
Yeah.
doesn't see the Reaper.
So, I mean, the Overlord will see it in maybe 10 seconds or so, but by then there'll already be 3 or 4 Reapers out. So that's pretty
exactly.
strong.
Well, the thing is, because it is pool first, a queen is going to be available rather soon. Already actually a queen on the map. Second queen on the way. Ling's already on the way, so the first Reaper is going to have a little bit of a trouble. So he actually throws down a Roach one immediately after
He knows,
all he
yeah.
saw. All he saw was the barracks on the low ground. It saw a secondary, so he immediately throws down a Roach one like, yep, here we go. So a lot of players elect to try to defend this with Queen Ling, but Namshar is just like, nope, we're not playing.
Yeah, I need to start doing that too. I'm always like, oh, I can hold it with queens, right? But my control is so shitty that my queens just get picked apart. Like, roaches are so tanky. They're a little bit more like conducive to someone who doesn't have the control of a GM. Namshar doesn't need that obviously because the dude is an absolute monster. But maybe that's just a stylistic thing where he chooses to take roaches against us, which is pretty common. I mean, it's not like that's unheard of. That's a pretty common response to this. But yeah, so we're well underway with the 3-racks here. A couple more Reapers joining the fight. I think we're up to 6 now in total. But there's
Up to
5
6
roaches
Reapers
being made as well. So I mean, that should
Yeah, there's
be
so many roaches on the
Yeah.
way right now. There's already creep connecting the main and the natural, so that's already a really good spot for Namshar to be in.
Yeah. Yep.
That first creep tumor is always the biggest hassle when you're versus a 3-rack build. Because the first thing the Terran wants to do is deny your creep spread to deny your queen access. So at this point, he's spreading his units around, so it's going to be already picking off
That
one
was
Reaper
huge.
just by
Did you
his
see
ridge
it in
positions.
midair too, dude? It was
In
like
midair.
falling, yeah.
And now there are Ravagers to help push this back, and Namshar is just being very forward posturing, immediately picks off a second Reaper, and now the Reapers are going to be in a little bit of positional issues because Ravagers actually can force-shot a Reaper. The third base is going to go down maybe just a little bit delayed, but considering the situation that Namshar is in as far as holding that, he's in a really good spot. Already forced the transition out of Arctur.
Yep.
As
And
far as what he wants to do, but he actually is going to finally get a creep tumor, which is really the only damage he's done so far. But Zanster hasn't lost a unit yet.
yeah, Namshar is doing very, very well against this. He has enough roaches that he should be able to hold this. I think it's got pushed back completely at this point, as you see Arctur's transforming into a much more like bio transition.
Yeah, he's
Going
trying to get his
Marines.
bio switched
Yeah,
because
some stems going down, some +1, 2. So I mean, he's definitely transitioning into the mid game here. He's not going to commit like you see some people getting up to 20 Reapers all trolly like Future and shit. So he definitely no. I mean, I'm not talking shit. He makes it work
I
all
know.
the time. I'm just saying like this
I
isn't
know, I
where
just think
he's
it's,
going to head.
it's
like-
obviously that's the first reference your
Yeah,
mind goes
seriously.
to. I just love it.
But
I
yeah,
love it.
so he's going to call it off and try to transition to a bit of a more mid-game comp, which is the correct call at this point. You got in, you tried. It didn't find as much damage maybe as you wanted to, but it's not like he invested so much that he lost the game because it got cleaned up. He's going to do okay moving into this mid-game here.
Yeah, and what I actually like from Namshar is he's actually going to be using roaches as part of his composition. He's going into lair. He's not going into Ling stuff though. He does have Ling speed, but that's the only upgrade he has right now. So
Yeah.
he's going to be going into lair for the roach speed. He's going to be able to get his missile attacks, and he's sitting on 46 drones, which is a really good spot for him.
Yep. about to have that third up and rolling. It's already getting a fat round of workers too on it. So I mean, he's making all the correct moves on top of having to deal with some 3 racks Reaper aggression. So much better than I do in those situations. But now he has to deal with a pretty heavy bio drop. The one thing that he has going for him is that it was seen completely from that Overlord there. So at least he knows what's coming across the map. He should be able to manage it with what he has. There's a couple queens out. The creep spread is pretty phenomenal, and there's Roach Ravagers in play. But yeah, the worker count is only 10 difference, which is pretty huge here. But given the amount of, like, I guess, how far you get behind when you go to 3 racks, I think Archer's done a very good job of, like, climbing his way out of this.
I really do like how early Namshar's hatchery was compared to the third base of Archer. He's a little bit behind and where you would normally see a 3-racks build transition into a third CC, but he did want to make sure he had a sufficient number of army units because he wants to maintain pressure. He's actually going to be able to do a little bit here. He does lose 1 Marine to a Bile, but this push is so strong. It's just the Reapers to help toss everything up in the air, and there's Roaches still on the way rallying for it, but he picked up a couple Queens and several Links. He actually evened up the resources lost, so they're exactly tied right now. But this creep is just so dang good. You see the army coming every step of the way.
This is kind of like what we were talking about earlier, where when you watch these guys play, it makes you rethink about how you play so much. Like, it kind of makes me sad, dude, that my games look so vastly different. It's like we're not even playing the same game. But at the same time, it's awesome to see people play at this level. So he should be able to deal with all these drops now. Just off the back of Biles alone, he's cleaning them up rather well. He almost got the meta back. It's down to 6th health. Before it got out of here, but he's dealing with this very well, and in part of that is due to the creep spread, like you said, but he's starting to pull ahead a lot in workers. Last time we talked about this, he was only up 10. Now he's up 68.
Well, now he's up 20.
Yeah, like that's a big deal in any matchup, and he's dealing with all the aggression. So
we have Burrow movement on the way. We have tunneling claws with Burrow, and he's also getting an infestation pit, double expanding right now, getting a macro hatch and his hatchery at the 4th base location. Roaches and Ravagers challenging this creep push, but he's actually going to lose a couple Ravagers, which is definitely less than ideal. Ravagers are expensive units to lose.
I feel like Archer's just trying to reset the economy a little bit. If he can be aggressive over on this side, now that his 3rd is up and running, he can kind of heavily saturate that and keep his opponent on this side of the base. So I feel like he knows he's just a little bit behind, and he's just trying to buy a little bit of time. As I say that, he's already come back 10 workers. So he's, he's already making the correct moves. It's not like he's that far behind. He just needed to figure out something. And if he can get a little bit of economic damage done here,
oh my goodness, like just like this.
Yeah, this is awesome.
Getting so many workers killed. He has already killed in this game 17. We don't have game heart, so we're not able to.
Say, there's no game heart. You failed us, Namshar.
Rip the dream.
No, it's okay. I'm just talking shit. But yeah, so he's already killed a pretty significant amount of workers. And like I said, he's doing fat rounds of workers behind this too. The 3rd is pretty decently saturated. He doesn't have as many workers down now. It's 58 to 62, so he damn near caught up, man. I'm trying to figure out the upgrades, though. With this UI, it's so damn hard. Okay, so it's 1-1 to 1-1, so...
Yes, just very even upgrades right now. What we do see, though, is we see Burrow Roaches moving out, spotting the incoming rally of Arctur, and he's going to have to get significant damage done on the other side of the map.
Oh yeah, you could see him freak out, pulling back all of his army like, oh shit, there's so many tanks, how do I deal with this? And the answer looks like it's going to be a fat round of Roaches and 3 Infestors? Weird, man. I'm not quite sure what's going to be the answer for the tanks.
This is going to be so good, though. Even though the Terran army is going to be super hard to stop, there is so many Roaches in the mineral lines at the 3rd and the natural base of Arctur, and they're going to be able to pop and get so much damage done, so much uncontested damage, both mineral lines. Problem is, though, I'm not sure how in the world Namshar is supposed to stop this push.
Yeah, me neither. I mean, it's just kind of like a rock, paper, scissors thing where your comp isn't going to fight this very well. Maybe some money fungals would help out a lot with the bio, but I don't know. There's nothing for the tank. Yeah, exactly. They popped too soon that they're not going to be able to do anything. This is just kind of disastrous here for Namshar. He was doing very well in terms of economy, but there just wasn't enough units to deal with this. And bios are good and all when you can land them, but they just aren't even able to get close enough to the tank. So he's taking the fight as best as he can, tries to clean up a little bit of the bio with some fungals, but these tanks are just going to reign supreme back here. And now all the Ravagers are getting cleaned up by the bio too. Man, 12 more Roaches in production, which may be able to clean this up, but at what cost? A lot of workers died in the making of this video.
He's lost a lot of workers. Yeah. He's lost a lot of army. A lot of Eastwoods has lost almost 11,000 to the 6.4k of the Terran, but he's also on the other side of the map still getting some worker damage cleanup.
Yeah,
so
well, now
he's
there's
able to deny mining, able to clean
drone on
stuff up.
tank action.
Drones
dude.
kill the tank. This is amazing. He does kill a tank with drone pulls. It's pretty funny. And he actually does clean up the army on his side of the map. And right now, I really still feel like Namshar's in a decent spot.
Yeah, I was kind of questioning it when the roaches were moving across the map, but they got a lot of work done on the other side of the map.
And he's
How
burning so many scans trying to kill him.
Yeah, that's
he's
true, too.
killed 27. They've each killed 27 workers. Namshar still has army in the base of Arctur. He was able to pick off the turret that was being built in the main base before it finished. He now can go back into the main base, take down the workers that are there.
Oh man! All right, so he's trying to come around and get on this force. He has enough bios, but he's just so immobile with this that you just kind of have to get baited away from the tank. Oh, he does have bio though. I keep forgetting about it because I'm so
I would love
stupid,
to
I never
see
use
these.
it.
I would just love to see the roaches burrow under the tank and just
I thought
pile
that's
it
what he
down.
was gonna do, but he chose to just come out and take the fight anyway. Maybe because speed finished up and he thought he could trade a little bit better. So now I feel like Archer's just trying to pull him apart here and do as best he can to recover from the economic damage he lost from the burrowed roaches. They got down like 20 SCVs on the other side of the map. So this is just a crazy ass
still
game,
three
man.
just hanging out. The roaches are actually holding off, and one of the medevacs go down. Queen might actually be able to take down the second one. Medevac is not really moving. There it goes. Finally boosts out. It only needs one more hit to finish it, I think.
9 HP, and meanwhile these 3 hero roaches are still over here just being annoying as possible. Burrowing in and out, trying to get as much damage done as possible. I don't know how many kills they all got. I guess we can check them individually. But...
These tanks are walled in. They can't actually leave.
Oh man.
He's got so many depots built in funny positions.
He's gonna
trying
have
to
kill the
wall off
rocks.
against roaches. He's gonna have to actually. Well, he could just lower his depots and get out, but he's gonna kill the rocks to make a hole. So this is actually buying Namshar quite a bit of time as he is continuing to get the units and tech he needs. He's just getting pathogen glands, so that as it finishes, the next infestor that pops will be able to directly fungal. He's already got one infestor that is ready to fungal. He's got another one that's about ready. He has a Spire he hasn't been able to use yet, just because he hasn't had the available money. I'd really like to see him get a couple Corruptors just to deal with these medevacs.
Yeah, for sure.
But
They're so ridiculous.
the next
now.
push is coming. And there's 5 tanks with it, so I'm not entirely sure.
I was waiting for that bile to come down, or the fungal, man. I thought he was able to do it. I don't know if there's enough bile,
he's
though,
just
to match
trying to-
up with that fungal. Usually when they try to do this, there's a lot more Ravagers, so when they are able to fungal, they can come down with a lot more bile, but he probably is going to be able to make it work just off the back of these burrowed roaches. I keep
Yeah,
forgetting
he's
about
just
it
gonna.
until he
Oh
does
my
it each
goodness.
time.
As soon as he decides he wants to burrow in, he just gets a scan. This is the thing, is that all the tanks are gonna go down. They're forward facing, and Biles can come down right now, but he's actually not. He's trying to not clump his Marines, but there they go. There's the clump, and this is the time. He gets it. He's gonna bile them right in the middle of that Marine, and almost all of it goes down. The biles are good. Fungals are so good. The reinforcing roaches are gonna be enough to force these Marine forces to lift. And now there's nothing to support the tanks, as he just pushes straight in.
Damn,
Still
what a
has to
crazy
go
ass
back-
engagement, dude. I didn't
Good.
think he would do as well as he already did. And although he's having a little bit of trouble, I dare say he might clean this up once his reinforcements arrive. The roaches are still streaming across the map. He has burrow too, so he's forcing these scans. Maybe he'll send him up to deal with those tanks. That's what I kind of figured he'd do. But I think protecting this base is a little bit more important right now. As I say that, though, Archer pounces forward and gets it down, and he still has these tanks up here on the high ground. Namshar goes ahead with the burrow that we were kind of talking about earlier and might be able to fight this a little bit better now, but he's already taken significant losses in order to clean this up, including the 4th base, including the whole mineral line damn near, and a majority of his army. So as long as Arctur can just keep the pressure on, I feel like he's doing amazing in this game.
It's the fact that he continues to reproduce these siege tanks, and that there's no counter for these medevacs. If he can kill these medevacs, the bio suddenly has a lot less staying power. The medevacs have almost no energy, but he's able to take good fights just as a result of that. He has 2 more infestors on the way. They'll both have a fungal each when it's done, but the siege tanks are going to start marching forward. It's going to be very difficult for Namshar to clean this up. That said, he does pick this front tank, and it's not over, but the supply tells the story right now. Namshar somehow struggling to hold on. 2-2 bio and +1 vehicle weapons could explain a lot, but
Yeah, I was
Namshar
gonna
does
say,
tap
I mean,
out.
there's a pretty good reason why he's struggling. That's a lot of tanks up there. He lost his 4th.
a lot of tanks,
he
a
lost
lot
all
of
his...
upgrades.
Yeah, well, I was gonna try to tell him if we could get Game Heart enabled, but I don't want to be all like, oh, please enable Game Heart, guys. It makes things a hell of a lot easier, though. I wasn't quite sure how many workers went down there at that last couple engagements. I know he already got 20 killed just to get there, so He was great with the aggression, I guess.
Absolutely.
We'll have to sit around and wait for the invite, though. I'll ask him for game heart. Who made the lobby? Who invited you?
Look, he's already
Okay.
creating the next game. It's fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the end of the world. Yeah. So are there still stage number 2 games going on, or is everyone finishing them up?
There are still some games that are not reporting yet.
Strange vs. Denver is going on the mainstream.
Yeah. Pool 8 is the only group that's finished off so far.
Okay.
And that's Euthermal Land moving on over Zhugliang and Minato. Sorry.
Minato. That was the homie from last time around, dude.
Yeah, it feels bad that he is.
That dude rolled into our
eliminated.
channel with like 200 fans. It was crazy. But
Right?
they only spoke Russian. But I mean, it was still cool. Don't get me wrong. But that guy rolls deep, dude. His fan club
Yeah,
is
he
pretty
does.
passionate. Taco needs Vaco. Thank you for the follow.
I'm glad I didn't have to say that. I'm
Hey,
sitting
I
there
don't-
like, I'm
I
not
don't
sure what to
care.
do with that.
I'll run with it, man. All right, so we head into Ascension to Iron.
Oh, please don't be crashing.
Don't make me solo cast again, man.
Okay, I heard your voice
Okay.
kind of cut out at the very end of that. Going into Ascension to, and it cut out. And I'm like, oh, please God, no.
Not this. Not like this.
Not like this. Definitely need probably need to upgrade my hard drive. I think is the cause of the issue right now, but I'm not sure.
Some SSDs or what? Are you running?
Yeah, I've got an SSD.
Oh, okay.
I've actually got an SSD to install. I'm not running it yet. I'm still actually running the original hard drive that I put in this computer 7 years ago, 7.5 years ago, and it's still running.
Damn.
Shocking and all. But
Alright.
I've got another hard drive that I started putting everything else on. So there's that.
All right, our red Zerg player in the top left-hand corner of the map, coming at us from Dead Pixels, currently down 1 point in this best of 3. It is Napshar.
And spawning in the bottom right, representing Hokago T-Team, he is Arctur.
Man, what a crazy-ass game that was. I'm pretty interested to see
That was very
how
impressive.
this is going to play out. Yeah. I thought for sure Namshar would hold there for a while, and it looked like he might be able to break it, and then it just fell apart with the reinforcements, and like, I don't know. Those are the games that I really like, when you honestly can't tell who's going to win until the last final seconds. Like, that's my favorite type of engagement right there. So,
Oh, absolutely.
what do you think you do to try to switch it up if you are Namshar?
I don't think he necessarily did anything poorly.
Yeah.
He did a really good job keeping up. It's just he wasn't able to take sufficiently good fights for the last part of the game, and I
Yeah.
feel like he got the damage done, but just not quite fast enough.
Like you said, really no counter for those medevacs. Just let stim happen all day, and Marines were just stimming everywhere. So I would agree that maybe a little bit of AA would help out a lot, but I see how it would be really hard to do so when you're facing constant pressure from the Terran at all times. So yeah, we'll have to see what he switches up here. If he's going to go with a different comp or just try to rock it again. A lot of people have been focusing in a lot of Hydras. We've seen that, what, 2 or 3 times today already to try to help out with that. So maybe just mixing those in or something would help a little bit. But I guess that's not really an integral part of the fungal bio combo, which is, you know, what I think he was shooting for. So
I want you to
1-1-1
look at
this
the
time
building
around.
position. The building position here, if the Overlord scouts the main, he's not going to see any of this production and think he's being proxied. But because of the angle he's coming into the natural base, he's going to see it anyway, so you're not really gaining anything.
He's all, I am very, very sneaky, sir. Yeah, I like it though. As you said, it once this. Well, no, okay. The Overlord changes its position and is going to come straight into this, so it will see that it's going to be a 1-1-1. But it was still a
Yeah,
pretty
he's
slick
gonna get
move
everything.
until then. Yeah, until then it was cool.
Yeah, the question is he gonna? Yeah, he's gonna get this whole. He's gonna get the whole thing. He's gonna get the full scout. He's gonna see reacted Hellions immediately. So this is an amazing scout.
What if he switches it up and does the build that we saw earlier? Like, God, I hope that doesn't become a thing, man. Hopefully, no
I
Terrans were
don't.
watching.
He's not doing it right now because I know for sure he's not doing it right now. Specifically because he only has 1 barracks out.
Yeah, that's true.
This actually is appearing to be a Banshee, a Hellbat Banshee, a Hellion Banshee.
Damn, the Reaper got over to the 3rd and was about to deny it. It was maybe like half a second away from shutting down the 3rd. But Namshar
so
was able to
close.
come down and slap down the hatch, so that helps out a lot. On the other side of the map, though, he did get a full scout off, so he's pretty aware of what's headed across the map. This Overlord probably saw those two. I didn't get a chance to check vision, but he should be aware that it's Hellions coming across. He has enough queens and lings that he might be able to clean this up, but I'm waiting to see if he chooses to drop any tech for this.
The crazy thing is this Overlord is in full vision by Arcto, and he's not changed up anything. He's going straight into Cloak Banshee. Namshar sees this. Question is he going to get spores in time? I would hope so. I think Cloak is going to be a little ways away from finishing, so
Yeah.
because it's like a minute and 20-second upgrade, he has plenty of time to get there to get it. But these Hellions are still going to get into the drone line. Going to get some decent spread, but he is going to pick up a few of them. So far, he's only killed 5. But another good lineup. Okay, he does get it cleaned up. Another good lineup. Could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, absolutely. Mine don't get cleaned up that easily. 4 Hellions can do a lot more damage to me. So that was played very well. He didn't even use the queens or pull him and like mess up his inject cycles or anything. So there was no overreaction, and he held that very well. On top of that, he also has spores coming up in each mineral line, so these banshees won't be able to just walk in and find too crazy amounts of damage. They might be able to pick off a queen or something, but he's just had vision of all of. Well, yeah, he's had vision of all of this, so of course he knows what's coming across the map. Like he's been watching this whole time, so.
Oh yeah, and it's like this queen is going to be able to start putting some damage on the Banshee. He's going to go over to the spore crawler that he's building at his 3rd base location. That, while not done just yet, will be done shortly. So the Banshee is already running across the map. Going to start finding damage. Got 1 drone, but unfortunately that's about all the damage it's going to find. Double Evo chambers coming up. I like the position on these actually. So helping deny access to mineral lines.
Oh, that was so slick. Yeah, did you see that? We both must have seen
I
that.
did.
Yeah,
that was beautiful.
That was badass, man. Something else I can never do. It looks so easy until you try to do it.
It's like you tell it to build, and for whatever reason, it's just stuck everywhere. Everything is stuck. What is this?
Alright, so a bit of a supply block coming down. He had to fix it, but it will be for tanks coming out. So maybe a repeat of the same build. It worked so well last time. I just tried to
exactly.
Repeat it up a little bit, man. Those siege tanks really didn't have an answer. The difference though is that Namshar doesn't show any intention of going roaches this time around, roach ravagers. So I think he might be able to fight the tanks much better with the LBM sort of comp, or at least that's kind of where he's headed so far.
Well, he did scout the Roach Warren with the Banshees. I just don't think he's actually committing to it.
Yeah,
but these Banshees are actually going to sacrifice themselves to kill workers. 12 workers for the combined effort of 4 Hellions and 2 Banshees is not worth it. And Cloak, for that matter.
Alright,
the
so...
resources lost doesn't account for upgrades you got and you aren't going to use again.
Yeah, Archer's going to come out and take his 3rd and just try to macro up. He's not down as much as in the first game. It's only a 13 worker deficit, which seems like a lot, but last game it was 20 at somewhere around this stage of the game. So as soon as he gets that 3rd up and rolling, he should be okay there. And because he got so much economic damage done, I think he's doing a lot better this time around.
6-minute hive.
The thing is the comp, though. The comp is going to fight his comp insanely better than just Roach like last game. So he's not going to be able to just move around the map and just kind of take his way. So
I don't think I've ever seen a 6-minute hive in a pro level.
Yeah, this is pretty crazy, dude. Damn. Infestor's already out too? This guy's an absolute monster.
Not enough energy for Fungals just yet, and the army's completely out of position. He's only just seeing the army moving into the main base, but look at that reaction time. Sees the army sees his army flying in, moves the entire army into position in time. Roaches actually are coming out as part of this army, so it's going to be force an immediate pickup. 2 Marines do fall, and Medevac's just looking for an angle, trying to get in. He did see the hive morph, so he knows that's a thing. But oh my goodness!
What do you do when you fly in at 6 minutes and your opponent's already on hive? Like, oh man, you got to figure out a way to slow that train down.
You probably die a little inside.
Yeah, seriously. Like, wah, wah, wah. Not only that, but you had to fly over all the creep at like halfway across the map too. So it's not like he's sacrificing any of his macro in order to take that. God, these guys are so scary at this game, man.
Right? And now there's chain fungals coming down on all these Marines. Queens and 2 Infestors clean up this entire drop. There's like 2 Marines left, and this 1 Roach could probably finish that by itself. Upgrades are +1 melee, +1 carapace to 1/1 Terran bio.
Yeah, meanwhile up in the main...
Ultralisk Cavern on the way, though.
Yeah, meanwhile up in the main, 10 Marines, probably 16 Marines got unloaded and were pretty much immediately cleaned up by a bunch of roaches. So he was trying to do a bit of a multi-prong there too. I was watching the north one and not the south. But there's a pretty huge push moving across the map right now. 4 tanks, a lot of bio. There's still medevacs in order to heal up all this stim too. So it's looking pretty scary again here. Namshar already has chitinous plating coming out with 2 ultras though, so I don't want to roll him on the back foot or anything, but this is a pretty nasty push moving across the map.
Yeah, it really is. He's gonna have ultralisks and chitinous plating shortly, but not yet. He may not have them for this push. He's still got a little less than a minute left on chitinous plating, and his ultralisk is gonna start popping very soon. But there's 5 siege tanks.
Yeah, they got a good well, yeah, I was just gonna say you cursed one of them, but they had a really good spread too. It's gonna be hard to double bio them. Maybe those 2 that were planted up, but other than that, man, he's taking pretty good spreads. But there's too many ultras right now. 20 more seconds and we get chitinous plating. +2/+2 is about to finish up as well, and he still has 4 more ultras in production. So if he can just bait this out and wait out chitinous, I feel like he can take this fight. Other than that, though,
I think he's waiting for an infestor to have energy. Yeah. Does he still have infestors?
I didn't know if they got picked off or yet. Let me pull up the
unit. He still has 2. Where are they at? Yeah, okay, so they're both at the 3rd base.
They're hiding, man.
I think he's trying to wait till chitinous to engage, but he has it now. This is a really good time. All the bios clumped up pretty good if he's trying to get everything together. His transfuses on the ultralisks are really good. Here come the infestors.
Oh, so he bios his own units. Takes a little bit of focus fire there. Down. Archer's starting to single fire all of these ultras down. They're falling rather quickly, a lot more quick than I thought they would, but there's too much hurt here. And Namshar's able to just push his way through here off the back of some pretty ridiculous bios, and then, you know, 4 or 5 ultras doesn't hurt. But there for a while, Archer was starting to pick them all off rather fast, man.
A little bit of the creep ocean has been denied here, but that's not really a big deal at the moment. 3/3 plus pathogen glands starting for our Zerg player. And it's going to be a very much of an uphill battle at this point for Urk during this series.
Yeah, I mean he's at least he has his 4th up and rolling, so it's not like he's completely screwed. He's up, or he's 68 workers to 74, so he's only down a little bit there. But the real story is just the comp, I guess. This comp is going to get only scarier as time progresses. Pathogen glands is out. There's already a couple infestors. There's ultras out, and then the bile too. I mean, this is pretty crazy here. I feel like maybe a couple more siege forces would help slow this down, and that's kind of what he's shifted his production to as we see tanks and liberators coming out. But even then, man, I don't know if that's the answer here. We'll have to see.
A little bit of a Ling harass run by waiting to run into the 3rd base location. Here we go. Fuel SCVs are going to start going down. Quite a few mules, not much of a reaction just yet from Arctor. A lot of these SCVs are just going to go down. Planetary Fortress starts at this location.
It's all a ruse, though. Look at the huge push-in coming across. Well, okay, I thought he was going to move across the map, and there for a while he was. But once he found out that there was a drop in his 3rd, he decided to pull all of his reinforcements back, almost getting a medevac. But it will get out of here.
The medevac is going to go down. Second one goes down. This dropping into the natural base, though, trying to find some extra damage. Doesn't get very far because that medevac goes down as well between the Queen and the Split Crawler. The Planetary Fortress is on fire right now and not actually being attended to by more than one SCV. So if he can get back over here quickly enough, he might be able to finish that down. And we do see the army moving in that general direction.
4 infestors coming into play right now, so I was kind of wondering what he was going to do with all of his gas. He's been sitting on a bank here for a while, and that's going to be what it is. A couple more of them, probably a couple ultras coming out too. This is just getting scary here, but Archer's getting a lot of siege forces too, so it's not like he's just out of the game or anything.
Do you think that the roaches were just to force the siege tanks against what was ultimately going to be Ling, Ravager, Ultralisk?
Mind games on mind games, dude. I don't know. That's a pretty good point, though. As we say that, he's coming in to finish off this Planetary Fortress. Between the bios and the ultras, it gets wrecked pretty quick here, and now it's just bio left to clean this up. All of the siege forces are left in the middle of the map. He will bring over 2 tanks and a couple liberators to start working on these ultras, but at what cost? He's already lost a majority of his bio already. That planetary, all of the workers with it. So I feel like he made the correct moves here. He needs to be careful and not get cleaned up into these chokes, though, as a lot of his
Look at the resources lost at this point in the game right now. This is absolutely mind-boggling to me that a Zerg has lost so much less than the Terran, rather.
Damn, it's just too much, man. The Ultras are just pushing their way through, and now they got to start working on the third mineral line as well. It's now 30. Oh shit, it's actually more workers have been killed for the Zerg player, but I guess his macro has just been way too strong behind this. It's now 30 workers to 72. GG is called, and we will get a game number 3.
I have never seen a Zerg take a hive that early and not die.
Yeah, that was nuts.
Damn,
What was it
Shai
at,
is
like
a
6 minutes
machine.
finish?
It was like it started at 6 minutes. It was through by like 7.5, and then he started his Ultraless cabin.
Yeah.
Terran sees it, and his instant reaction has to be something along the lines of, "Oh,
Oh
no."
shit, yeah, exactly. Like, what do
It's
I
like,
even
I'm
do
dead.
at this point?
Well, I'm dead.
He was making the right moves though. Like he was definitely trying.
Yeah, he was
caught up
definitely
in
trying.
macro. He was trying to get out the siege units he needed. It was just too much Zerg too fast. Like, Namshar played that like a monster, and meanwhile he was dealing with a lot of aggression at the time. It's not like he was just left unattended and got out that hive. He was pushing shit away the entire time, which is just even more impressive.
I love the Ravagers as his anti-air source. I
Yeah.
mean, it's kind of like, are you sure that's the best idea?
know.
But he made it look stupid easy.
Him and Snoot, man, like always, every time they're with, fungals and bios will be fine. Even with the metavacs, they make it look so easy until you go and try to repeat that. It's a little harder than it looks.
Right?
All right, game number 3, and it all comes down to Sheila Reef.
All right.
What time does round 3 start? 11?
Honestly, don't know.
Okay.
Sounds right.
No worries. All right, we will head into game number 3, completely tied up.
Feels good, man. This has been a good series. A really good series.
I've been happy with all day. Like, I know that's like the bias, like neutral thing that you're supposed to say, but I'm not even bullshitting when I say that. We've had some
Like,
pretty
I
solid
literally
games
have had
today.
a lot of fun today.
We've had some really good games. The Euthermal game was badass. Even the ZVZ that we started things off with was pretty badass because it didn't end in 5 minutes. Like
8 minutes and they're maxed out on
Yeah,
Road Traffic
yeah.
or taking the Hive.
That's
what
I'm
is
saying.
this?
Like we had some pretty good luck today, man, for sure. But let's head into this map because who knows what's about to happen. Our red Zerg player who put on a pretty much macro class last game with the 6-minute ultras. Or yeah, it is Namshar from Dead Pixels. 8-minute.
And in
ultras. Sorry, that was an exaggeration. I wanted to correct that.
And in the upper left, a blue Terran player representing Hukago T-Team. He is Uchter.
Yeah, I got to admit, it's my first time hearing of this guy, casting him, watching him, or whatever, and I'm a fan. Dude's playing like an absolute monster. I don't know how I've not heard of Arctur before. So what do you do if you're him? Try to switch it up, or do you just try to do the same thing here? I mean, it worked the first time, it didn't quite work the second time, so... And it wasn't the same build for sure, but it was, you know, somewhat similar. Do you try to just run it again, or do you bring out your, you know, crazy builds this time around?
You might have to do something kind of crazy because
Yeah.
you just played in a game where you allowed a Zerg player to start a hive at 6 minutes and you couldn't punish him for it, and you couldn't deal with his army because you didn't have a sufficient economy to pump the kind of tech you need to deal with that kind of ultra count.
Yeah.
You've got to have so many liberators to deal with that, or ghosts, and with the Ravagers being the primary source of anti-air, I'm not even sure liberators were a sufficient answer. So at this point, we do see him going into that 3-rack sweeper opener, trying to get some pressure done. So this, I'd say, based on the first game, is probably his best option because we know his control is pretty good. But it also really depends on his ability to really stifle Namshar's ability to tech.
Yeah, and get out those bases, because once his economy started rolling, it just kind of spiraled out of control there. So I think you're right, and this early aggression here is the correct answer if he's able to get a lot of damage done. I mean, game number 1, he was able to just kind of push it back, so I don't know. It did buy him enough time, though, to kind of macro in the end, so maybe this is probably the better choice. But it will be scouted fairly quickly as the Overlord is about to see the second barracks already. So Namshar already knows what's going on. The Roach Warren is already almost done. So he just had that GM game sense and already knew that it was coming down.
Definitely.
How do these guys know this shit? It always makes me laugh, dude. Like, what gave it away that he would already have his Roach Warren underway? Like, it just makes me
Well, I
laugh.
think the situation is he probably expected a return of the Reapers, because what happened last game is he was allowed to tech freely.
Yeah.
And what does one thing Reaper does to you? Slows you down.
Yeah, okay.
So you're forced to make units instead of drones for one. It's going to be a little while before you're allowed to take your third base. So you're going to be able to find some angles. Now what's amazing to me is the Overlord spread from Namshar allows him to see exactly where these Reapers are going at any given time. So it makes it very difficult for Arctor to find an angle at which he can punish the Zerg player.
A couple Archer fans joining us in chat too. What up, boys? Welcome to the Nydus.
Welcome
Thank
to
you
the stream.
For tuning in.
Welcome to the Nydus.
You missed a crazy ass series to get where we are, unless you were tuning in and just lurking. It was an awesome 1-1 to end up here on game number 3. But yeah, welcome. So far we have a 3 Rax Reaper on one side, transitioning into some pretty heavy bio play, and we have Roach Ravager on the other side of the map. For now. Things got really weird here from game number 1, so who knows where this is gonna head. He hasn't got as many Reaper kills though. In game number 1, he was able to pick off a lot of the Reapers really early on just through amazing focus firing. So I feel like he hasn't had any gimmies this time around that were just donated units. So maybe these Reapers find a little bit more damage because they've managed to stay in better number. But I feel like there's a lot of roaches already out on the map. So
I think it also has a lot to do with Arctor paying a little bit more attention. He's not being as careless with the Zebras. He's doing a very good job this game, keeping them alive, not directly engaging. But you see, he's still threatening. There's still no third base down yet.
Yeah.
So of course it's coming over now. But he's still got a lot of time. When this third base last game started pre-3 minutes, he's delayed it by a whole minute and 20 seconds.
Nice.
And he's going to be able to maintain pressure. He's still throwing Reaper grenades, and he's keeping the Zerg on his side of the map. There's already a transition well underway by Arctor, so he's going to be in a really good spot to continue the pressure. He's already got his stem halfway finished. Starport is on the way down now. And these Reapers are just, while they're not getting very much direct damage, they're still buying a lot of time. Lair's starting already, though, so Reapers will continue to buy time as long as they can, but once that Lair's finished and Roach speed is done, there's going to be a very solid counterattack potential. And we already saw how Namshar likes his Burrowed Roach play, so we'll have to see if he wants to go into that as well.
yeah, this is kind of the map to do so too, because you can split off with him rather easy and kind of do multi-prong attacks here. So maybe that is where he's going to head. But I really like the fact that Archer's managed to be a little bit more patient this time around with his Reapers and not kind of dive with them. He's starting to take a few losses now, but it's to be expected this late into the game.
Yeah, he just lost his first Reaper in this game because he wanted to go ahead and get those 2 creep tumors down, which is always a very big deal. Another little bit of an engage going down. Actually, this time a creep queen is going to go down. Loses 1 more Reaper.
Sorry, I was checking back at base, so I missed that. But double Medivacs are coming out as well, and he is transitioning into that bio-heavy, like, it's the same transition as game number 1, I guess, right? Like, pretty much.
Yeah, it is very same build.
Yeah.
We do have, again, as the Marines move out, the Reapers are actually sitting up in the middle of the map looking to possibly distract on the other side as the Marine force pushes in toward the third base location. They're not actually even waiting for the Medivacs to join up, just pushing before the Medivacs even pop, because as they pop, they will be moving on across the map. Third base started right on time with the first game for Arctor.
I feel like he just kind of gave away the fact that he was going to come up here and attack, though. But I mean, I keep forgetting the caliber of level these guys play at, so they're kind of very well aware of what's going on. So things like this shouldn't surprise me as much. But at least he has that third up and rolling. He's going to try to get over here and get a little bit of damage done. He has a lot more mobility now that the Medivacs are about to join the fight, too. So we'll have to see if he just decides to just go straight in with this, or if he picks up and moves into the base. Or, I mean, into the main, rather. Sorry.
I'm going to assume right offhand he's going to do as much damage as he can at third base. Just try to push down at least the Ravagers. These Ravagers are very expensive, very squishy units. So you see he's already getting in. He's already getting a couple picks. He's going to be able to take down a couple Queens maybe. He's going to be able to have a really good fight with this because he does have a little bit of an army supply lead. 7 of the Roaches are actually in production, and he's doing so much damage.
Just died. I'm sorry we don't have game heart, guys. The players were in control of this, but he just got a shitload of workers down with that, as well as all the Queens, the majority of the Roaches.
He's overstemmed. He's overstemmed, but he's still doing so much damage, bringing the workers' kill count to 16.
Jeez,
19 and
he's
killing.
Just working these mineral lines now. So far, 19 have gone down during this aggression. So
he really needs to load up and go, though.
Oh yeah,
there he goes. His Marines are on such low health as a result of the mass stems.
Damn, but it was so effective. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Do you blame him at this point? Like he just got
not
so
at all.
much damage done with that.
SCVs. He's about to lose a medevac though. Unfortunately, it loses all the contents as well. The Queens are doing a really good job trying to prevent this escape, but still in the army supply lead. Namshar having to replace all the drones he just lost. Really good attack. 19 drone kills to 1 SCV kill so far. Third
Yeah.
base is finished for Arctur and already starting to transform into his orbital.
Yeah, it didn't end the game or anything, but I feel like it definitely put it a bit more in his pace than the last game we saw. So I feel like this is making the correct moves for sure. But on Namshar's side of things, he held that rather well too. I mean, it was pretty devastating, don't get me wrong, but it could have been like a game-ending attack, and he was still managing, like he managed to walk away from it. So I feel like that was, you know, kudos to both players, even though that just sounds like the weak caster cop-out or whatever. But Namshar is ahead in workers. He's ahead in army supply. So maybe he'll try to time this out, but he's dropping back and trying to get pathogens too. So who knows, man? Maybe he'll just try to macro up from here and not put on the pressure. But I feel like that.
Yeah, he has pathogen plans, but he doesn't have any infestors on the way yet, and he doesn't actually have any infestors on the map. He doesn't have the gas for it right now. The economy hit he took was actually fairly significant in that regard.
Yeah, and this follow-up is just making it even more scary, dude. I didn't really pay attention to this, the amount of forces coming across the map, and they have a tank too. So on Abyssal Reef, everyone knows where you can plant that tank and kind of get some crazy, crazy trades with it. So I feel like he's making all the correct moves here, man. I'm starting to worry a little bit for Namshar. If it wasn't Namshar, I'd be really, really scared.
At this point, also, Namshar just lost enough overloads to be super supply blocked. He's making 8 because he wants to make sure he doesn't get supply blocked again. He doesn't really have the kind of economy he wants to be able to sink his army into this. He doesn't have any infestors, and I really feel like infestors would make this at least holdable. But they take so long to build, I don't think he can sacrifice Saliva. And he's just going to dive in here on top of this natural.
Yep, so Archer's going to stem up forward into the ramp, get to the third base, take it down immediately, start working down on all the roaches. 2 dodges the majority of the bios, and he's just stemming his ass off because there's so many medevacs he can heal it up. He's starting to work down all the queens, the roaches will fall as well. He's tied up with the Zerg and upgrades, so he can take insane trades, and because there's so many medevacs, he can just heal all this. The tank isn't even really doing anything back there. It's just kind of hanging out, watching the fight, just relaxing, dude, not really earning his paycheck. But there was so much bio with the medevacs that he's able to just do it without the tanks. As I say that, though, the reinforcements are starting to join. As soon as they're able to siege up on this low ground, I dare say this is the beginning of the end for Namshar, man. Like, all it took was the power of a lot of clanmates coming in here and rooting for him, and Arctur just fucking turned this way around, man. I dare say this is the end. Is it 11 a.m. when this shit starts? I.e. 20 minutes until group stage 3, or do you not know? I could pull up the calendar. I'm just asking. Oh, I think you're muted.
Yep, I hit the button, but it didn't unmute
No, it's all
properly.
good. I just looked over and saw you talking.
yeah.
I'm like, wait, what?
So the question was already asked in the general chat, and we're waiting on an admin to apply, but I don't know that he is here.
If I had to guess, I would say 20 minutes and we get the permission, but this is just, you know, a pure guess, obviously.
Yeah, that's fair.
What's still going on the main stage? Is there still a game, or are they all breaked out?
Main stage is still Denver versus Strange. It's this thing about half an hour probably for group stage 3. So it's still Snoop versus Botnovic is still playing out. Strange versus Denver is still playing on the main stage, and Daishi versus Elroy, I think, is still going. But those are the last 3 rounds
to
play.
to push through and play a losers. Okay, so this is the
those are all the decider matches.
Okay, perfect. So
the
we
group
got
stage,
nothing
they
to
will
do
start
but
from
wait
there.
for group stage 3, then that's
More or less.
All right.
If you are interested in lunch, now is probably a good time.
Shit, I'm checking out my new overlay, dude. I got a little preview from the artist on what it's gonna look like.
Aw, man.
I'm pretty stoked, man.
Send it to me at some time. I want to see that.
Yeah, any favorites? Is it too early to start whispering to people like, stay, let me cast?
I would have said my favorite would be. I would have said my favorite for it would have been Showtime, but if he's already eliminated, it's like, well, what do I do now?
So who dealt the killing blow? Who was the losers match? Got his ass literally eliminated.
Denver as 2-0. I don't know. I guess the players just get so excited they don't invite people.
I
want to
think
cast
about it from their perspective too.
I'm looking to see who is going to be here that we actually get to cast, because I really feel like main stage is going to instantly grab me just automatically.
Yeah, that's a pretty safe assumption. Snoo is
I'm
ours,
thinking.
dude. I already called dibs.
Oh, well, did you actually talk to Snoop
No,
yet?
he doesn't even know me.
I was about to
just
say
love
because
casting
it's
Snoop.
like, yeah, I love Snoop. I'd actually like to cast a laser if we're able to.
Okay.
He is in pool 6. I'd like to cast a laser. I'd love to cast Cloudy. Actually, Cloudy versus Jon Snow could be a fun match.
Just shoot some messages without being annoying about it. That's how I've been doing it. Like, hey, sorry to bother, but if we could cast your match, that'd be awesome. Like, there's nothing wrong with that.
Probe versus Hearthstone, or Tree versus. I'd love to cast Probe versus Hearthstone. I'd love to cast that.
Oh, because the 15 who have automatically been advanced are now in here, huh? So we just got a bunch of the big boys just joined. Is that how this works? Where's that list of people who are just joined the bracket now? Let's see if I can pull it up. Let's see.
Cyril is ranked 3 on Illegal Act. That is nuts to me.
Well, yeah, that's why these guys got already advanced, right? Like, there's a bunch of them who already got put in. Oh yeah, I'm switching out the bracket. This one is so much cleaner. Liquipedia is pimping.
I like this one, to be honest.
I'm just trying to find the list of all the players that just came in. You figure it'd be easy to find.
They're the players that were the
qual.
top 8 were seeded, and then the qualifiers were the other 8 players.
Oh, there we go. I found the list.
There you go.
Okay. Yeah, Scarlet, Cyril, TLO, True, Jon Snow, Isonu, Laser, Cham, Aegas, Major, Masa, Nice Probe, Haas, and Cyan. So, a lot of heavy hitters just joined the tournament.
Yeah.
I'd be
I
okay
would
with
love to
seeing
see
any
Haas.
of those guys' games. Yeah, like pick
I kind of
any-
want to cast Haas because we already know that's going to be fun.
Yeah. All right, so we just wait out the 20 minutes, and I guess I'll just keep some music rolling. Thank you guys for being patient. I'm not going to put up a timer because we don't have the exact time, but if I had to guess, I'd say about 20, 25 minutes, give or take. want it. I am obviously
Yeah, I
way
definitely
okay
want to
with
cast
that.
in a laser game. I
Okay.
definitely want to cast in a laser game.
Well, I called it in the Skype combo, even though that means nothing. So as soon as you see,
Yeah, right.
well, you know what I mean. But as soon as you see him, hit him up and just let him know that we're trying to cast his ass. Because all the other casters already know that we're trying to. So no worries there.
To be fair, I'm not particularly worried about who we're going to get at this point because everything should be good games. Everybody that's here qualified. I want a voice pack for StarCraft that says you must construct additional bacon.
Do you have any of the current voice packs?
I do. Actually, I use Total Biscuit for my
Okay.
off races, and I also have Nathanius. I didn't actually buy the Taste Toasters pack.
I want it just for the
because, like,
GG at the end. That's so
yeah, that's like the
badass,
best
but-
part of it. But it's like,
But all the other stuff, I don't know.
yeah, the way I look at it, it's like all of the. Hi, Ellen. I'm sorry, I wasn't looking at chat. Basically, I'm just like, all of the Total Biscuit stuff to me is just great. I've always been a Total Biscuit fan since I found out about him in like 2010, and even before I started watching StarCraft, I knew about Total Biscuit. And the stuff that Artosis and Tasteless say is like basically what Tastosis already said. Like, the only advantage that the Tastosis pack has is the GG at the end, which I mean, obviously is a really big advantage.
Yeah.
And then I just bought the Nathanius one just because I was expecting greatness, but I haven't used it very often, to be honest with you. I was actually expecting more memes than I got.
The meme count was too low, huh?
To me, yes.
I'm gonna make another coffee to push through the second half of the day. Will you please keep an eye out for Elazar and hit him up when he comes, please?
Will do.
I should be back in like 4 minutes.
Satellites, social debs, and high satellites, NASA's, lasses, doing the uptown lowdown, where they spend their simoleon just to watch those Creolians skipping, hipping, doing the uptown lowdown.
The following ad is being condensed for your viewing.
Any minute now, we should be able to go. Still no laser though, huh?
Nah, I haven't seen him. It's only game 3 in Strange versus Denver right now, though.
Okay.
It ain't right to do what you do to me. It ain't right to be so untrue to me. It ain't right, so baby, farewell. It ain't love that you handed out to me. It ain't love, now don't stop to shelter me. It ain't love, so baby, farewell. I go on, what's for you? You have killed your golden goose. From now on, I'm on the loose. Count the revolution for me. It ain't right.
Damn, man, Scarlet. Scarlet.
Mainstream feels bad.
Yeah. I love casting these, but this is the only part about it I don't like.
Yeah, I know, but you gotta take into account the fact that you just don't have any food.
Yeah. The only person I even see in a game still is the like main stage. It looks like, right? Jon Snow.
Yeah, Daishi says he's busy, but he's actually out of the game, so I'm not sure.
And now, good night. The end of a perfect evening.
Oh my goodness, those force fields on the main stage.
I like the force field we saw earlier, dude. It was only like
Well, there's
6
that.
stalkers and 2 adepts, but it was still a beautiful, beautiful surround, dude.
Oh yeah.
Tuscany, can you make me swoon? I like the oboe, but I love the bassoon. Some Morricone would light a flambe.
Oh, True is here.
And I might wanna
I think
Hello, True.
Draven wanted him. I don't
Yeah,
blame
he
him.
wants,
teammates. Yeah, like I get it. I get it.
Yes, exactly. Anybody from Sidestone Draven wants to grab, which I'm absolutely okay with.
Yeah, if someone from X Just X was in here, you know we'd be muscling our way in there too. Well, I guess
I mean,
Jordan and them cast now, but you know what I
Yeah,
mean.
I'd be
like-
trying to muscle my way into a pilly cast myself as well,
Hell
but that's
yeah.
another story.
let's have a ball.
I still don't see a laser. Wait, who's Cyril
Come on,
playing?
Cyril will be playing. Let's see.
Xanster?
Cyril versus Arctur.
Oh damn, that one would be hype as hell too.
I like to see it. Is it shiny and black? What you got? Mister, baby, something real hot.
Brocktoss, what is up, dude? Nice to see you joining us. We are like 5 hours into the day so far, so getting a little tired, but we're still going at it pretty hard here. About to start the good stuff. All the players who called in have now joined us. Brocktoss says I called off work for this. Oh shit, do I need to go get a 6-pack,
wow.
dude? Are we drinking tonight, Brocktoss? But then I got drunk last night and slept in. That's okay, man. I slept in too. I woke up and checked my messages, and Cher's like, "Please wake up! It started 40 minutes ago." I was like, "Oh fuck!" So the first
We
thing
still
I do is
didn't-
run to Google,
even
do a
though-
time zone converter, and realize that he's right. Like, wah wah wah.
The really funny thing about that situation is, that sucks.
No one else
The
knew
funny thing
though.
about that is, nobody else had a game to cast. Like, Base
Yeah.
Trip was the only group that had a game to cast. Everybody else was like getting to the party, apparently.
Time zones are hard, man. I don't know, fucking time zones. I thought
I
woke up
guess.
at 5:30, all happy, like, yes, let's do this. 6 o'clock, man, and then it was already going on.
Rice Paper, thank you for the follow.
Okay, we got permission to start everything but Drogo. Where the fuck is he laser at?
I'll be your sugar daddy.
Who's his opponent? Let's go that angle then.
Yes, Mr. Dimitri.
Let's see.
Clarinet.
Laser plays against Lambo.
Lambo.
So I call it a ZVZ. Pretty funny.
Well, we could
Lambo's
go
not
the
here
Nurchio route
either.
if you want. So it's not a mirror. Nurchio versus Masa, is that? Or is it Euthermal?
It's versus Nocchio plays versus the winner of this series on the main stage.
Okay.
So it starts now. I'm gonna see if anybody called. Let's see.
I just ran through the list. Who are you curious about? I can tell you.
No, I'm just looking to see if anybody called it.
Oh. Only
Nobody has. Just trying
the Russian channel.
to- Yeah. I was looking to see who is TLO playing.
Who is he playing?
I don't actually see TLO in this list, so.
Yeah, he's in Group A.
Oh, there he is. He's just getting Group A. TLO versus sort of.
It's up to you, man. Nurchio versus
I would love to cast TLO also. And but I don't know. I'm trying to find out for sure. Haas is available as well for a game. Haas plays versus Bly. That could be fun.
I think someone called that already. Base trade.
Okay, base trade called Haas versus Bly. Just kidding.
I'm gonna ask TLO then.
Okay. Wow.
Alright, so Nurchio has to wait for Dimber to come off the stage, so that's gonna be a while. This was for TLO. Let's try to find a game. TLO's away right now.
Yeah, I saw that.
Snoot too. Who is Snoot?
Snoop plays Neeb, and that's being done by a Proxy
PG.
Tempest.
TLO's our only hope, dude.
Quincy is only over.
Well,
We haven't
yeah.
seen. Did you hear back from TLO? He's available.
Sort of, too.
All those souvenirs in my memory got me going down in strike. All those souvenirs in my memory got me ruining my soul.
I wonder where he laser.
Guess just not logged into a computer just yet.
All those souvenirs in my memory got me going down in strike. All those souvenirs in my memory got me ruining my soul. But if you tell me what I should be offering,
Who's Hearthstone playing? He's available, too.
Huston plays against Probe. Well, I would love a PvP as well.
but if you tell me
To be honest, I'm not particularly
what I should be
picky. A lot of the qualified and seeded players are not in chat yet. And that's what it boils down to, is they're trying to get all those guys rallied to their computers.
Yeah, I'm sure.
That was a good pup.
all the souvenirs in my memories got me ruining my soul. But if you tell me what I should be offering,
Live plays versus Haas, well, that's going to be amazing.
Yeah, there's some really, really good games right now. I'm glad that they're all getting picked up and they're not going uncasted. Like, you should be able to watch your favorite player right now. There's so many different
Exactly.
matches going on right now. I can't even keep track of who's available and who's already, like, been called dibs on, and, like, shit's getting crazy. But that's a good thing, not a bad thing.
Absolutely.
Hearthstone
I
said
just wish I
yeah.
could pick a fish in the chat. Huston said yes. Excellent. Huston versus Probe. Yeah, update the title to
Yeah.
say Huston versus Probe.
This
Yeah.
should be a good one.
Mm-hmm.
Damn. Shots fired, dude.
What's up?
Shots fired in general chat.
Pro versus noob. Oh. But who's he firing shots at though?
He's talking about Bly, dude.
He said pro versus noob, but
Yeah.
he didn't say who was pro versus noob.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, there's a few people still missing. Kellozer's missing. A Laser's missing. That's alright. There must be total chaos over it there. One of these days I want to go to one of these events just to watch what happens in the background. Like, from being on
Yeah, I
this
gotcha.
end, you can tell that it's just must be madness over there right now.
No, they're saying the admin's saying they haven't started. So, no, so the games that were missing players for just haven't started yet. It's not like they're on the way and stuff going on.
Oh shit. TLO just invited me out of the blue because it's a ZVZ. Let's just run with it, and hopefully we
Let's
can
just
get
run with it.
into another game afterwards, right? You know what I mean? Like, it's a ZVZ. It's a ZVZ, for Christ's sake. Let's tell them, boys. Keep it fast.
I'm gonna whisper Hearthstone and tell him what this we got an invite for.
Yeah, please, so it's not disrespectful to him. It was weird because he didn't say anything when I asked him, right? Like, there was no response, just an invite. So that was my bad. Apologize to Hearthstone for me. Laser's playing on ladder right now. You're killing me, you Laser. You're killing me. Let me know when you sent your message. They're waiting on us.
Go ahead.
Thank you for taking care of that, by the way. I feel bad now, but these guys didn't respond. Hopefully it'll just be a bloodbath ZVZ either way, and then we'll just jump straight into the next match.
Yes.
You Laser's still laddering. I don't know why that's so funny to me. Like, these guys are at a huge competition. The prize pulls
They gotta
thousands of
stay warm,
dollars.
man.
Yeah, and he's over there just laddering, like you do.
Right? I'm like, Cub, where are you at? I just lost my casters.
Was he cool with it or what? Did he understand?
Yeah, he's like show safe. He's show safe is what he said.
Okay. He's like, I'm coming for you. I'm gonna tank my account and smurf you all day when you stream next time. Sure.
Now, as awesome as that would be, I know where you're going with that. It would suck, but it'd be awesome anyway. Because in what other lifetime would I get to play against Hearthstone on ladder?
When you go pro,
I will
sure.
die a horrible death when I go pro. Well, I have to figure out PvP for that to happen.
Well, these guys are about to teach you. No, well, that's if we can get their match. Maybe they'll wait for us, but I don't want to ask.
Yeah.
Them, so maybe I'll learn something here though, as we will get a ZVZ from two people who are pretty solid at it. One who needs no introduction at all.
Game paused.
Oh god. Oh god.
Uh-oh.
Oh god. What's going on here? I don't.
Don't actually know. I'm assuming hotkey issue.
Yeah, I mean, every time they switch computers, it tends to happen. But no worries, I'll just play some music.
Yeah, TLO is only showing 58
TL
PM.
needs a couple seconds.
Like,
you
a
give
second
him a
in the
couple
game.
seconds.
Oh, he has no sound. He thought it was his stage.
Damn, how loud is it that he thought it was in his
He
headphones?
he thinks he needs to restart.
Alright, technical difficulty, guys. I guess TLO needs to restart either his game or the client, and then we'll jump back into this. Give us just a couple seconds.
Yeah, Drogo needs to restart as well. It's
Oh
like,
god, it's all
technical
going apart.
difficulties.
It's falling apart. No, shit happens. I do really want to go to one of these one time just to see the utter like madness going on in the background.
right? It's gotta be crazy as people trying to get done. Drogo needs someone to help him log in, help log in his account from where he is, so he's as he restarts.
Oh shit, do
Like,
they not
please
have
admin.
control of these accounts? It's just a temporary thing that all the
Yeah,
admins do? Oh, see that
Sometimes they give him access because
Oh.
Drogo doesn't have the code to log into his account,
Damn,
so they provided him with one for right now.
that's crazy. Alright, so TLO is just relogging and then we'll jump into this real quick. I'm pretty excited though.
He
Both
might
of
actually
these-
be restarting his computer though.
Yeah, it looks like it.
But we will be
He went
ready to
straight
go whenever
offline,
he gets
offline.
Yeah, he's like, okay, he's gonna have to restart his computer because the sound isn't worked. So we will be able to get into that series as soon as he is ready. Oh, excuse me. Ah, coffee's wearing off.
Harston's like, you should have stayed with us, man. You messed up.
Well, he's still waiting on his opponent too.
Yeah, that's true.
As much as I'd love to cast a PvP right now, this probe. As much as I'd love to cast a PvP, I still want to cast TLO because he is the doctor.
Yeah. The creativity is already overflowing right now, man. Let me.
It's literally over
while we have
9,000.
A couple seconds. Stall if they invite.
Okay.
Okay, he's back.
Excellent.
I love how no one ever has a problem remembering which guys were in there because the name is Turd Server, dude. Like, oh, I love it. Alright, let's do this.
It's gonna be great.
Alright, let's try this again. Hopefully he has sound this time. From Team Liquid, in the top left-hand corner, the most creative player ever, Dr. Dario himself, it is TLO. Thank you for streaming TLO. Why? Oh man, whenever I have this opportunity, I will always say yes. Don't thank me. Thank him for letting some nub-ass channel cast his game.
And spawning in the bottom right, our Blue Zerg, who is teamless and training in Korea. He is sort of
Call him by his nickname, dude. He earned it.
Mr. Mechanics.
Okay, you gotta drop it in.
I
on
was
the
saving
intro,
it for
dude.
later.
Oh, okay, my bad, my bad. I didn't mean to cramp your style, dude. I just thought we were going all in with the intros here, dude.
I got you.
I
got you.
But yeah, you were the only streaming TLO. Awesome, dude. We'll just follow him all the way through then, because I love him. But that's my Zerg bias coming through already. But
Right.
in this case, it doesn't matter because they're both Zerg. I got nothing but love for Mr. Mechanics too. I feel like he definitely earned that nickname, man.
For the first time that I'm aware of, we have a Skype group for casting the group stages of this. So we were able to coordinate who's casting what where. So we're able to not have people doubled up as long as their game's available.
Yeah, so far it's
So
been
it's
pretty
just
cordial
it's
in there. I thought
excellent.
it was going to be a bloodbath
Exactly.
with people just knife fighting to the death over games, but everyone's been pretty chill so far, so it's
Right?
been pretty cool. Plash82, thank you for the follow. But I'm pretty interested to see how this goes. Both these players, obviously no stranger to ZVZ, and both of them kind of have their own way of going about things or whatever. Like, I'm sure we'll have a lot of creative memes, but you know what I mean. TLO's kind of got his own certain style, and then sort of kind of does too, just playing extremely mechanically sound. So I'm pretty interested, and I honestly don't have like a personal favorite in this one, so I just want to see some really awesome ZVZ.
I definitely have a personal favorite. I am not an unbiased caster.
Oh,
but,
man. Well, keep it to yourself. No, I'm just kidding. I think it's
I
kind
am,
of obvious,
actually.
but it's not
I
too
kind
bad.
of am.
Okay.
Yeah,
Ego
pretty
Chamber
much.
is out though, so we're gonna have some pretty early aggression here from sort of.
He may be trying to stay on Ling Tech for longer. Like, he hasn't started his +1 speed yet. He's probably going to be going into +1 melee and then into speed.
Okay.
Oh, he's like, what? Oh, he skipped. Look at this. He's going straight to roaches.
Oh man.
No Ling speed at all. He's literally going straight to roaches. How fast can you get there? He's about to show us.
Oh jeez, this is pretty ridiculous.
Mr.
man.
Mechanics is trying to beat Mr. Creative.
Well, I told you guys we were probably going to see some crazy stuff because each one of these guys has like their own way of going about the game, but I didn't think it would get off this crazy to begin with. But we'll have to see if TLO is going to scout this or not. He has a couple of lings coming across the map. Speed is about halfway finished, so he should be able to get in there and identify this. The question is, will he be able to get in there and identify it in time, or are the roaches just going to steamroll? Because these are going to be really early, and given the gas bank, he's going to make them in number 2, so... will this stream be showing Neeb versus Snoot? I wish, man. I believe our
Neeb
friends
versus
over
Snoot
at
is on
Proxy Tempest. Twitch.tv/proxy_tempest, right?
Yes,
Okay.
that is correct.
Yeah. Go show them some love. They're a
TLO
great
gets
channel.
the full scout on the roach transition, so he knows what's up.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what his response to that is going to be. So far, he's still just continuing with the Ling pressure. He didn't cancel the third, which was surprising to me. I figured maybe that's where he'd choose to, get a little bit of income, is from cutting that buck and just flooding Lings. But he's going to choose to fight it, man. There's 7 roaches in production right now, too.
7 roaches in production, plenty of Lings as well. Ling's speed is already done for TLO, so he's going to have a much more mobile army, so he's going to be able to get in and punish sort of for opening his fast roach build. And because sort of is going for roaches, the slow roaches, sloaches, if you will, it's going to take a long time for them to get across the map. And TLO has a lot of damage potential.
Yep, absolutely. And he didn't get the +1 either, so he's going to choose to fight these without it. And in number, they should be able to trade somewhat well. I don't think these are going to live too much longer, though. But at least they'll be able to damage down the roaches and just buy him a little bit of time so he can get out his own roach warren, which is now almost completely up. He's laying on the gas as well. Still making a couple of Lings, though, just to try to help there and defend it. But he is making the correct moves to switch this out. Yeah, exactly. He's just trying to slow the clock a little bit and get some roaches out. So
14 more Lings about to pop. There's significant numbers of Lings for TLO. The problem is these roaches already have +1, so it's going to be very difficult for the Lings to take a favorable engagement. Yeah. But if he can catch them at the top of this ramp, he can probably choke them up and prevent them from getting anywhere.
Normally when you're fighting roaches with Lings, you want to be up and upgrade, not down and upgrade. Like, so this is a bit of an unfortunate position here, voice crack and all. It looks like he's going to go up the ramp and actually try to take this fight too. There was a good transfuse on the queen preventing it from going down. But I feel like Dr. Dario is in a little bit of an issue here now in how to clean this up. He has a lot of Lings, but no roaches just yet. He popped out a couple of them and there's one more in production, but he's going to need to pull everything in order to deal with this. A lot of roaches workers, wow, have fallen so far. I don't think we got Game Hard enabled, so sorry about that. The players were in control, but he will clean this up, though. How many workers went down during that?
Though. It's only a total of 3 workers were killed by Sort of.
That could have been a lot worse, I guess.
But the problem is, Sort of is way up in drones. He's only on 2 bases. He's just planted down his 3rd. But he and TLO both are already transitioning to Lair. Difference, though, is TLO is significantly, I guess, behind right now as far as upgrades and his worker count. He's 5 workers behind. He's only just getting his Evo chambers.
Yeah, but he's had that +3 for that 3rd base for quite a while. So I think as long as he can just avoid a push, he should be okay. He's also getting a layer up as well. So we'll have to see what his transition is going to be. But for now, it looks like he's just trying to be annoying and attack the. Yeah, exactly. Just be annoying, attack the 3rd. Keep sort of on this side of the map and not up in your natural, and you should be okay for a little while. He's getting +1 missiles too, so he will be going with that. Sort of, however, is already getting +2 though, so his upgrade advantage is going to swing way out of control here in this mid-game roach fight.
It definitely is, and we do see quite a bit of roaches on the way for TLO right now, as he wants to. I don't know if he's trying to put pressure on or just defend incoming pressure.
Yep, a lot of people coming in cheering for TLO. Let us know who you guys are rooting for. Surely there's a couple sort of fans in here. I'd like to see him win a couple just so we can get a game number 3. That'd be cool. But yeah, I'm not sure, man. I think TLO was able to just buy his time good enough. There's 9 roaches in production. His +1 is on the way. His speed is on the way too. As long as he can just hold on right here, I think he'll be okay. But sort of isn't out of it either. I mean, he's tied. He's ahead in workers now. He finally has that 3rd up and rolling too, and his upgrade advantage is huge. So I don't know how to call this one just yet.
I think Sort of is doing a very smart thing by turning around right now, not going ahead to try to kill TLO. He wants to wait until he gets that upgrade. He wants to wait until he's got roach speed. TLO's roach speed upgrade is actually going to finish right before Sort of's. So Sort of might find himself a little bit disadvantaged going into this next part of the fight. But he's going to have defender's advantage. He's going to have a little bit of an upgrade lead as well. And he may even have an army supply advantage going into this play, as TLO is 3 workers up, but about 20 army supply down.
Yep.
TLO trying to tech directly into the tech for infestors, trying to get his infestation pit down. To transition into that, maybe even wants to go into swarm host. I've seen him do that a little bit, but the problem he's got is he just doesn't quite have the army he needs to answer what Sort of can bring to bear.
Yeah, and I feel like by the time he does decide to balls up and poke into the base, he's gonna find himself overwhelmingly behind in upgrades, because that +2/2 is about to finish, And I don't think he's... Well, he can't know about that just yet because an Overlord hasn't gone in there. So, I mean, this Roach push from Sort of is about to be massive and extremely upgraded. So, we'll have to see if TLO is able to hold on here. I'm sure he probably will, knowing that it's him. But I don't know. That upgrade is going to be very, very significant here. He does have a couple Infestors coming out, as well as some Ravagers, too. He will have Defender's advantage, and he saw that this was coming. Hopefully he clicked on one and saw the upgrade disparity, but as long as he produces nothing but roaches, he should be alright. I don't think the Infestors will even be in play, though.
He's going to have a really good concave. The Infestors are going to be out, but they're not going to have any kind of upgrades. They're not going to have any way to actually...
Yep. What's up, KSB Media? Thanks for coming back, man. Alright, so Sort of is actually going to take this fight. He doesn't have quite the concave that TLO does.
Concave, though, is so good for TLO. Almost all of TLO's army fighting. A little bit of Sort of just kind of bunched up. He's going to take the fight head on, though. Sort of's army is just crushing through.
Yeah. That +2 missile attack is so strong right now, and this just kind of proved it. TLO had him completely concave, definitely had him set up, like, positionally to take that fight, but Sort of was just able to push through, even through Defender's advantage, just because he had that +2 missile attacks. Overwhelming now, and I think this will be the beginning of the end for TLO, as much as it hurts my heart to even say that. I'm not sure you hold on there, man. That was just too strong of an attack there. Very, very well played from Sort of. GG is called. Sort of will go up 1 point early on in this best of 3.
That was a really interesting build from Sort of, to be able to get that many roaches out that fast, have that kind of upgrade. I actually really like where he went with it.
Yeah, I thought surely that was going to be a +1 melee, that Ling Flood, you know, with the Banes following up behind it. Once the Roach upgrade came in, I was like, Jesus, all right. We're already off to some crazy stuff, but he made it stick, man. Once that +2 attacked and he stopped making drones and flooded Roaches, that's all he needed to do, so... hopefully we get the invite before they continue. Did you whisper him? Okay.
Yeah, I'm in, and I am inviting you.
Nice. Oh my god. TLO just sent me a friend request, guys. I have to run to Twitter. I'll be back in like 40 seconds, alright? I'm sorry, I just can't hang right now.
He probably meant to invite you. Feels bad, man.
Oh, damn it. He's gonna remove me? Like, oh, I don't want to be friends with Diamond. Sorry. You're right,
Ouch.
though. Okay,
I mean, accept by all means.
Oh, no, I already did, dude. You can't unmisclick that, TLO. You're gonna have to block me. But no, let's head into Odyssey, man. We'll have to see where this heads. Now that I have a new friend, I have to root for him, right? Just to get a game number 3, and then I'll go neutral again.
I really want TLO to make this a series. That'd be I love TLO. He does really crazy, cool things, but that actually feels like Sort of was in the creativity chair that game.
I mean, Sort of
completely skipped the Ling Bane phase.
Yeah.
Like, nope, not even going there.
That was
literally not going there.
Pretty awesome. I mean, we knew he was going to bring it, but I didn't think it would be with the crazy-ass Roach timing like that. So it was pretty cool to see, and it's very, very different from our first ZVZ that we had already. All right, our blue Zerg player currently currently up 1 point in this best of 3. Currently teamless, it is Sort of. He's hoping you whisper him what Sort of is doing. I know, right?
And spawning in the upper left, he is the good doctor. He is Liquid TLO.
I'm gonna get out of this game, and he will have already removed me from his friend list. Like, wah, wah, wah. Such a roller coaster emotional day, dude. The ups and downs were all over the place. No, I'm kidding. We'll have to see. But yeah, so what do you do if you're TLO? Like, surely if you're Sort of can't run the same build twice, right?
I would say you probably have to do a little bit better scouting. He scouted it early, but he almost like he just tried to build a bunch of Lings to counter before he transitioned into Roaches. I almost feel like he didn't throw his Roach War down fast enough. Even though he was going to be behind in upgrades, I also feel like he might have tried to tech too hard, since he spent a lot of money on Infestation.
Yeah, he was already on Infestors and stuff by the time
exactly.
it hit.
And just was 20 army supply behind, and then just kind of didn't get any further than there.
All right, so both players very, very mirrored this time around. It won't be anything... Well, I don't know. I say that a little early, I guess, but we'll have to see what they do once they start amassing a little bit of gas. Whether or not we get a repeat. That was really awesome. I'm going to try that in a ZVZ tonight. Watch, as soon as I move my Roaches out, the Lings are just going to flood both my bases and take everything out. Like, that's usually how mine goes. But having that +2 missile attacks was crazy that early on, man. You could tell TLO even thought he was going to hold there. Pulled the queens, got everything ready to hold. Even got a sick-ass concave going, and then the army just started melting. So, no.
At some point, he had to have clicked on the units and like, well, that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's when you look down and you're like, why is this happen? Oh. Oh, okay. I see. Because I'm down in upgrade. So, it's just one of those things, man. It doesn't rule him out for the series or anything. Damn, look at how tied up it is. This is scary.
When you get into this level of play, all the openers are so close knit.
Well, we'll have
So
to
just
see who breaks
more
away
or less
first.
becomes-
Yeah, so far we are very tied up so far.
Oh,
the first
we got one.
variation is a Baneling nest coming out from the creative one. Look at how creative that positioning is too. The way he put it behind the no, I'm just kidding, dude. I love how everyone tries to overhype his decisions like they're all groundbreaking and everything. It's almost become a meme now.
Well, the really funny thing is I actually prefer the position of the Baneling nest for sort of because it'll give him a pocket to hide his queen.
Yeah, I think that's the important thing, right? It's just making as many places as possible to defend from run bys. So,
yeah, exactly.
The thing is, this sort of third is about to be not only scouted but worked on, and he doesn't have any forces to come over here and defend it. So it's going to be canceled. Oh, he almost gets the drone away though. One hit away. Okay, so he loses his drone. On the other side of the map, he will send in to scout. Find out that there's not a third up just yet. Some Banes coming in for TLO.
Large number of Banes. I don't even think the sort of saw this. I think the Overlord was too far away before the Baneling started. But here come the Lynx. And this is going to be the part where sort of is going to have to be the one paying attention.
Well, he has his Baneling nest down, and he has safety Banes too, so he should be able to be okay as long as he can prevent some crazy worker losses. As I say that, I'm starting to pucker up a little bit. Those Banes coming in there, finding decent connects, but not, I think, game-ending ones that he was looking for. The Banes cleaned up the rest of the Lynx. That was handled very, very well from sort of.
Yeah, sort of doing a really good job protecting his drone lines, getting the Banelings in there to prevent the drones from going down. That said, TLO still killed 3 workers compared to the 2 that sort of has killed so far. But now sort of is on the counterattack, and it's up to TLO to stop this aggression.
Yep. So he's up in a small amount of workers. He has safety Banes, so he should be able to prevent this from just pushing through and ending the game. He's actually going to try to draw sort of a back across. Oh, okay. Whew. Whenever I see Banes out of the corner of my eye as a Zerg player, I always get all scared, even when I'm just casting and observing. It always makes me make weird noises. But I thought for sure there we were going to get some good connects there. TLO, of course, able to bypass him. He's not a diamond scrub like me. Oh, damn, that was an actual pretty decent connector. But now he has to face this. Oh, go ahead.
He actually traded a single Ling for a Baneling. TLO was trying to micro on the other side of the map, wasn't quite able to save the Baneling in his natural. He's going to get these queens, though. That's going to be a huge pickup. Actually, his Lynx reinforcing are able to save it, but TLO verifies there is a third base down.
Alright, so sort of on the other side of the map trying to get down TLO's third. TLO has a couple of safety Banes that might be able to defend it.
He
but
cancels it.
One of them gets killed on the way over and he's forced to cancel it. So now he has to pull all his defensive forces back to try to deal with this back at home. And still flooding Lings behind this too. Sort of has dropped back now and is trying to macro up on that third, but TLO is just straight Ling production. 16 still coming. Sort of has now switched to the Roach Warren though, so.
Yeah, we're still to the point of heavy aggression by sort of though. TLO has to stabilize somehow, but he is going to have such a hard time even getting a third base down right now. I'd almost like to see him take the gold base and attempt to compensate for that. TLO moving across the map, trying to find some damage though.
Yeah, I was going to say, it looks like instead he's just going to try to pull sort of back to his side of the base. Maybe if he can get over there and try to work on this third, that will help out a little bit. But sort of doesn't take the bait. Oh, okay. I was like, why is he pulling back all of his units? His Banes are being chased by Lynx. So this is going to pull him back to his side of the map, which I think is a great play for TLO. Give him a little bit of chance to at least get that third up, if nothing else. So he needed that. Sort of didn't see it just yet either, but he's got to know that it's coming.
Yeah, at this point, sort of is just trying to stay aggressive and buy time for his transition. At this point, he's 36 drones Roach all in, 12 on the way.
Damn.
TLO is not actually transitioned into the Roach game just yet. Watch out for those Banelings.
Yeah, that scared me there for a
very
second.
close to connecting.
So
Roaches
good at
are
pulling them
already
back
out,
there.
and he now knows they are coming. He's going to have to cancel these Banelings that are morphing.
All right, so TLO's response to that was to drop his own Roach Warren. Hopefully, he'll have the enough economy to push this. He's only been sitting on one gas for a very long time now, and as we said, sort of already has what 12 Roaches out on the field, headed across the map.
Moving across the map.
The
Yeah.
Lings don't have +1 yet. It's only halfway done, so they're going to take, unfavorable trades against these Roaches. This might be disastrous for TLO. I'm not going to roll him out because it's TLO, and doing this aggression on the other side of the map is a good way to go about things, but that's still a lot of Roaches headed across the map.
Really is. Third base is being pressured again. I don't know if TLO is going to have enough army to stop this. He's sitting at nearly half the army supply. And most of TLO's army is actually out on the map trying to counter.
All right, so here comes the final engagement. TLO has a couple of Banes here that might find some good connects. Sort of was able to pull back, and they unfortunately found a bunch of Roaches. Now TLO's on the back foot, I believe. He has a couple of Roaches coming into play here, 5, but I don't know if that's going to be enough to stop this. At least there's no crazy upgrade disparity like last time around, so with the Queens,
Yeah, it's going to be +1 moving into this, but the problem is these Banelings are going to push the Lings back so well. He does get a decent connection. Most of TLO's army is still in the form of Lings, and with the Banelings rushing in, he can't really do much about it. TLO pulling the drones, trying to keep them from being hit, but he does take down another 9 drones.
Yeah, the Bane Connect there was pretty phenomenal. We don't have Game Hard enabled, so I'm not quite sure how many it got, but it's pretty significant, considering there's now not enough forces to deal with the Roaches that are still up in TLO's natural here. So TLO's forced to pull all of his boys and try to fight workers with drones here. GG is called, and sort of will advance, or no, not advance, but go into the winners bracket, huh? All right.
Yeah, it goes to the winners bracket.
Damn, what a
It feels
crazy
bad
series.
for TLO, though, but that was a really good series.
Yeah, that was great. We'll have to see if we're able to find another match or if we can just follow him through his bracket. So give me just a second to see what's going on, guys. Thanks for tuning in. Oh, what up, Coach Z, by the way? Nice to see you, man. Thank you for playing in the tournament the other week. Is TLO still your friend? That's the important question. Yes! He didn't realize that he did it,
Yay!
guys. I'm secretly TLO's friend. All right, so yeah, guys. In all seriousness, let us just give us a couple seconds to. Oh, they just said do not start round 2 without my permission. Okay. Just
What that happen? What happened now?
they said don't start round 2 without permission. So let me try to figure out what's going on. 1 second.
Round 2 is going to be the winner's match, probably.
Yeah.
So he's just trying to be like, they need to find a game before they can carry on there. Now I'm going to try to possibly snag Probe versus Hearthstone for the middle of their series, maybe?
Is there a Spotify or YouTube playlist for your stream music? Yeah, I just rock Spotify playlist because then I can control it via my keyboard. I think this one's called Electro Swing 2017. Let me tab out real quick. Yeah, Electro Swing the Ultimate Playlist 2017. I don't know. It's just a lot of them are non-copyright, so we don't get any mutes on our VODs. Occasionally a song will come back, but most of the time we don't.
Yeah, its music is amazing, and again, not having copyright on it is great. Hearthstone is showing us offline, so that's weird. So let's see.
Hey, what up, Spaz? Nice to see you. Tariski, everyone that entered in the last Plat Diamond is coming out. Pretty awesome to see you guys. Thank
Feels
you
good.
for coming in and hanging out with us. On our big
Tribute
day.
Optimus 2-1.
Oh, shit.
That's nuts.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, so everyone has to hold in. Call someone quick. Who do you want to cast?
I want to jump in on one that's already in progress, if necessary. But at this point, I don't care. I'm not particularly picky. Like I said, all of the game's going to be really good. I
What
do
about
want to catch.
Elaser? I really wanted to jump in on him if we could at some point today. I've never casted Elaser.
Yeah, Laser Lambo is either going or hasn't started yet.
He's still laddering. They're like, dude, we can't pull him off ladder. He's in a nail biter. No.
That might be the
I'm
case.
surprised they don't
honestly.
have disqualification rules and stuff.
I don't know. I mean, obviously, if they tell them to stop playing, then they're going to tell them to stop. But
No, I don't think they're even waiting on him anymore. I didn't mean him specifically. I just meant it's surprising to me that they're allowed to ladder during one of these. But like
Well, yeah,
you said,
they're not gonna make them
nimble.
sitting on their hands. They gotta stay hot. They gotta stay warmed up. Now, let's see. I'm sitting here staring at chat,
Yeah, me too.
waiting for names I know.
They're waiting for second half of Group F and G. So that would be Elaser, Lambo, Cloudy, Jon Snow, and then True Hearthstone, Probe, and Optimus. Yeah, if you can get us into the Probe Hearthstone game mid-series, let's do it up, dude.
Yeah, I'm looking for it, but it's saying Hearthstone is offline, so I'm not sure. What's up? Glad we got to cast TLO, but that was less than ideal circumstances, I guess.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've been kind of favorable for TLO. It got a hand sort of. He played his ass off to do that, and both of his builds were so clean. Like, he earned the shit out of that series. It does suck for TLO though, for sure, but sort of played like a monster in my opinion. That was a great build, number one. But TLO's not out. He still gets to run through and play one more, right? If he wins,
yeah,
that,
he definitely does. He has to
yeah.
play. He'll play versus the loser of Neeb versus Snoot.
Oh shit! Can we get that?
I would imagine that we can try, but I couldn't guarantee anything because I know that Proxy Temp is just casting Snoot versus Neeb right now.
Oh, well, that's probably why they're not letting
still
us go yet, because the main stage needs another game, too.
Yeah.
Hearthstone is still in game.
Yeah.
Me and my friend TLO were just hanging out in general chat together. Just chilling. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm surprised he didn't find out and kick me off of there, dude. Who is this weird guy named Turd Zergler? What the fuck?
Well, that might be useful for future times when you cast these events, because like it automatically know where TLO is.
No, on my real account, like, not to say this isn't a real account, but like the actual Battle.net account, I'm trying to amass as many GMs on my friends list as possible, dude. I'm serious.
Right.
I'm starting to collect them like Pokemon now, just so for things like show matches, grudge matches. Like, I'm serious, dude. You laugh, but my friends list is getting shiny, dude. That shit is
It's
getting
the collection.
out,
It's the collection of players like Pokemon that makes me laugh. I've got a few North American GMs on my friends list. Very few European GMs. As the European GMs don't actually play here.
Thanks for the follow. So who's on the main stage right now?
That's a good question. Scarlet versus Petite Drago still.
Oh, damn.
I gotta say, Drago's been looking pretty good recently. Training in Korea.
All those guys are monsters.
Actually,
right
everybody
now.
training in Korea is pretty impressive.
Special was another player that I really wanted to cast today, if at all possible.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That'll be an amazing. Anything he plays should be amazing to catch.
We got to cast him during Yonkoping, and it was everything you imagined. He played like he's been living in Korea training for the past X amount of months. Do you guys know who's covering Lambo's games? Would be nice. Who's he playing, dude? I'll try to keep my eye out. Let me pull up the bracket.
Lambo, it was supposed to be Laser's opponent, and we don't even know
Come
that
on,
game.
in our defense, we were trying to get that going, but a Laser was laddering, and we couldn't find him, and then we got an invite to another game. If we're able to follow Lambo through the bracket, I'll keep him on the short list of people we're trying to get in on.
It's all the walls and towers at midnight. He's trying to go lost her name, but his home is still too far away.
I think we're being placed on an admin hold, though, for the main stage. One of the admins keeps saying that we're not allowed to start without permission, so everyone is just sitting here waiting at the moment. So it's going to be just a few more minutes.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just looking to see specifically people that are in game right now that are
Kalizer
going
would
to
be
pop out.
dope, too.
I think Kalizer finished his series with Hate Me, but I could be wrong. And I already know that Poke Bunny was casting that series.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they just updated Kalizer 2-0 over Hate Me.
It's all the walls and towers at midnight. He's trying to go lost her name, but his home is still too far away.
Y'all are all waiting, but if I can get in the game that's already in progress, I'm not waiting.
Yeah.
This admin is on point, though.
Yeah. They weren't doing this last time around.
Mm-hmm.
There must have been some issues, so they're being like a lot more stringent about
Yeah,
it this time
there were
around.
several games that they had to wait on to have something for the main stage because there just wasn't anything. But I much prefer the coordination going on right now.
Yeah. Okay, a lot of the players are coming back into the lobby now. Which
Yeah, I'm
leads me
watching.
to believe that things are about to kick off.
Got to kick off the next phase, yeah.
Cyril would be
Soon
nice
as
to
they can
cast
get
today
stuff.
too.
I would love to cast Cyril, but I'm assuming he's going to be grabbed really fast for the main stage. I just love how smoothly everything's going today. I mean, it's downtime show, but it's smooth. Pretty good so far. So I'm going to continue to stare at chat and try to find someone mid-series. And by someone, I mean Parson.
Yeah, exactly.
Because that series hasn't reported in yet. I've noticed every time that someone else pops up in the general chat, he repeats that message. Just to make sure everybody gets that information as soon as
Yeah,
possible.
like he wants that to be the last word, no matter what.
Exactly.
Put your hands up in the air and swing the night away. There's no need to be scared. Tonight we're all in red. Put your hands up in the air and swing the night away. There's no need to be scared. Tonight we're all in red.
Might be able to get into the middle of Stefano versus Iagas.
What?
Yeah.
Please?
Yes.
Oh, let me update the stream title. Stefano versus Aegas.
Yes.
This is my first time casting.
Iagas is
Stefano.
up one game. This is my first time casting Stefano as well. I have cast Iagas before, and it was brutal.
Well.
He actually is he was actually playing up against a diamond player in an open cup, and it was physically painful to watch for the diamond player.
Yeah, this is my first time casting Stefano, dude. This is a bit of a fanboy moment for me.
This is gonna be great. Gonna be great.
All right. Let me go ahead and pause the music. You said Iagas is currently up 1 point, right?
That is correct.
All right. The blue Zerg player in the top right-hand corner of the map. Coming at us from Meltdown, it is Stefano. Dude, I knew a team for once. Just once.
Right?
No, I'm kidding.
It's Stefano. I mean, I expect you to know him.
I know. It would have been embarrassing, like, hey, what team is he on?
And spawning in the bottom left, our red Terran player representing Australia and Root Gaming, he is Iagas.
I fucked up the zoom in. I apologize, guys. You deserve better than that, especially when it's Stefano playing. I feel like my sounds are really, really low, though, but no one's complained about it.
I forgot, he's actually teamless right now. He was part of the OSC Root conjunction, and they
so
recently
was he
separated
part
their
of the
partnership,
dissolve-
so he's actually... Yeah, he is part of OSC Root.
Oh, okay.
OSC is technically still taking care of them, but it's a little bit of a difference as far as how they're labeled.
Well, this is public knowledge, right? Like, this isn't not me spilling secrets or something. There was a Dank Shrine. They said that OSC was going to do its own thing and create a team. And
Yeah,
maybe
that's
some of the
public
players
knowledge.
are coming over. I'm not sure if Iagas is, but I'm not sure that these guys are going to remain teamless for that much longer. A lot of them, I feel like, already have stuff on the burner or whatever, but I'm not sure if he's included in that. I'm just saying, like, it's, you know, it's not the end of the world for a lot of these guys. They have some stuff already in the works, so hopefully he's part of that. And considering his recent results, right, you would think that he would be included in that conversation, or at least I would. Like, the dude's a monster and always has really good results, at least as long as I can remember. So
Yeah, one problem that Iagas has is a lot of the things that he's able to do build-wise have to be played at higher ping, so he doesn't have the same level of practice with direct control that a lot of the other players do, like especially in Korea. Connecting to Korea from Australia is like 200 plus ping, so
yeah,
a lot of the strategies you have to do cannot be the ones that are as micro-intensive for you to have the same success with, so you're just not as practiced with them.
you know, 3
So,
backstreet
a
bring
lot
the
of the
shit out of
builds are kinda
everyone when
special.
they're loading at like 3 frames per second and stuff. What?
It is not ideal.
Yeah, yeah, no, I hear
Stefano
you. I hear you.
actually, Stefano is getting a very fast spine crawler in his natural.
I want to know what happened
At
in
least he
game number
was.
1 to lead us to where Iagas is up a point.
You can't.
I wish we would have got it like a bit of a update or something of what happened, dude. Or at least the build
would've
or
been
something.
nice.
Yeah.
Okay, so we started a spine crawler and he changed his mind. I have no idea what's going on. Like, I do know that there's been no scouts so far across the map for Iagas. And these 4 Marines trying to camp the Overlord.
Yep.
Ling's not happy about that.
Yeah, they are not having it at all. A couple more links coming into play here too. Might be able to start pushing this back, at least save his Overlord, if nothing else. Now that the Barracks joins the fight, he would have had that high ground vision and would have been able to take it out. But Stefano's not going to allow that. The links clean up all the Marines, and now there's really nothing at home to defend this. There's a couple Hellions coming out, so this isn't going to find too much more damage, but just cleaning up the Marines, I guess, is already pretty good.
It's definitely different to see one of the Reapers, not one of the Reapers, one of the buildings lifted to fly out to see for the Overlord so the Marines could kill it, but somehow that unblocking the wall. Rip.
Yeah. All right, so Stefano already has a third up and running. It should be starting to get saturated here too because the natural is already good to go. His macro is always phenomenal, but I feel like to even call it out at this point just seems redundant because that's kind of like what he's known for. But it is pretty crazy to see it happen firsthand. As I said, this is my first time casting him. He has a bunch of queens out here as well as some creep spread going too, so I don't think these Hellions will be able to find too much damage. Maybe if they get here quick, but I mean 12 lings are about to pop any second.
He's pretty well walled
Closing
in
up
at
that
this
wall,
point.
yeah, that helps out immensely too. So Coach
He
G
does
says-
force some mining off.
Yeah, the downtime is nice because I can do some work. Yeah, I keep forgetting that a lot of people are at work right now, so maybe they do enjoy the downtime, but we as casters do not. But yeah, the Hellions are going to be pushed away for the most part with just Lings and Queens here. I don't think they're going to find too much damage. But behind this, he's dropping a third. He's switching up his production to a pretty bio-heavy play, as well as getting a Raven out too, so... Alright, I mean, that's a
Raven's
pretty
really
weird...
good.
Yeah, that's a pretty weird transition. That's maybe not standard. But if you can get over there with that auto turret harass, you can get, what, 7 drones pretty much instantly? No, that's Zerg's
Now, they
fault,
nerfed it, but it does deny 10 seconds worth of mining. Now, we do have this medevac coming in toward the natural base, while the Hellions are buying time at the front. Most of them are going to go down, but they should be able to trade out with some of the links fairly well. A little bit of fancy micro from Stefano, making sure those lings just don't go down. Mines burrow in the third base.
Oh, shit. I
Only
missed it.
get one connection.
I
Another
missed it.
mine going into the natural. Will burrow and maybe get a little better. He's actually going to... Oh my goodness,
Damn,
Stefano with the
that
plays.
was so slick, dude. I'm gonna remember that and try to do it, and then just end up losing all my mineral line because I was trying to build the spore. That was pretty badass, though, man. Able to save that drone, and like I said, he's just macroing up like a monster behind this. The second is already fully saturated. The third is damn near half saturated. He's about to jump on an insane amount of gas, so he's gonna tech up to his roaches any second here. Plus one already coming into a play too. On the Terran side of things, we're still going pretty bio heavy. Still with the Ravens though. So more than one, pretty interesting play there.
Ravens are just so efficient for harass. I'd like to see how he wants to put it into play. He's going to be circling around to the back of the third base, trying to avoid overlords and creep spread at the moment. So if he can get in there without being spotted, he'll be in a really good spot.
Yeah.
But I'm not entirely sure how much damage he can really do versus someone like Stefano, who is absolutely on top of their pull game.
Yep. All right, so the auto turret comes down. Stefano pulls
Gets one.
really, really good. His pull game is pretty sick. I just want to say pull game again. All right, so the auto turret could have been a lot better, I guess. Like, it only got, what, 1 probe? I don't think Game Hard is
It got
enabled.
one, but it
Oh,
denied
maybe
10
that's why.
seconds of mining, which is pretty impressive still.
Yep. All right, so the layer's about to finish up. I guess he's just going to go with Hydras, huh? I was expecting Roaches by now, but as they're pointing out in chat, he's just going to rock Lean Hydra. We've been
Yeah,
seeing
he's
it
getting
so
a
much more
mainling
today.
nest already too, so he may just be going straight to that. If he actually can focus fire some of these drones, there he goes. He still only gets 1, but he gets a lot of damage on that queen. But Stefano knows exactly how long those things last. You see how he's rallying units back into the gases.
By the
and
time it
mineral
dies?
lines.
Yeah,
As the thing
yeah.
dies, it may make contact. It's really good time, really well timed out for Stefano.
Every time we catch GMs, it's so sick when they do small things like that. And sometimes they even go unnoticed. I don't even catch them half the time. But when you're able to see small things like that, it is pretty cool. Aeg is gearing up for a pretty strong aggression here. He has a couple tanks sieged out, a lot of bio too. He has enough medevacs now to make this pretty mobile. Two more medevacs joining the fight. Stefano, though, as we were talking about before, look at this macro. He's already creeped all the way out to the 4th. The 3rd is completely saturated by now. Jesus, and he'll have Hydras
He's
any
literally
minute now,
creeped
as well
halfway
as
across
main
the
speed.
map. Waiting for this next round of production before he pushes forward, give him a second medevac. This auto turret actually dropping in, not getting too many more drone kills, but he is on 5 kills total. Large creep spread clearing force moving toward the middle of the map. They will deny another overlord supply blocking Stefano temporarily, and let's see how his focus fire is on these guys. He actually is going to load up.
Damn, that was a hot
Loses
pickup,
a few-
dude.
Loses a few of his Marines, but he loads up the 16 that were there. Loading out with another 8 ready to go. Looks like he's going to pull his tanks forward as well. Start sieging forward, trying to deny some map presence for the Zerg, starting to pressure that 4th base. If you allow the Zerg to mine on a 4th base for any extended period of time, you're going to have it be in a real bad way.
All right, so
Transfuses are
Aegis
good,
comes
though.
down the ramp, and he's going to try to attack this. Stefano knows about that, though. I haven't seen Bane speed come in just yet. I thought it was already finished, but it's just now
Yeah, it's
being
on the
produced.
way.
He's
It's
playing
on the
very
way.
patient, though. He's going to pull back and try to defend this gold base, and I'd really start to like his position. He hasn't been able to sneak out any workers, though. It's still tied up completely 71 to 72, so damn near tied up now. If Aegis is able to get a 4th base up, I'll like his position, but he's trying to attack before it comes to that, as the siege tanks now join the fight. And now begins the sort of leapfrog or whatever into this gold base. And let's see his upgrades. He's on 2-2. I think Stem is already done, so this should be
Yeah,
able to find a
Stem's
little
done.
bit of damage before Bane speed is done.
Unfortunately, Ag is not one to forget his combat shields. These Banes start to get melted down. Focus fire from the Marines is really good. As the Hydralisks begin to come into play, though, it could be a very precarious issue for these Marines to stay and fight. Hydralisks outrange Marines, so being able to pick off medevacs will be a big deal for these Marines. For the Hydras, rather.
Yeah, Stefano's playing this
Continuing to
extremely patient, just waiting for this huge round of reinforcements to come before he pops this. Also, Bane speed just now finishing up. 30 Lings were in production and just came, so if he can get even a little bit of those into Banes, he might be able to take this fight better. As I say that, though, he comes in for the ending engagement, bringing the Hydras forward and getting a huge concave on all this bio. Starts to completely melt it, and now he gets to start working on these tanks up on the high ground. By that time, though, Aegus already had reinforcements in the way of a lot of bio and medevacs up top, so both players being a little patient there. But Stefano just cleaned up a lot of Terran.
He really did. His 2-2 kicked in just in time for that major engagement. There's still Lurkers being taken down in the back of this base. This Raven's sitting on only 5 kills still, so just a few more weakened units.
Damn, what a crazy-ass engagement, man. I wasn't sure if he was going to be able to break that, but just with enough Hydras, he was able to be patient enough for those reinforcements to kick in and just push through there. But this second engagement is going to be a little different now that there's a couple more siege tanks, too. Plus that +2 is already finished.
Oh my goodness.
Aegus is already on +3 by now. Did I miss a lot of drones being melted?
There are 2 Ravens right now. Where's the second one? Okay, so this one over here has 14. So one has 5, the other has 14. 5 more drones just went down. Due to double drop Raven harass.
Yeah, it's back here in the natural, and then there's one out at the third too, so talk about the multi-prong. Meanwhile, he's still just producing tanks. He's getting Liberators to add to this as well, and +3 is about to finish, so this push is going to be insanely strong for Aegus with all these siege units. But Stefano should have enough to deal with it in the way of Hydras. There's quite a number out now, and Banelings too. He's starting to make a few more of them. +1 coming in too.
One thing you're going to have to look at right now, though, is how much creep spread there is. I'm not sure there are enough orbital commands to keep scanning this creep down. Okay, actually there are.
It is pretty ridiculous.
Natural is full.
It's already
Natural is
touching
full
his
of energy,
ports, pretty much, dude.
Yeah, exactly. He can't even move forward. He just wants to be able to take another base, fam. Just can't do it. Can't seem to do it. But actually, Stefano, known for his ability to outposition an army, is going to be attacking from 2 fronts. The siege tanks are more or less naked, and they're going to start getting focus fire down very easily, and my computer just started lagging.
Oh, yeah,
I would imagine. Actually a little bit caught out.
Stefano setting up a huge multi-prong engagement there. The Hydra's taking all the tanks off guard in the back, cleaning up a majority of them, and then hitting up front with that Ling, Bane, Hydra force, and melting the rest of the bio. And now there's not much in terms of supply here for Aegus, or at least not compared to when we started that engagement. He's still up in supply, or at least he was until that fat round of ultras there. But I think that was a really good engagement for Stefano. They're setting up the multi-prong at exactly the same time. Had those siege forces been able to set up, that would have went, you know, much different there. That was really an unfortunate siege. Yeah, I agree, Turisky.
It's a really big deal about getting a good angle on your opponent when you have siege tanks rolling in, because you have to have, for one, you got to deny the creeper units so they don't have that kind of mobility. You saw how fast the Hydras were able to get up on the side of those siege tanks. But right now, 5 Ultralisks, +1 attack for the Ultralisks, only just starting. But there's now +3 armor and chitinous close to completion. 5 Ultralisks, 4 Ultralisks on the map, 5th on the rat pop, and 3 Vipers on the way. So the siege tanks are suddenly going to be non-issue.
Yeah, well, a couple siege tanks planted up on the high ground. I really like that position, but they're only good enough if Aegus can bait Stefano back into him. I don't think Stefano's going to allow that to happen. As you said earlier, his positioning is phenomenal. He's even going to sacrifice his 4th, knowing that it's almost just a lost cause at this point, given the amount of siege forces available. He's going to drop back and wait for chitin. Well, he's waiting for chitinous plating. It's going to be finished in 6 seconds, literally. I'd imagine he's going to try to take this multi-prong at that point, probably split up these forces, and that might be able to push this back. But in the meantime, there's still just a bunch of siege forces coming across. 4 Liberators in production, 2 tanks in production. I don't know how to call this just yet. If Aegus can contain him, it's going to be really problematic here for Stefano. But I mean, Stefano might not let that happen. As I say that, though, a huge engagement coming in. A bunch of ultras coming down the main ramp as the huge force comes in through the gold ramp. A lot of it gets cleaned up in the back, and now there's just
a moving Vipers.
Oh no!
No! All 3 Vipers just got chewed up.
Damn.
He had it with his main. He unfortunately got them in with his main army hotkey and just lost a bunch of them. And Aegus is actually going to clean this up.
Oh yeah,
Maybe a little bit of an overextension. Stefano thought he'd kill him, but he didn't get the blinding clouds down on the tanks. He's taking a lot of tank fire from these tanks.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that's what it came down to.
efficiency.
He had this around. He had the units to take that. Unfortunately, the Aegis was just too good with the focus firing of all those Vipers. Once those came down, he lost his ability to do the blinding cloud or anything else that he wanted. So that fight went a little bit like unfavored towards him, I feel. And now, how do you catch up from this? It's 184 supply to 44. So to the Todd soundboard or whatever.
If he can get infestors out, he could fungal the Marines down, fungal down the bio, and then all of a sudden he just he moves his Ultralisks into it. Blinding clouds are really going to be useful though, because you put it on top of the tanks and suddenly there's no anti-armor splash, and that's a huge thing that helped against the Ultralisks. Is when the Ultralisks were on top of the tanks, they were all taking a ton of damage. But here comes another big attack into this. Liberators begin to be focus fired down. A little bit of a multi-prong attack from Stefano trying to get on top of this army, but the siege tanks are doing a really good job of these
even with
Ultralisks and Hydralisks burning everything down. The Bio's able to finish off the Ultralisk count. Then Aegis with almost double the army supply.
Yeah, even with Kindness plating, Aegis was able to focus fire down all of those Ultras. With all that splash damage going on from the tanks too, it was pretty easy to do, or at least it looked easy. I'm sure it's a lot harder if you have to play through it, but you know what I'm saying. Like, he melted those Ultras rather fast, and then there was only a couple Hydras left in between him and I guess his path to victory. So I wouldn't say it's over just yet, but it's already 182 to 122. Plus he's up in upgrades now, +3 to 2. So I don't know. I'm really liking his position here. And on top of that, Stefano's starting to mine out a little bit. He only has one base at this point that's worth, actually mining. The rest of them are still trying to recover. Oh, okay, sorry, I take that back. He has 2. The third base and that 4th base. But still, though, I mean, that's not enough economy, dude.
Not nearly enough. Not when you're trying to support this kind of a high-tech army. He's more or less hoping that his Ultralisks can carry the day. And if he could just get blinding clouds in these tanks, then he's actually going to be in a really good spot to take this fight. But here comes a massive crash, and Banelink's connections are good. But the
blinding cloud was solid too.
Vipers aren't getting these tanks, though. They got a lot of the bio, but not any of the tanks. And he's lost so many resources in this game. I mean, honestly, he's keeping up fairly with the Terran, but the Terran's income is what gets me. He's mining 1,500 resources more than Stefano right now. He's starving out the Zerg.
Yep. Stefano even coming with the plays, trying to jack out a Liberator and just focus firing it down, which was pretty slick, don't get me wrong, but it's just not enough at this point. So he's going to try to come back with his Viper, get a little bit more energy for these blinding clouds, and he's surely going to need them once Aegis decides to go on the attack. Behind this, Aegis already has a satellite base out that should be able to get mining here in a minute. Stefano's pretty much on this base, and, well, the third is already gone. There's one more patch left. The Natural has a few patches, but I mean, it's hurting as well. So I feel like he's almost on a timer now where he needs to trade a bit more efficiently, or his economy is just going to be non-existent. So
he really is. At this point, though, they're trading so efficiently, but Aegis has not been denied any mining at all in the entire game. Stefano has not once been able to move across the map to counter, and that's what you really have to do in this time.
Oh my god, dude. He was able to surge forward there and started working on all these, because of Kindness, he was able to take a few favorable trades there, but then the focus firing kicked in. The Ultra started melting. There's still a bunch of Liberators just wreaking havoc on him. I'm not quite sure you can recover from this, man. Oh, as I say that.
Aegis does take the game and the series 2-0.
Very well played. Very well played from Aegis. To answer the question in chat, that was the first best of 3. Stefano isn't exactly out of it or anything. He just has to go down to the losers bracket now and has a chance to play his way out from there. So if you're a huge Stefano fan, no worries. You just got to follow him to maybe another channel. We might take it up. But yeah, just a couple seconds and we'll jump into round 2 of group 3.
Oh, we will eventually. They're still not allowing it to start just yet. Let me see. Hearthstone versus Probe. Did finish. Probe 2-0'd. Probe 2-0'd Hearthstone. Just when I thought he was going to be the underdog in that matchup. 2-0? I already whispered it. But we have to wait before we can cast it, so I'm trying to definitely jump into that one. I definitely want to cast Tree versus Probe.
Oh, is that a round 2 though?
That is a round 2, yes.
Oh. Well, I think
see. Haas just beat Bly with mass charge lot. What?
Oh man. Let's take the Neeb game, dude. Neeb.
I'd be okay with that.
Who's he playing? Let's whisper him. Oh, he's not even on. Find out who his
He's not
opponent
even.
is. We'll
He's
hit up
not
his
even
opponent.
reporting yet. Nydus versus Snood is not even reported yet, and he's going to be playing versus sort of.
Oh, I'm trying to get in on that game actually. You think that'll be main stage? That might be main stage.
That might be a main stage game.
Oof, okay. We'll try to get who we can, guys. They're holding all round 2 games right now until I'd imagine the main stage is done, right?
Yeah, but the problem is they've had some serious technical difficulties. Drogo did win game number 1 over Scarlet.
Okay. Damn, I want to get any laser versus Jon Snow.
The Laser did 2-0 Lambo. Jon Snow 2-0'd Cloudy. Wow. NA Zerg, man. Actually, it wasn't NA Zerg. He was actually a German Zerg, but I don't know. Jon Snow 2-0 is NA Zerg, but then he has to play against a
Wait,
EU
who's
Zerg.
Kella playing? I'm only interested in trying to find another match right now because I don't want to.
Kella's trying to load
Because
it back.
they're already calling matches and stuff. We just can't start them just yet, but we can find one for sure.
The only person I've seen try to call anything is Emil just now.
I'm calling the Neeb game then.
But Neeb versus Snood is still going. Like the first round is still going.
No, yeah, I see what you're saying.
And Proxy Tempest has that one. So they might actually continue on with it.
Special has mainstream, the rest can start. Who's Special playing?
Dandem 123SS. Far as I know, Neeb is still being streamed on Proxy
Yeah, no,
Tempest.
we can find a match now. They just gave us permission. So the only
Yeah, I
thing...
know. I was
so
just
who's,
someone asked when Neeb was.
who's Kellizer playing though? Shit.
I'm trying
Pokebunny
to
just
find
grabbed
out.
you thermal versus Inertio.
I know. I gotta refresh bracket. Let's see, I want Probe versus True.
Yeah, but I think Draven already called it though, is what I'm saying.
I didn't see him call it. I'm trying to message him and see if he was getting it. Look what I got. Hope he says up, sorry, leave. Rip.
Probe versus True?
Yeah, Rip, he's kicking us out. He's actually trying to invite Draven.
Yeah.
Because I stone team. Well, I was close.
Alright, we need to find a different game then. Let's see.
Let's see. You can
Who's
do
Kellizer
the
playing?
casting. Kelazer's playing Iagas. TVZ. Or TVT rather. Drogo just beat Scarlet 2-0.
So who's she playing now?
I'm looking to see. We'll be waiting on her for a little while as she's going back to the back area.
Oh, then we just need to go pick someone else. Then maybe Stefano? Let me see who's he's playing now.
Yeah, she's gonna play versus Cham in a ZVZ.
So
I'm
Stefano versus
looking
Hate Me?
for Stefano versus Hate Me. That's also a ZVZ. That might be a fun one. But I think Stefano probably wins that game.
Who's Thermal playing? I see him hanging out in here too.
Poke Bunny called that one. Oh, shit. At this point, we only have a few rounds going at a time, so it's harder to get into one.
Well, we
Denver
can take-
versus Masa,
Ooh,
maybe.
that would be nice.
Gauntlet might be trying to get into that one because Masa, but I'm looking to see. Okay, currently no English caster for them.
For who?
Denver versus Masa.
Let's do it.
And then Denver's gonna invite us when he's ready. And that's gonna be a TVZ.
Denver versus Damn, I wanted to cast Laser today. I'm sad that one fell through. Shit happens though.
Understood.
No worries.
But we do have a game whenever they are through with their vetoes and ready to invite. Pretty impressive though. I mean, I know that Drogo has really good PVZ. I didn't expect him to 2-0 Scarlet.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. I feel like there were a few upsets today.
Yeah, so definitely the first one that comes to my mind is Mana.
Yeah.
And they created with Game Heart.
Oh, look at these professionals. Man.
So this is again the losers semifinal to qualify the winner of this versus the
Fucking
loser
Starcraft.
of the winners next round. So Euthermal versus Nochio is in this bracket. The loser will go on to play the winner of this, and then
Oh,
the
man.
winner of that match will go on.
Is it only Group 3 that we're casting today? It ends after that? Or do we go to another day, or like another group stage after that? I'm not quite sure where today ends, actually.
No, today ends at the end of Group 3.
Okay, just making sure. Alright, so let's head into this then. Our red Terran player in the bottom right-hand corner of the map. I should know the team, but I do not. It is...
Elevate.
From Team Elevate. Here's the encyclopedia for this. I love it.
And in the top left, our blue Zerg representing Romandy Gaming, he is Denver. And I actually may have to double check Massa because he was Elevate.
Okay, yeah, I want to make sure we're
He might
using the
actually be
right-
True Esport now.
Okay.
No, he's actually still Elevate. Just
Okay,
kidding.
okay.
I was like, I wasn't sure because there's so many people that recently have changed teams. I didn't know what I was looking at yet. So,
Yeah, I just
Don't
want to make sure
double-check it.
we were, giving credit where credit is due. That's all. So,
yes.
Good to know that you were correct. Thank you for that. I don't even have it pulled up. Like I said, if I try to tab out and look these things up, my whole stream locks up. So I tried to avoid that as much as
I gotcha.
possible. So, oh shit, 2 barracks already, my friend. Oh, we're gonna have to see if a third one comes down. It almost has
Yeah,
to at
third
this
one will
point,
start.
right?
Third one should start after the first one starts.
Yeah.
So that's the timing on it. So I'm assuming it's just for posterity's sake. I'm assuming it's just 3x.
Oh, it has to be, right? Like, I mean, we kind of figured already, but
I mean, what else will you do if you're already getting 2?
yeah.
So yep, it's 3x Reaper. So it is in fact going to be that build.
All right.
And it's just a matter of if Denver can hold it without taking too much damage. The problem is this opener is such a strong opener.
well, we've seen it
and,
win today, and we've seen it lose, so it's gone both ways on the Nydus alone today. So we saw it get smacked away pretty cleanly with just a few roaches earlier throughout the day, and then we also seen it completely win a game pretty much. So it's just going to have to be about how Denver is able to defend it once it's scouted. Even he doesn't even know about it just yet. He's about to find out though once this Overlord gets up into the main or the natural. Sorry.
Yeah, as soon as he sees this information, he should know what's coming. As soon as he sees the wall at the front.
Shit, that second
And,
Reaper is pretty much enough to let him know.
Yeah, it really is. And we have Lings already trying to move across the map to deal with the expansion. But because it's a 3x Reaper, the expansion is going to be quite delayed.
Yeah, there's kind of like 2 camps of how you're supposed to deal with this. On one side is a shitload of queens, wait for Ling speed, play patient, never go off creep, and then another way is to just instantly drop a Roach Warren. So it looks like he's kind of in the Ling Queen camp for now. I haven't seen Roach Warrens come down, but I don't know. I think with the control of a GM, you can probably hold it like that. I tried to go for a Roach Warren if I can make it there. Sometimes I died before it even happens, to be honest, but such a crazy build.
I think that because he went pool first, the Ling Queen strategy is more viable than going virtual, personally.
Yeah.
Well, not necessarily more viable than, but it is viable. Speed finishes 2 Leapers.
That was pretty
picked
nice.
Off immediately.
Getting wrecked
was
by the
absolutely
surround,
necessary.
dude.
Absolutely necessary. That gives resources lost 200 for Massa versus a 75 of Denver. He's only killed 3 Lings.
Damn, how many drones? Oh, these guys enabled Game Heart. God, I love these guys. All right, so we're still on
No
0
weapon
drones
kills.
too. Yeah.
Yeah, all the Reapers came home because of the number of Lings available on the map right now. They know he's about to be counterattacked, and he's got to be able to defend his base.
All right, so now we got 13 Lings versus 6 Reapers. A couple more about to pop out, so he might be able to defend this off the back of some pretty strong grenades, but it represents such a strong threat that he has to stay on his side of the map and is pretty much unable to move out right now. So that's why he's just kind of hanging out with his Reapers, which is never where you want to be. If you're going to commit this much to Reapers, you want to be across the map trying to get damage with them, because they, I don't want to say a window, but they almost have like an expiration date where they become less useful throughout a game. So
This is the hard commit to Reapers as well. He's getting 2 more barracks, not a factory, so he's just going
Damn.
to keep making Reapers.
yep, he is going full future with it. No, I'm kidding, but it's an inside joke if you were watching the stream later, I guess. But yeah, he is definitely going to go that route with it. Massa though, or sorry,
Reasonably sure you could call it full NA though.
I love it. I love it. All right, so we'll have to see, man. Starting to work on this creep spread. Still, as you said, just nothing but Reapers being made. 5 at a time now, so pretty significant amount. There are a bunch of
Like
queens
that's
though and
a
a
lot
bunch
of
of Lings. If he can get this around, but trying to get it, it's kind of deadly with all.
There get to be this many grenades, it's become such an issue. The control out of Denver is really good though. He so far hasn't really lost all that many Lings.
Yeah, he's being
He's
really
only
patient.
lost 10 Lings.
Being patient, staying on creep, trying to get his creep spread going. Already connected up his natural to his third.
7 Lings,
so.
sorry.
Look at how many Reapers that is, though, dude. It's so crazy.
And he's making them 5 at a time, so that number's not gonna get any smaller.
Yeah, 17 out on the map so far against 31 Lings, so he needs to be really, really careful about the grenades here. You misstep or misclick or whatever you want to call it just a few times here, and you pretty much don't have an army left.
That's correct. He's actually doing more damage to himself to the Lings with those grenades right now, but he's getting in here finally to get a lot of drone kills. Reapers are able to get a decent angle though to get behind him, start working on some of these Reapers, but he's trading a lot of the Lings. And
Damn,
11
all
drones
of the
have fallen.
Lings.
Denver just taps out. He did not expect that kind of a transition, which is one reason that it works.
Yeah, we'll have to see, man. Roaches maybe next time, or I don't know. Oh shit, I have your camera broken. I'm sorry. Let me pull that up. There we go.
I would say probably depends on what he scouts. Like, he just scouted the Reapers, but he anticipated the transition. Like, most Terrans will make 9 or 10 Reapers, 12 Reapers, whatever, and transition to a normal bio game. And he just never transitioned. Just
Damn.
kept making Reapers.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like Haas and his oracles. It's not broke. Don't fix it.
Neeb's about to play TLO. What a game.
Oh wow. That means it's Snoot won.
Oh yeah, holy shit.
That's always a
So who
fun
does
match.
Snoot go on to play then? Oh, that game will have already be
Snoot's-
started by
Snoot's
the
done.
time we get out. Yeah.
Snoot's done. He's moved out in the winning spot. He's already advanced, I think.
Yeah, we're
Wait,
wrapping
no,
up
he plays-
the day, I believe.
Plays. No, he doesn't advance yet. He plays against the winner of whoever else is in his bracket, which is sort of. He plays against Snoot plays against sort of. Neeb plays TLO, and then Neeb has to play against either Snoot or sort of whoever loses that.
Damn. So let's try to get in on that game.
I'm pretty sure Proxy Tempest is going to follow that one out. We'll see.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they did. Yeah, they're following Neeb's games. They're casting Neeb versus TLO now.
Okay.
So now we know.
All right, we will just hang out and hope we get an invite. Whisper him or get me in the party.
Yeah, I gotta get you added. That's like, what's going on?
Please don't make him solo cast this.
Denver was like, there's 2 casters, right? Good stuff. Denver is on top of things. He's like, wait, there are 2 casters. Where are they? My bad. My bad, fam.
Blood boil. The last time we cast this map in a WCS setting, right? Pretty much.
Oh yeah, I'm okay with this.
Yeah, me too,
I mean,
man. It's not really my favorite in the grand scheme of things. All right, so let me go ahead and put a point on the board for our red Terran player. In the bottom right-hand corner of the map, it is Masa.
and in the upper left for Roman D Gaming, he is Denver.
Damn, so I couldn't imagine how paranoid he is right now. You just got 3 racks Reaper, now you're down 1 point. Now you got to be worrying, like, well, what, is it just going to happen again? Like, is this a repeat, or is he going to switch things up? I would be so worried right now. I'd probably, like, drone scout or something just to figure out what the hell is coming across the map.
I think it's too soon to tell. The fact that he hasn't already started a second barracks is a pretty good sign. But it looks like he's going to start a second one, so scratch that.
Yep. All right, we already have a spawning pool down too.
Yep.
So
There you go, second barracks on the way. So this really depends on if Denver's able to scout it. Simply because if you don't scout this and he goes ham on the Reapers again, you probably could just die.
yeah, this is a really, really good map for it because you can jump up and down in 2 different places, the back and the front too. So it makes things a little bit more, like, I don't know, hard to contain or whatever. So because of that, I feel like they're going to be really, really strong on this map. Same thing as drops. Like, they're really good to do drops on this map. So I would imagine that Dimmer needs to figure this out and then maybe try the roach thing. I would never tell a GM player how to defend something, but it didn't feel like the Lings were able to do it that time around. We saw it so cleanly defended with roaches earlier. I'm at least going to try to hold it with roaches now. I'm a believer. Sure, they changed me. I'll just die with the roach warren coming out still. Like, I don't know. So it's now down to Denver, like you said. He needs to identify this as early as possible and then have an answer for it. It's going to be a while before he even knows about it because of the length of this map. So I don't think he even had vision of that first Reaper coming across. So this first one might look a little delayed but normal, and he won't know about it till even later, which is just devastating.
Oh my goodness, there's a bunker coming up in the natural.
Oh shit, did it get scouted
And
either?
the
Nope.
Lings did not see it.
Damn.
Lings did not see it. This is going to be so awkward. So this is not just a Reaper rush. This is, I'm building a barracks, a bunker in your natural.
What a dirty, dirty build, man. And there's already plenty of Reapers to jump right in that thing by the time it finishes up, too. So, oh, man, and it still looks like there's only 1 barracks. What a crazy build this is. Kaye,
Yeah, he's
thank
gonna
you for
get
joining
there.
us, man. What up?
Denver
right.
now sees that bunker.
How pissed would you be,
Yeah, no,
dude?
second
Like,
one.
damn it, man. First I have to deal with 3 racks Reaper, and now I have to deal with the proxy bunker rush. Like, this is just insane by now. And you can tell he's a little bit unsure of how to deal with this. He's going to pop out a couple lings, a couple more queens, and just kind of drop back. He can't really dive on this, or he'll lose the game. So, man, what a crazy-ass
the
build from
Reapers
Masa.
can't. The advantages of doing this bunker rush far outweigh the cost because you can salvage an existing bunker for 75 minerals. And the also advantage that Denver has is as long as the Reapers are in the bunker, they can't actually shoot the hatchery. At least not from there. So he's gonna at least be able to buy some time.
Yep.
But he is
Denver's
gonna be able
drop
to
back and
crunch
take
some
his
eggs.
third in the back now because he knows that that base is pretty much a wash at this point. Maybe he can defend it with lings and enough queens by the time they get out. But still, not having the Rochefort, I think, is kind of hampering his ability to defend this. Instead, he's going to decide to move across the map and try to get some aggression done on the other side of things, which is probably the correct call for sure. But because there's a couple Reapers over there, too, I think it's going to be a little harder than just running up the ramp and attacking in. But it was enough to salvage the bunkers and pull out all the Reapers, which I think was the intended purpose. So that's probably good enough in of itself right there.
I don't know why he actually decided to fall back from that. And look at this, we see him going hard in the paint again. He's got 2 more barracks on the way.
Damn.
These lings able to clean up this one SCV, so that's already a little bit of something done. Lots of lings though later on the way. If Denver can get to Spire, he's going to be in a fine spot because it's literally Reapers and nothing but Reapers. And
5 at a
Reapers
time,
don't
2
shoot
here
up.
in just a couple of seconds, man. He's probably only 20 seconds away from that double barracks finishing up. And then they will be made 5 at a time like last game. And we kind of saw how out of control that got. The one thing that I really love this time around is that Denver just dropped his Spire. So it's a little late.
Yeah.
It's going to be really hard trying to hold long enough for that to come into a play. But if he's able, that's going to help him out significantly with this bullshit. That is the 3 Rex Reaper. Damn, the third falling, or the natural is huge this early on in the game.
Yeah, it really is. It's such a big deal to not have that kind of production. He's scouting the new base coming up, but that's a lot of gas you're not going to have access to when your entire plan is build Reapers and don't die to build Muta and don't die to Reapers.
Yep. All right, so denying the third
Missed
was
it.
huge, or the natural, I guess, was huge, but now he's going to have enough to, I think, start taking fights here. This spine up here helps out a lot. Oh, man, so was getting this around there and preventing the rest of the Reapers from jumping up. But still, I don't think it's going to be, he's going to be able to take that favorable of trades until this Spire is finished up. Let's see. All right, so...
He's finally transitioning, so...
Yeah. Getting stem will help a
Did you
little
see the
bit.
Spire?
What's that?
No, he didn't. I was like,
Nah,
I was
he
asking
didn't
if he
make
saw
it
the
far enough
Spire.
up. The Lings kind of surrounded the Reapers and preventing them from moving once they jumped up on top of the ramp, so...
Yeah, I know he scanned the natural. I was looking to see if he had scanned the Spire, but the scan didn't cover that area.
Alright, so the Reaper's coming back into the natural, finding out that he didn't put down another base. I guess that's to be expected at this point. You don't have the economy to even do it. He's been pretty much off one base this entire time. This back one is finally up and rolling, but... Yeah, so that's... that will help out a lot, but by the time they get across the map, there'll be enough bio, I think, to deal with them. So they will help with the Reapers,
these Reapers
though.
these Mutas are actually designed to clean up these Reapers
Yeah.
to begin with. It's finally what it takes to get the control you needed to annihilate them because you Reapers don't shoot up, so ultimately they will die.
Yep.
As long as he can keep his drones from all going down, he's going to be in a good spot. So far, resources lost very much in favor of the Zerg, and there's no third. So as long as Denver is able to quickly get to a third base and make a bunch of units, he'll be in a good spot.
Yep. Masa, meanwhile, dropping back, putting turrets up everywhere, getting out that bio grinder for these mutas. If you come into this, you should be wrecked. Yeah, there's not enough mutas to take that. No way at all. Stim's coming into effect as well. +1/+1 is coming into effect here too. So this transition from Masa has been really good. If he's able to just prevent all this damage from the muta, but given the amount of turrets he has, he should be fine.
Yeah, he is going to be able to delay that starport just
That
a
was
little
huge,
bit, so that's
yeah.
going to be annoying.
Yeah, that was huge, just picking up that SCV there and delaying the starport. It's only a couple seconds, sure, but it is pretty significant. The factory gets a reactor as well. Oh, that's for the starport, yeah.
Yeah,
Alright.
he's going to switch off. He's going to actually,
Yep.
it looks like he switches off in the tank production. Maybe not. He is, well, yeah, that's a tech lab.
Yep. I would imagine so.
He was
This
getting
map
an
pretty
armory.
much
He was
begs
getting
for
an
it.
armory, so I instantly think Hellions. So
Coach Z says the weekly tournament is a blast. Thanks, man. Hopefully you can play again. We're not going to do it this week because we will have spent like 10 hours casting today, but we'll be back next week with that. So thank you guys for participating. I don't think these Mutas are going to be able to find any damage, though. That's way too much bio. It has upgrades.
Well,
too,
he's baiting
so.
a lot of stims so far, so
Yeah,
that's
that's
really
true.
good. No medevacs on the map just yet, so every time he stims is permanent damage until those medevacs come up.
Oh, man. Denver,
Oh, no!
Yeah, Denver might have doubled a little bit with the Mutas there. Just trying to fly around and figure out what's going on.
Mutalisks lost there.
Yeah, and instead he ran into 30 Marines.
Yeah, exactly.
He's gearing up for a huge push, though. Look at the amount of Banes being morphed. Denver is trying
He's gonna have
to at
Baneling
least
speed
get
also.
this third. Yeah. This
This
third has
might
got
be
to
the
that.
end of the game, actually. This
If he
again.
finds the connects he's looking for, yeah, dude. I would agree
Literally,
there.
these are the first two medevacs coming out.
Yeah, so the mobility will not be there. If he's able to get this around before they run up the ramp, this is going to be the biggest Bane hit ever seen on the Nydus. No, I'm kidding, but it wasn't far from an exaggeration. A lot of that bio just got melted immediately. Take a look at the supply. It completely got
That is
reset.
almost all the army. They
Yeah.
have 5 Marines left.
I'm not sure that Masa even has enough to hang on here. The Thor, sure, that'll help out a
The
lot.
Thor is going to help for sure, yeah, but that was absolutely necessary damage. He takes down 13 SCVs and resets the army supply.
Yeah, that was gigantic, and I would say needed at this point in order to stay into this game. So, ooh, that was a huge pickup there from Masa, picking up the Thor and pulling it out front to start fighting these Thors. I really like that decision, kind of making Denver back up and slow his aggression. But look at the macro he's been doing meanwhile. He already has his
Yeah,
fourth
he's got
up.
his bases up. He's got
Everything's
60
completely
drones.
saturated. Yeah, he's completely right.
He's up
where he
on
needs
one
to be
win
in
already.
mortars. And he's creep spread too. So, I mean, he's been a busy boy meanwhile, and getting all this aggression done too. Denver's playing like a monster, trying to prevent the last game from happening again.
Yeah, and he's making. We see Masa continuing to make Thors, but he hasn't started any mine production. He's so afraid of those Mutalisks.
Speaking of Mutalisks, though, flying into this base, and they might be able to start working on some of these add-ons. He's forced to pick up the Thor by the medevac and start bringing it around mobile, which I always love when that happens because it looks so hilarious. But it is effective in this point because it makes it really mobile. It's kind of scary that one Thor can back up like 7, 8 mutas or whatever, but that's just the nature of the beast.
He's only actually making contact with one muta at a time because of the magic boxing that shows up when he's flying around. But this Thor is going to be pushed back because it doesn't want to tangle with Lings right now.
Yep. It needs a couple Thor buddies before that happens. And there is one more out on the field. A couple more... oh, shit. He's going to be able to get this, too. I feel like Denver keeps backing up at the least opportune time, and he loses an Overlord every time he pulls back across the map.
Well, he does, but he
shit
also
happens,
is going
shit
to lose
happens.
his army if he's not careful. So
Yeah.
he's trying to make sure he doesn't throw. I mean, we've got +1 air weapons, flyer weapons. We have 2-2 coming in for the Zerg player. 2-2 actually already finished for the Terran. So that's the concern. And he's actually getting vehicle armor instead of vehicle weapons. So he's really trying to keep those Thors alive as part of a meat shield.
Yep, loading up a couple drops too to try to get across the map. He hasn't been over for a while. He hasn't scanned or anything, so he's doing all of his information just based off of what's headed across the map. I feel like he needs to find a little bit out about his opponent's follow-up behind this, which is so far just a hive tech for now. So it's not like he's missing much, but I feel like he does need to get across the map and try to figure out what's going on. And as I say that, this medevac is loaded up. I'd imagine to come back into the natural. Oh, it's going to be spotted though from this Overlord. Oh nope, narrowly avoids it. That was pretty slick. Somehow he
Mutalisks
knew,
are looking though, and he's
Yeah.
going to be dead air if he can get up there while he's in dead airspace.
Game sense. How did these guys know, dude? He must have seen it flying over there with something
He
else.
saw it flying past that one Overlord on the right hand side, and he's like, "You're up here somewhere."
Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay.
Flyer attacks plus finishing now. Ground carapace level 2 completed. Another Overlord bites the dust.
Yep. So now Master's just moving out across the map, trying to clean up as many Overlords as possible. Start trying to work on this creep spread and just, try to contain the swarm or whatever you want to call it. He needs to be really careful, though, that he doesn't lose his units. There are Bane speed that's done. There's a bunch of mutas out on the field as well. So both players just kind of posturing up, trying to figure out how the late game of this game is going to go. I haven't seen anything come down hive tech just yet, but if you take a look at Masa's upgrades, they are pretty ridiculous. He is well into 3-3. He's getting drilling claws as well. So, I mean, this push is going to be huge. The one thing is there's no splash, really. A couple Thors, but...
Ultralisks when there's already...
Damn!
Oh, that was a good pick.
Full medevac
Ultralisks when
getting
there's
picked up.
already 2 Thors on the map just makes me kind of shake my head a little bit, like, because Ultralisks actually are pretty well countered by Thors. Oh, those Mutalisks. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, has he seen that it's happening just yet? He's got a figure, but I don't think he's correctly identified that ultras are coming to play just yet. But you're right, man. By the time they hit, I'm not sure they're going to be able to find too much damage.
These Banelings are actually doing pretty good work right now, actually.
Yeah, they found a lot of bio damage there, but he's still being patient enough that he knows he doesn't want to engage the full-on forces just yet. And there are a couple of mines
He's
too,
almost
so.
3-3. Oh my goodness, and the counterattack is going to get into the front door. Mine's actually going off, getting some damage done. But the SCV is able to more or less evacuate, but there's still a lot of lost mining time. There's still a lot of damage being done. Terran's 3-3 just about to finish now, so it's going to be a whole nother story. One interesting thing will be if he replaces this turret, because if he doesn't, all of a sudden Mutalisks find a hole.
And there's still quite a few of them too. I mean, Denver's been very patient about where he's choosing to send them across the map, but now he's being a bit more aggressive with them, and they're finding a lot of damage, completely negating the turret up front, getting that one out on the base too. So now there's not much in the way of turrets to deal with this, and he can be really, really aggressive with those mutas. But Moss is trying to move out across the map now. Now that those upgrades have kicked in, I think he's feeling good enough to move out, and he might be able to push. Look at the amount of Thors. There's 2 more being loaded up too, so that's what, 5 total. A shitload of mines, a couple medevacs. I mean, this is a scary, scary push.
It really is. But that said, this army from the Zerg is actually pretty scary too. If he can buy a little bit more time, he's going to have 3-3 chitinous and adrenal glands. It's just going to be such a difficult thing for the Terran to break. He sees the Ultralisk already. He's stimming forward, trying to find some damage. The Marines actually very overstimmed at the very front. If he just takes like a single Baneling, I think every one of them falls over.
Yep, absolutely.
But the mines are here, so Banelings...
Yeah, he's just trying to set up for this fight. The mines didn't find good enough damage, I guess. They found decent ones, but there's still quite a few Banes. There's still a lot of Ultras too, but I'm not sure if he's able to take this fight. He's dropping back and morphing a lot more Banes, which will help out a little bit, but given the amount of focus fire that's already happened on him like that, exactly, oh my god, that was so sick.
Masa splits it amazing.
Here. Yeah, that was very, very phenomenal. Now that these
but he attacked before his upgrades, though.
Oh shit, okay.
Adrenal is just finishing. +3 melee just finishing, and he's trying to micro these Thors, and he does actually pick up that last Ultra.
Dude, this game is so scrappy already. Like, what a crazy ass series, man. I'm pretty excited that we got to pick this up.
Excuse me, not the Ultralisks, the Thors are almost all dead. He's flying them back to try to repair. And these lingering by is continuing to try to be annoying. Look at those Ultra... I don't know why I keep calling Ultralisks. They're Terran Ultralisks. That's exactly what they are.
Yeah, I'll go
11 HP on this one.
Oh, man. The Terran Ultralisks. Good unit. But yeah, I mean, the upgrade advantage is very heavily in his favor, so I feel like he's just trying to parade push from here. A couple more crazy mine shots, and he might be able to just push on through this. This isn't even the full tip of the spear. Now the Thors are starting to join up. They are very low health, though. I'll give you that, but he's just trying to eke out as much damage as possible here.
+3 vehicle armor on the way now, trying to keep his Thors alive longer. The question is he going to take the time to repair?
I know, there's SCVs right there, dude. Go! Go! Repair your Ultralisks! Alright, but speaking of actual Ultralisks, there's a couple more out on the fight as well as Infestors too, so that'll help with this. I haven't seen any upgrades come in for the Infestors, but I think it has enough energy for at least a few fungals.
Let me look, it's got... yes, there's almost enough energy. 65 energy out of the necessary 75, so he's going to have a few fungals available.
He's got to make it count.
But he doesn't have Burrow, and this one guy is literally doping across the map. There's 2 dope festers literally hanging out here at the front.
Oh, buddies, don't do this. They're like, all right, guys, we'll hold down the front line.
The Thors did get repaired. We can stop being triggered now.
Okay. All right, and a bunch more siege forces coming into play, too. 3 more mines being made, as well as a couple Liberators to try to help out with these Ultras. But the Ultras have kind of slowed down. There's only, what?
Oh no, the dope festers just got caught out.
Oh shit, I missed it.
He
Sorry.
just lost 2 infestors. That's a mistake you cannot afford to make at this state in the game.
Yeah, and cleaning up the satellite bases is huge too, as the main ones are starting to bleed out by now. Each player trying to get out on the map to keep their economy going.
Double drop in the main base and the natural right now from Masa.
Oh, the spawning pool goes down completely.
No, the spawning pool started before it even went down because he knew he couldn't keep it alive. Right now, it's such a difficult thing just for Denver to maintain army supply, and without a spawning pool, he's not going to be able to make lings for a long time. Making 4 corruptors right now to have some form of anti-air versus this number of medevacs.
Yeah, I think that'll help out a lot with this push, man. Kind of slow things down, make it not to where you can just stim all day. Oh, man. Some pretty decent mine
friendly
shots coming
fire
in,
mines,
but then the rest hit all the Thors. This is such a crazy-ass game. I don't even know how to observe this because there's just shit going on nonstop. That mine hit was absolutely gigantic. Cleaning up a majority of those lings, and now you take a look at the supply count. It's starting to swing scarily in Moss's favor. 143 army supply to 78.
Down.
Yeah, so at any point here, he gets to just pretty much march and just be okay here. And there's still a bunch of siege forces being made. A couple of Thors, Liberators as well. Another starport coming in too, so... And +3. This is going to get nasty here. I do love this from Denver, though. Just constant run-bys, trying to get all these satellite bases down, prevent them from even going up. That's definitely the way you have to go about this. But the main fight is underway. Damn, I'm not sure if the fungals were even available because the infestors didn't get remade. So
Yeah,
these
there
ultras
were
can't
no
even...
infestors at all.
Yeah, these ultras can't get any surface area whatsoever, really, and there's not enough banes. So I'm not sure how you get your way out of this if you're Denver. So the mines come up and ramp get planted down. Oh, the shots take out all of the lings pretty much. That's just too much now. I think the bio will be able to just stim and win from
I
here,
don't
man.
think there's enough Zerg here. The mines are going to connect with these ultras to finish them off, but the bio is just untouchable even if the mine's gone.
Yeah, maybe if there would have been a lot of fungals there and he could have got some surface area with those ultras, that could have went a little differently. But because he lost those 2 infestors before the engagement even began, he didn't have that as an option. And this is kind of what happens. GG, well played is called. And Massa will advance. Was that the winner's game, or does this mean he just goes on to the winner's game of round 3?
I have to look and see.
Okay.
As sad as that is.
Yeah,
'cause I
no,
was
it's
looking at
okay.
a
We've been
different
at it
series.
for like 8
So
hours.
that
Your
is
excuse, my friend.
what eliminates Denver right here.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so Massa will move on to play against the loser of Euthermal versus Nerchio.
Okay. Euthermal versus Nerchio? Or that's the winner, okay. Let me try to find another game then. We're getting to the point of the night where they're starting to dry up a little bit, but we should be able to find at least 1 or 2 more series. I call dibs on Snoot if we're calling dibs on people.
Well, let's see. It's hard to tell at this point. I'm trying to find out who's casting where.
Oh, they're still waiting for...
They have men to call round 3, yeah.
Okay.
Which I think we just cast to the game of Rip Us.
Oh, shit. Well, no, but we got permission, though, I think. They got permission to go.
Yeah.
You still need final word? Yeah, okay, so...
Because at this point they're trying to keep everything together because they want to make sure all the games don't finish for them before they have all the games to play.
Yeah.
But at this point, it's on the main stage. It's game 1 of Haas versus Special.
Oh, man.
It's only 4.5 minutes in. Oh my goodness.
It's been a long one, but a good one, dude. We've had some pretty sick series.
It's been absolutely amazing, absolutely. Definitely. I wonder how many times I could say absolutely in a sentence. That was at least 3.
I liked it, though.
Haas has DTs in the base of Special, and he ran them in, and then Mules came down. Special
Damn.
made a Raven, just saying.
Alright, let's see if we can get another game here. Should be something else for us to jump into, right?
I'm looking to be sure. I'm honestly not sure. I know that we're waiting on the next round. So, I'm not even sure who's left to place, to be honest. Optimus Hearthstone. Let me grab that one. Hopefully. They may actually already be in game. I don't see either one of them, so they're apparently in game. Yep. Okay. So that would have been awesome. I would also like to mention that Probe 2-0'd True.
Damn.
Crazy. Crazy stuff. Killers beat Iagas 2-1. Hate Me versus Stefano have to play out, and the winner of that will play against Iagas.
Damn, that would have been a good ass series too.
It would have. So Scarlet 2-0'd Cham and eliminated him. After Sol and Petite Drogo play, the loser will play against Scarlet. Whoever loses in Special versus Haas plays Bly.
I'm okay with getting into any of these.
Right? I would love to get into Hearthstone vs Optimus, but that's already going.
Who's Jon Snow playing?
Somebody had called Jon Snow, I think. Jon Snow is playing versus Cloudy. Somebody called Cloudy. Yeah, so the decider matches, which is the last round, is not going to start until the admin gives permission. As it is right now, there are several other games that are in progress, so we won't have a game to cast until possibly the middle of another series.
Okay.
I'm just looking to see who all still has to play, because it looks like a lot of people in chat right now are qualified or eliminated, one or the other. Qualified, eliminated, or left to play in the deciders. I mean, like, they haven't actually played their...
Well, I mean, we knew it was coming to an end. That's not really surprising.
Oh, yeah.
I just hope we can
Oh, yeah,
at
we've been
least
going
get
for a
another
while now.
series or so.
Right?
We should.
We've been going for quite a while at this point, so...
We had Bacardi. I forgot the clock. So we were tardy in returning to the dock. So I delayed it, even dropped my shawl. The Cuban made it sit as they gave the final call.
Damn, everyone's still on hold too.
Yeah, nobody really available for the next round anyway. Just a couple people hanging out, but most people appear to be AFK. Like, Neeb is out of his game now.
Let's jump in that one, dude.
Let's see. No, I'm pretty sure that this series finished, and Proxy Tempest is following the Neeb train, which I get. I would love to, but Proxy Tempest was there first.
Even dropped my shawl. The Cuban made it as they gave the final call.
Soon, TM.
Oh, I closed my bracket. Rip.
I wish he was
A
still
for
recovering.
history.
Ah, fuck, Neeb's
I got
in the
it
game.
already.
No! What about Keller's game, man? That would be a fun one too.
Killers would be great. Let's see. Who's he play? Killers is going to play against whoever wins Hate Me versus Stefano. See, the thing is that the losers matches are still in progress. Hostum is at a game. My bias is showing.
Why are you trying to get?
Up Hostum.
Yeah. Who's he playing?
He was playing Optimus. He'll be if he wins, he'll be playing in one of the next series. What I was saying, my bias is showing. What I asked him was like, "Do you have a caster for your next series?" Assuming, of course, you're done with Optimus. So I'm calling it before it happens, just because I feel like Hostum will beat Optimus. Hostum's a really good Protoss, but to be fair, Optimus is a really good Terran. He's a really cheesy Terran, but he's really good.
Yeah, we've cast him in the past. He put on some pretty damn good games too.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I'm gonna try to grab Hostum, assuming, of course, that he is the one who moves on. And if he isn't, obviously, I'll have to find somebody else. But he is the one I'm hoping for right now. I'm gonna step away to the restroom for just a moment, though.
Okay.
Swing it like Roger. Swing it like Roger.
I've seen it all through ice.
All right, we can start.
I go under the earth and listen to the dead people talk.
All right, dude. Did you get any answers back?
They tell stories, they know it all. They tell stories of you. Ooh, 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 ooh. Do you? Do you? Do you? Do you? Do you believe you can hide? Ha ha ha. Ha ha. I've seen it all. Do you believe you can hide?
Yo, did you get any messages, dude? Did you get any messages? Because they said we can start now.
I haven't heard back from anybody else.
Okay. I'm gonna start looking then.
Got one.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, who is this so I can update the title?
Xanster versus Arctor,
Okay. I am so down.
right?
Cool. Works for me.
Feels good, man.
Yeah, this should be a good one for sure.
This is a deciders match as well.
Oh, okay. Alright. That leaves us at Sequencer, with the blue Zerg in the bottom left-hand corner of the map, currently picked up from Psystorm recently. Thanks, Sheer, for that. It is Xanster. I could have just took credit, but I love you that much, man. I'll give it to you.
Thank you. And spawning in the upper right, representing Hokagu T-Team, he is Arctor.
Now, we've seen Arctor already today, and he put on a pretty phenomenal series, so I'm pretty excited to watch him. I haven't casted Xanster in quite a while, but the first time I ever casted him, he put on an absolute macro class, so I'm really excited to see this game, pretty much. I'm not sure if these players know each other, though, or if there's any sort of, like, mind games that we might get, or, like, sometimes players are so intimately familiar with each other that some series devolve into some really weird sort of things. So, you know, maybe something like that could happen, but judging from what I've seen from both of these guys, this should be a pretty phenomenal series.
Absolutely. I'm like I said earlier, I'm really a big fan of Xanster's play. I'm beginning to be a fan of Arctor's play. His control is actually really good.
Yeah. Oh, shit, Sheer.
Oh yeah, we already knew.
The theme of the day, they're like, all right, if they're going to nerf Reapers, we might as well
We're gonna
in
get
and abuse-
everything
yeah,
out of them
exactly.
we can.
Like,
If they're gonna nerf Reapers, let's give them a reason to.
let's abuse them as much as possible until then. So, I mean, I don't know. We've seen it multiple times today so far, but it's worked. Like, I'm not trying to hate it. I guess I am because I'm Zerg and I'm just salty. But still, though, man, it's pretty ridiculous how much damage we've seen get done with it. Especially on a map like this. I feel like it almost just lends itself to this style of play. I'm not hating.
Yeah, it takes a long time for the Zerg to get across the map with Overlords to actually scout that it's coming. Like, you already have one Reaper out before it even can be scouted.
Yeah.
Second Reaper almost out. So it's just a really good build, especially because Reapers are so fast. They can clear the map distance fairly well anyway.
Yeah, and it doesn't necessarily, like, pigeonhole you in terms of how you get out of it. There's pretty good options that you can use to sort of mid-game transition. So having the third barracks is a little awkward, but it's not like it completely ties you into one style of play after you do it like a lot of the openers. So
The ease of transition is actually the primary cause for concern for this build, is because you transition so smoothly off the back of it, because you get CC down while you're building Reapers.
Alright, so Archer was able to come in here with the first Reaper, and the second one passed underneath the Overlord. So as long as Zanster was paying attention, which he's a GM player, I'm sure he was, he's very, very well aware. On top of that, the Overlord just got there and found the second barracks, so he knows what's going on right now. We'll have to see if he's a Roach player or if he chooses to just go with Lings and Queens. So far, it's looking like just Lings and Queens.
Yeah, he's doing a really good job defending so far. A little bit of drone damage taken so far, but the Reaper's having to push back because they don't want to overextend. He needs to keep every single one of these alive. Every single Reaper in the early game matters. So far, only one drone has died, and the Reapers have been getting pretty close to dead a couple times, but they're just able to move around so easily, and he's chasing down this one low drone, just really trying to get a hold of it. Ling's pushing pretty far off creep just now, thinking they could get that one low health Reaper, but he's very smartly pulled to the back. Control is just really good so far for Archer.
Yeah, this is phenomenal. True for Zanster too, just having the patience to stay on the creep. I know it seems like such a simple thing, but it's so easy to try to engage these and think you'll be okay, and then next thing you know, Beyond's just laughing as he's walking away from you and all your Lings are dead. Did you see that clip? Oh my god, dude. I'm gonna have to pull that up if you haven't seen it. It was the sickest Reaper engagement I've ever seen. It's funny too, because the day after it got posted was when the nerf hit, so... Oh, interesting. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not blaming him, but it's pretty hilarious. I'll have to show you this clip. There was like 40...
The Reapers are chasing down the Lings,
it's pretty hilarious. Trying to prevent that aggression, man.
Yeah, he's trying to just trap him in, and he's actually going to do it, because Reapers and Lings move at very similar rates of speed. When the Reapers can jump over buildings, it's just pretty impressive. But actually, he bought a lot of time with that. He's going to continue to counter with a different group of Lings.
Yep, and the transition behind this is going to be a tech lab. So he will start to transition, get some stem, start switching into the bio heavy kind of play. But he still has a ridiculous amount of Reapers. It's not like the Reapers are over. Like the threat of them still very, very much exists. Right now they're just trying to chase down all of these Lings and get some free kills. As I say that, they find them and start to, get exactly what I said. I don't want to use the same term over, but it's pretty much free damage at this point. But if you're Zanster, just keeping them on that side of the map is probably all you want to do at this point anyway, so you can lose a couple Lings, I think, in order to do that.
Yeah, currently sitting on 12 Reapers. He did actually build an additional one to help defend his wall. Usually it'd stop at between 9 and 12, but he actually did go ahead and go up all the way to 13 just to make sure he could take out the Lings trying to get in. And actually we have a little bit of Ling pressure trying to dig through these rocks to assault the third base location.
Bortas saying, I need a second monitor so I can play and watch. Just pull out your cell phone, dude. Put your cell phone on your Wi-Fi, lean it up on your monitor, put us on it, dude. Call it a day. No, I'm kidding. But thank you guys for all tuning in and listening to us at least while you're laddering. I'm glad laddering session is going well for you today. But yeah, I didn't see 5 racks behind this. He's switching, into much more standard sort of play. There's a starport already down. The factory is down as well. Earlier when we saw this, they committed completely to the Reapers, 5 rack style. But this is not going to be that type of game.
One thing, I don't know if you know this as far as casting, if you hit Control X, it switches the bars so that you can have the blue color on the bottom based on where they spawn.
Oh, okay, I see. Nice. Thank you.
It only works once, though, so if you do it, commit.
My favorite is Control Tilde, dude. Have you ever seen such a thing on your screen? Last WCS during Yonkoping or whatever, I hit Control Tilde and I didn't realize how to undo it, and we spent probably 5 minutes of a game sitting there with a giant blob on the screen. But the Lings are starting to try to find this around. There for a second I thought they were able to do it, but he got out with just a couple of grenades. Lost quite a few Reapers though in order to do so, which is not where you want to be at this point. I feel like Zanster's just patiently waiting for that final surround where he can just get rid of all these Reapers, but the grenades make that really hard to do so. Meanwhile, the economy of Zanster is rolling pretty nicely by now. He's up on his third base, 56 workers to 49, so he's making all the correct moves, and he stayed alive past the three Reaper, first couple minutes, which is really what you want to do here.
A really interesting thing to note right now is, again, the resources lost is just so much in favor of Arcto. He's literally lost 3 Reapers the entire game, while meanwhile Zanster has lost 31 Lings and a drone.
Yep.
It's really crazy. Spire is completing now, though, so we do have our Lair Tech fully fledged and on the way. Baneling speed and +2 melee. No actual carapace right now, though, which is very interesting to me.
Yeah, but I think Nydus is the correct call. We've seen him shut down Reapers completely, and this map kind of lends itself to him, I feel like. Or Nydus, yeah. So you can fly all over the map, be extremely, like, aggressive with them, while also I don't know if you'd really use them for defense at this point. The Reaper rush is kind of over, but they'll still help clean it up if he gets them across the map. But the bio push behind this is pretty ridiculous. There's not quite Bane speed done just yet either, so I feel like Zanster needs to be really careful about how he chooses to engage this. Couple grenades and he's back into, you know, a lot of trouble, I feel.
Yeah, he definitely baited out a lot of. He's gonna get a good surround on this. Mutalisk's already on the way out too. It's a huge collection.
Yeah, that Bane hit was huge, and now he has enough mutas he can start chasing down these medevacs. That was very well played from Zanster. He made it look easy, but that was very well handled, man. Without Bane speed too, it finished up right afterwards. But I mean, that was very
now he's on the counterattack. That was a necessary fight to take. A little bit of an overextension maybe by Arctor trying to push in. Didn't realize what all he had to look forward to. One of the medevacs does go down. The Marines do get cleared up, and finally the last 2 Reapers die.
Damn, very well defended from Zanster, and now he's looking pretty good, sitting up 30 supply on the army. So if he can poke through this wall, he can find a lot of damage, but it's going to be really hard to do so. Archer's dropping back, getting a couple mines down. He's getting drilling claws as well, which will help out in the future, and that was enough alone just to send Zanster back. But he's trying to fly around and find a little bit of economic damage, and he will because there's no turrets. Yeah, exactly. So these SCVs start falling immediately, 6 of them going down in a second, and now he can be a little bit more aggressive up in the main 2. There's no turrets, nor are there in the 3rd, so we'll have to see if he's able to find more damage with that, or if that's kind of the end, but I think just 6 is good enough.
Definitely. I really feel like that's a really good way to get back into this game. You see the drone count right now for Zanster is exactly what he wants it to be. It was a little bit higher, but he just built a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
So he's going to be able to maintain a lot of pressure with the rolling economy he has, and he's already started his infestation pit, so he's looking toward hive tech now. He's getting +1 flyer attacks and +1 ground carapace, so it's just going to be a very scary army moving forward.
Shit, it's already scared me, dude. I'm over here shaking in my boots. There's enough mines alone for me, but
the army's coming home to deal with the Mutalisks in the 3rd base. This is amazing.
Damn, still no turret, even after that first muta flyby. Yeah, that's unusual to me.
I don't really agree with that decision, to be fair. I guess he wants to just, like, stay aggressive, use the mutas. Oh my goodness, the Thor. He's magic boxing, though. Look at that whole position.
21 SCVs have gone down already, and he's not even done just yet. He might be able to fly down here to the natural and find more damage. As I say that, though, Archer's pretty strong on his bio control. Pulls back and prevents any more from going down, but that was already gigantic. I mean, it's 72 workers to 42, so that was huge, man. Very good aggression there for the cost of, you know, just a couple mutas. So, and he gets to start transitioning, like you said, into high tech.
He lost only 3 mutas so far, which is really good considering he's fighting into Thors.
Yeah. And look at the amount of Banes, too. Like, he's laying on the Banes pretty heavily, and there's Bane speed, too. So if he can dodge these mines, get another surround like that first engagement, he'll be okay here. But if you're Arctur, I think you could just slow down a little bit and start getting out some siege units to help a little bit. Thors are coming out as well, so I wouldn't rule him out of the game at all. That he just took a few, you know, unfortunate engagements there for sure.
Huge streak of blue moving across the map. Bye, Broiktos. Thanks for coming by.
Damn, double aggression here. A huge run by consisting of a lot of Lings with some Banes to boot coming into the main. But in the meantime, he's just trying to draw him down here with his attention. Well, this is going to be pretty devastating.
4th base. Oh my goodness, the Banelings were trying to hold out. Yeah, they're actually able to get really good connections of baits, the quick burrows and unburrows to make sure everything stayed alive. Quick repair on the Thor as well.
Yep. Thought he wanted to poke into the main there, but decided not to once he saw the wall.
Widow Mines trying to defend this natural mineral line. There's 2 of them. Sitting in an Overlord, maybe, to bait the mine shots, which would be pretty choice in my mind. But he's not doing it just yet.
Yeah, there's way too much bio here, and with the amount of stims that is available with all these medevacs, I feel like he needs to be really careful not to throw out all these mutas, but he obviously knows that, and he's pulling back as we speak. That is a scary amount of Banes, though. If he can get a nice surround, he could take this army, but there's a lot of mines, there's a lot of Thors, so I feel like the engagement could go either way. It's all going to come down to positioning, and I think, like, the RNG on these mines pretty much. Or not RNG, because it's not, but you know what I mean.
There's one
there's
very
so many
important thing I
Banes,
feel
though.
is missing from the Terran army right now, and that's +3 attack. He doesn't really have anything in that regard. Good splits off the Zerg, considering what that shot looked like. That was actually really good splits.
Yeah, and there's no fungals or anything either that would hold this army in place and kind of really help out with the Bane surround, so he's going to be even more careful about how he chooses to engage this. Sends in a couple Banes there to try to get a couple mines. Oh, that last couple cleaned up all of the mines, but it costs a lot of Banes in order to do so. Coming back in again into these Thors, but he needs to be patient. Another Thor joining the fight as well. Damn. Alright, so he drops back and sacrifices the base. I think he has enough to engage this. He's just choosing to be patient. Look at the amount of forces here.
Yeah, there's absolutely... Because if he knows there's enough mines right now that if he takes a bad engagement, he's going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, for sure.
As
Dropping
it is right
back
now,
and
he's
making-
just sitting back until he gets adrenal glands. That's just a few seconds away. He's getting +2 carapace and +3 weapons.
And
plus
22
the
more
melee.
Banes.
22 banelings. Yeah, he's just trying to buy it his time.
51 Banelings in total here for this gigantic Terran sandwich. And he's coming in for the kill here. The Banelings come up the ramp, meet the Thors, as well as coming in from behind. Archer is forced to pull back a little bit, but his medevacs were split away from his bio, and he loses all of his bio to those Banes. Very, very well played from Xanster,
Little
and I believe he
mines.
started to do it. Oh! That was a huge hit there.
Xanster definitely broke the container. He's still even in army supply, but that's some of that is 18 army supply in production. Ultralisks take a long time to build.
Yeah, but Kindness Plating is almost finished up. +3 melee attack is almost finished up too. This army is only getting scarier. But he did lose a satellite base, so it's not like Archer wasted all those units for nothing. He's starting to work on the economy. Coming down here and getting this one would be gigantic too. But he has to deal with aggression on the other side of the map too, as Xanster is moving in. Never mind. Those got dealt with pretty handily.
Yeah, friendly fire did pretty good too. That these Thors are doing work on these Ultralisks, trying to stay alive through the push, but there's not really an answer right now to the Liberators. So he needs to be very careful how he engages into this. That said, there wasn't very much to support said Libs, so they had to pull back.
Yep, both players kind of posturing up for this late game engagement. Now, oh shit, as I say that though, the Ultras are moving in. 8 Corruptors in production. Oh, 7 now Corruptors in production. So we were kind of talking about earlier in the earlier TVZ that if you have the Corruptors to get down the medevacs, you kind of negate a lot of the bios. Damn.
Those mines
Yeah, that
just
was
took
pretty
down
huge.
all but 2 Banelings. That was absolutely the hits he needed to stay in this game. The
Oh, yeah.
problem is that mines to barrows so quickly, they almost go off before you can kill them, even with Adrenaline +3.
Damn.
Speaking of +3, Terran's +3 weapons is finally on the way. Doesn't have +3 armor on the way just yet. Neither does Xanster have +3 carapace. Still building a lot of Marines considering there are Ultralisks on the map. I'm really a fan of Marauder transitions in this case, but seems to be working okay. You got 5 more workers. The Corruptors are going to clean up these medevacs finally.
Yeah, having the Corruptors out starts shutting down all this shit that you got to deal with. So I really like that play. He's even being really patient with them, not making sure he chases them off to unload and starts losing Corruptors. So very, very well played from both players here. As we say that, though, another medevac, double medevac drop is moving across the map into what would be like, what, the 6th or the 3rd base, whatever you want to call it, somewhere on that side of the map.
Yeah,
exactly.
the 4th base in the north right now,
shit.
actually. So
Damn, so I missed any economic
Planetary.
damage. It didn't trigger game heart, so I couldn't have found too much.
no, there wasn't really
worker
anything
loss.
else. That was just like That was just like an army engage. Oh, I wanted to take down these Thors so bad.
How do you observe this? So there's a drop right here in this base. There's a double drop here in this base as well. So Archer's all over the map right now in 3 places at once trying to work on individual mineral lines, and it paid off. 16, 17.
drop.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely
He's finally
making
getting the
mistakes.
economic damage done that he's been looking for. He's like, okay, I can't kill you with the front on push. Let's see how you handle multi-prong.
Yep.
And he's actually doing a really good job. 23 workers so far. Even worker counts at this point, and if you're even with the Terran, you're behind.
And he's even going to get out with a lot of that drop too. So very, very well handled. Tying things up a little bit in worker count. Xanster did a fat round of drones after that, but there for a while it was tied up, which, like you said, he almost needed in that game. But we have Infesterer starting to come into play here. So Pathogen Glands is about to finish up. I'd imagine we'll get a couple Infestors as well as the Greater Spire too. So he's going to transition into Broods with his Corruptors. So we're setting up for a pretty tasty late game engagement here, man. It's going to be Ultras, Broods, Lings, and Banes versus some pretty heavy bio with Siege comp. Like, I don't know. This is ZBT that I live for right here.
Right now, Xanster is outmining his Terran opponent, but these Liberators have sieged up in force, and these Widow Mines are going to make it very difficult to engage into them. He's trying to find a good spot to burrow, but this Ultralisk gets trapped by the Banelings!
The dance
That
of
forward
shame,
expansion
man.
dies. That Ultralisk is like, no! Or something along those lines.
Yeah, but on the
And
other
then the
side of the map.
Ultralisk's here.
Yeah.
These Thors will get basically one shot, but the Ultralisk does as well due to the Liberator fire. Bio trying to stem down that last Ultralisk in low hit points. And Xanster just trying to buy time for the rest of his late game army. We do have Liberator
Look at the amount
range.
of Liberators. Yeah, look at the amount of
Or
Liberators.
do we? No,
bro.
we don't even have Liberator range. That's just like that many Liberators.
If you try to run up this hill, those altars are going to get carved up, man. So even if you can work down the satellite base, that would help out a lot too. Even though it's kind of already been mined out, I don't think it's as detrimental, but just preventing that larva will help out a lot. So the Corruptors come in and start working on these Liberators. The ground forces get completely destroyed there. There's only 2 Ultras left, but they work on a lot of the bio as well. And there is some Banes here. What a crazy-ass engagement.
This is absolutely crazy. This is exactly the fight that Arcto was looking for. He had burrowed Banelings underneath his Liberator circle so that when the army engaged the bio, the fire was huge.
Right
He's
before
fighting
the
in
fungal,
4
too.
Liberators right now.
Yeah, a
Oh,
couple
yeah, he's
fungals,
got
that would have
a few
been
more
completely
fungals
different.
available.
Damn,
And
so
this is the
Corruptors
fight
working
right
on
here.
the final Liberators, and the Banes come up and completely kill all of the bio. I think Xanster held that, but at what cost? He lost a couple satellite bases, a lot of units, and a majority of
lost
his
a lot
workers
there.
too. Yeah.
Xanster is sitting at double the army supply right now. I really feel like he's in a much better position. He was able to find some additional SCV damage to run by. He's in the natural base right now. Arcto just running by, trying to get some damage done. He's in the newest base that's coming up right now. Just individual units trying to find damage, and it's so difficult right now for Arcto to spread his army sufficiently to deal with it because there's just so much Zerg. He keeps losing Liberators, he keeps losing his... just loses so much. He's actually got burrowed Banelings.
Yeah, he's
in
getting a lot of
certain
damage done over here too. 12 SCVs going down during this and just messing up your opponent's macro cycle. He's preventing this from landing too with the single ling. I mean, Xanster's just all over the place right now.
Absolutely, he's making the right place. He's triple expanding right now because he can. He just can't spend all
Why?
this money. He
Because he
needs the
can.
economy. Literally because he can. To the north base, he's expanding again to the forward base position, and he's retaking his base at the south, which is almost mined out, but does have some gas left, and he needs the hatcheries for the larva anyway, so might as well replace them.
Look at the
Anyway,
burrow trolling
Terran is
going on
finally
right
coming
now.
back up.
The burrow troll, the single ling holding down this base from being made, so it's gonna force a scan even. It's such a little douchey thing to do, but it's so awesome when you can pull it off, man. But yeah, this game has just been ridiculous. This map has so many bases, it could still potentially go on for quite a while too. That's the funny part. Both players just trying to get across the map and get any sort of damage, poking and prodding at all these bases, and finding a lot of worker damage too. If you take a look, so far 35 have been killed on one side and 55 on the other too. So all these little run-bys and stuff have been very, very successful, you know, respectively.
Yeah, this newest base to the north is going to be denied very quickly as the Terran army presses in. That said, there's not very much Terran army left, but there are 5 Widow Mines and 5 Liberators. And the fungal is good. Chain fungal on these mines means some of them are never going to fire the first time. This mine is about to go down, but it has 9 HP left. Several other mines on 9 HP as well. So just very difficult, again, for even Arcto to push forward. Fungals abound.
Damn. All right, so the Ling's still just getting over here, trying to find a little bit of damage. There's even nuke potential. I haven't seen any just yet, but the Ghost Academy is up. Just a crazy ass late game. Like my games never make it to this point, so whenever I can watch these, it's always really fun for me. But still, Arthur is just moving across the map, trying to get as much damage done as possible. This time there's fungals, so he's not going to make it out this time. But just getting over across the map and keeping your opponent over here is good enough. But I feel like he's starting to bleed out in terms of economy. It's only 47 workers to 71. There's only 2 or 3 bases that even have minerals at this point, so he needs to start defending these satellite bases that Xanster's trying to push back, or he's going to find himself in some economic trouble here.
As it is, I think this number of Lings could probably just outright kill the planetary, but it's not a sacrifice that Xanster wants to make right now, assuming he can get it.
Well, he's going to have
Another
to soon.
bird Zergling to the top left is going to prevent this new orbital from landing. He's just putting Zerglings everywhere.
Why not,
I love it.
Just burrow. You thought you were going to get an expansion, but now you have to scan, spend some energy. Oh, he's trying to set up a trap too.
He's trying to set up the trap.
Yeah, look at the trap. Oh, here we go. The bio's coming up the ramp right in front of the trap. If he could bait him just an inch over, he'll be able to pop it. Oh, but these players are
They
too
scanned.
good. Archer scans it. Yep.
He's like, why are you still here? It's taking
Yeah.
my ghost fire. What are you waiting for?
These guys are so good. They know when they're
Star
being
sets on these guys.
Yeah, exactly. They know when they're being like coerced into certain positions. So that was good sense there to know what was
Oh my
going
goodness, he's literally long distance mining this with these mules. He's that desperate for money right now. He's long distance mining as inefficiently as possible almost. More mines connect.
Yep, Zenster just trying to run in here and find any damage he could. Because of his upgrades, he's able to poke through that wall, and he might be able to come up here and do a pretty significant run by, but that base has been long cleared out, so it won't be any workers. It's just disruption of production at this point. Maybe a couple unit kills, but that base is
Trying to do as much damage as he can to the production. Can't just kill any units that come out, and he's actually doing a really good job. He's going to be able to take down some tech labs. If he's able to take down some reactors, I would absolutely love that as well. But because the units are rallied, they're not even fighting for their own lives, so they're just kind of getting chewed up.
Yep, absolutely. So even if you were out here and try to defend this, I think he might lose this engagement. There's not the amount of Banes that I was expecting to see at this point, but there's so many Fungals and Ultras that I think he can do without them. And on top of that, he's still just continually running by with all these Lings completely upgraded too. I mean, look at the DPS they're putting on this building. These little run-bys are no joke at all right now. I won my game. Big Doom Drop got met with Vikings. Nice, man. Good to hear.
The EMPs don't actually go down right. They needed to do, but okay, those go actually really good. And the Broods are actually a little bit exposed right now. But the Broodlings are doing a really good job as +3 melee does affect Broodlings. And here come the Lings, the rest of the army moving in. This might be the last stand for Arthur as Zanster just pushes forward.
Too many Banes. That was just ridiculous. There for a while, he was able to stop the connects there and try to prevent the surround. But after a while, just too much Zerg and the Baneling rolls happened. And now he's in a really tough position in terms of supply. It's 94 to 198. So this is just, you know, kind of the beginning and the end here. And I feel like once these Broods catch up with these planetaries, he might tap out once they start to fall. I'm not quite sure how he holds on to this, given that there's only 6 Marines in production now. A couple libs. Damn, dude.
Ton of Banelings in production behind this as well. Just so many Banelings. Actually, Marines are able to get on top of a couple of these Brood Lords, so a couple of them do go down. The Ghost that was sniping does finally go down. This planetary goes down, and GG is called. Zanster takes game number 1, if you can believe that.
25-minute game number 1, man. I'm so glad we got this series. That was pretty crazy. All right. So the players are in charge of the lobby. I'm not quite sure where we're headed from here. Damn.
That was glorious.
Yeah. That was pretty incredible.
That was glorious.
What is this AKA Certiva stuff? What do you mean? Oh, turn server, AKA Certiva. Because I can't make my in-game name the same as my Twitch name. I petitioned for it, but because I used to have the account, you have to wait a year for it to go inactive or some shit. I don't know. Something really wrong when the Zerg comes out 100 supply ahead in a max battle. Yeah. Banes, my friend. That's the answer you're looking for to that equation.
Banes, Broods, and Fungals.
Yeah, it's a pretty deadly combination.
It's the trifecta of a real bad time. I love how quickly we got invited into this for
Oh, yeah.
too.
These guys are ready to rip.
Oh yeah, speaking of ready to rip.
Heyo. All right, so Zanster is currently up 1 point in this best of 3. Our player from Psystorm, the blue Zerg in the bottom left-hand corner, it is Zanster.
And spawning on the top right, our red Terran representing. Oh, I can't remember. Oh my goodness, I'm loading up again.
God.
Oh goodness, Hokagu T Team. I was trying to remember Hokagu T Team. Dad, gummit, it's Arctur. I was hoping I could remember it.
That's all right. You've been so phenomenal today. After like 8 hours of casting or something, you're allowed to have a few mess-ups, dude. You've been carrying me the entire day with clan names, so no worries there at all. S_D1, thank you for the follow, sir. Damn, so I feel like this map is just going to play out a little bit differently. There's not like the 30 bases that can lead to somewhat of a turtley game. So this one should be a bit more fast-paced, but it still has the potential to kind of hold out for that late game type style of play. So I'm kind of interested to see how this is going to go. Now that Xanster's up a point, though, does he just flood and do some cheesy type of shit? Or, like, I'm not sure his personality.
Xanster's too cut and dried of a straight-up player.
Okay.
I've honestly very rarely ever see him all in or cheeses. He just plays... He just seems to play just normal, straight-up styles. One thing about this map is even though it's not as physically large as the other map, it's extremely difficult to kill your opponent when they're on 3 bases. Yeah. Especially when your opponent's a Terran. So it might be a little bit of a longer game just by virtue of that, but I also want to see a Nydus swarm this tournament. Hey, this might be our last chance.
I would love to see that. Yeah, I was just looking at the amount of players that were still in the general lobby. I feel like we are drawing very, very close to the end of the day. That's just based off the amount of people that were in there. There's probably only one more series, if we can even get one more. So thank you, everyone, for tuning in. Coca3 and the Firemind, thank you for the follows. But yeah, just in case this is the last series of the day, we definitely appreciate all the love we've gotten tonight. Sorry if we sound a little tired. We're going into like what, hour 8 or 9 or something. Like I'm kind of dragging it.
Yeah, we've been doing this since like 7, a little after 7 this morning Eastern. It's almost 4 p.m. Eastern right now.
Yeah.
So it's straight up like 9 hours coming up.
But yeah, this is an exciting series, and if this is the end, I'm glad that we got in on this one. So Archer coming across the map with the Reaper, trying to figure out what's going on. Couple defensive links here to prevent too much damage from going down.
He's actually focused targeting those links, and he's just the drones, and he actually only got 1 link so far, though. So far so good control-wise for both Archer and Xanster. So we do have a follow-up Hellion run by on the way with the Starport behind it.
Yep, trying to get out the Banshee Hellion type play here. Which, I don't know, we've seen it do good today, we've seen it do today, so it kind of depends on who's behind it and the type of control you have, so I'm pretty excited. The one build that keeps sticking out in my mind is the obvious Terran switch-up build, but trying to explain it to people that didn't see the game would be kind of weird from a Zerg player, but other than that, man, I've seen this work
2-1-1 into Hellbat timing.
Yeah, exactly, but it was so beautiful, man.
It was amazing. I have never seen a build done that way, and I want to study that replay.
It caught me. Even it caught us off guard, and we were watching the whole thing go down. It was pretty slick.
I was like, I'm not sure what this build is. This is like a really weird variation of a variation of the 2-1-1, but it was beautiful. I'm pretty sure it was good. It was unique enough to be called its own build, which is why I just called it like a 2-1-1 to into Hellbat timing, because I really don't know what else to call it. It was beautiful.
It was pretty slick. So there is a medevac coming out. Mine's waiting for it. Oh, it is going to be scouted, though. No!
Xanster is really good about scouting things. He actually only used 1 to kill it for whatever reason. I guess he just finished it off with this Marine.
Oh, yeah. But so he can have the shot by the time he gets over to the base, right?
Yeah, definitely. The Hellions are running across the map. They're going to try to be in position to run into the 3rd while the medevac probably drops somewhere else.
Valdark12 and Tom Turcom, thank you guys for the follows. We're getting a lot of them here at the end of the day. Thank you guys so much for all that support. Oh man, so these Hellions just trying to poke in here to the natural and find any damage they can, but there's too many Lings and Queens up front. I don't think they're going to be able to poke in that easy.
Medevac in the main base getting pushed back by Queens.
Oof, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Oh my goodness, it's going to burrow mines in the 3rd. Burrowing mines into the 3rd base location is actually going to detonate, going off on just a couple Lings. Split Crawler will finish to allow those to be cleaned up.
21 health that mine had, dude. He almost got it. I was a believer there for a second.
Almost got it. Yeah. He's just going to clean... Again, those are going to be cleaned up. No drones are going to die as a result of that. Behind that, we do have an armory thrown down, so it looks like there will be Hellbats involved.
Yeah, and it wasn't Banshees at all, too. As soon as you see that Hellion Oper, you figure, like, oh, okay, it's just going to be the cookie-cutter Banshees behind it, but instead he went for Liberators, so... All right.
Yeah, so the Liberators are very good on this map, too. I actually wouldn't be completely surprised to see a fast Liberator range on this map. But it is just going to be like a Hellbat drop in the main base. There's Banelings on the way to defend it, but then there's also Hellions in the 3rd base. The Queens are going to have to try to defend that while the Hellbats are in the natural.
Oh man, so they transform into Hellbats. There should be enough Queens to deal with this. There is the transfuse potential as well. As they start looking down all these Hellbats, there's only 1 left. But 10 drones went down during that because, well, where's the Liberator? Okay. So I'd imagine that was a lot
kind of hanging out. The Hellbat actually still giving chase to the, oh my goodness, to these drones. He's actually getting some really good connections. Lings finally get here to help push this back. Medevac is actually going to try to drop on these drones again, but it's actually that gets messed up by the AI. So he tries to be a little bit flashy, gets really greedy with his attack, and it just didn't quite work.
Damn, the queen falls
That
too.
said, the Liberator is doing a lot of work.
Yep, getting the queen is huge enough, and then any drone kills you can get on top of that is just icing. But on top of this, Archer is able to get his third up and rolling too, so it's not like he's restricted himself in terms of macro potential out of this. That was not all in at all.
Double
He'll be able to...
Liberator harass. Look at this position.
How many more did they get? Just 4, huh? That's still a
Yeah,
lot.
just 4.
Though.
He's actually just
16 in
barely not
total,
getting the
though.
queen. Yeah, so far so good. He's doing a really good job harassing. Lair does start. I'm assuming at this point Xanster has said, I've had enough of you, and he's getting a Spire.
Yep, not before this other Liberator comes into the main, though. Damn, I thought there was a spore here. It must have got moved somewhere
Queen
else.
is
He's gonna
going
get the
to
other
die.
queen. Damn.
The Liberator finally does go down. Fortunately, the drones went in range because that was a little bit of a late pull. So behind this, we have a third base floating out for Urkter, and he's actually doing rather well as far as worker counts. He's killed 16 workers, which is an entire mineral saturation. And he's flying out his third base with a really healthy bio count behind it. He's getting into concussive shells already, actually.
Orta says that looks super
different.
annoying to deal with. Yeah, man, try having Diamond Micro and dealing with that. Like, they're like, Queens is all you need, but if you step into the circle just a little bit, like, your queen
You
is
need like
gone,
40
dude.
queens is the
Yeah,
problem.
Exactly. So you basically just have to do, like, musical chairs with all of your spores and hope for the best, meanwhile preventing all the Hellbats from running in. But he did it very well. I mean, Xanster cleaned that up, and he took a lot of losses. I mean, 16 workers killed is kind of significant, but he's managed to stay on top of his macro. He has his fourth base up and running. It's already done. He's working on upgrades too, so he's making all the correct moves when having to deal with such harassment.
Meanwhile, we have a drop coming into the main, 2 medevacs with 2 mines, so it's going to be a very much almost like bait feeling to get these units to attack into him. If he doesn't know there are mines involved, he may just pull straight into this. Actually, the mines are going to connect with a couple lings, but
Nice.
he pulls away the banelings just in time. Actually lifts up the mines and gets out, so very solid play out of Arctic, very flashy.
Both these guys playing like
And
monsters
sometimes
right
kinda
now.
risky, though, but he's making it look good for sure.
2 more medevacs
2 more
completely
medevacs
loaded up,
loaded.
moving across the map. Damn, we're in sync now.
That
After
was
9
now
hours.
that was
yeah.
icon mode. It took 9 hours to get us in icon mode.
All right, so still trying to just bait him back into these mines. He found some really good connects last time. This time proved to be no different. A couple links falling, but Xanster will clean them up. So just having that
Yeah, this
overseer
time
is
the mines
huge
die.
at this point.
Yeah, just trying to find more damage, distracting. He's dropping over at the fourth base location as well, and trying to get some damage done over there. He will force the drones off the line. Doesn't really kill any yet, but to defend this mineral line is going to be extremely difficult. Banelings will waddle in as they don't have speed yet. It's about to complete. He's sending his drones back before he's done cleaning up, and the Marines are able to start focus firing the drones.
Yep,
This is
and
the part where he
he's dealing
starts
with
getting
some
kills.
aggression up in the natural as well. I thought he was going to be able to get picked up because all those spores, but he flew right in past him, unloaded right in between the 2 extractors, and took a couple of lings out with him. So both these guys are just playing phenomenally. If you take a look at the worker count, though, Xanster's starting to pull ahead pretty significantly. Once that fourth came up and got completely saturated, he started pulling ahead a little bit. It's now 69 workers to 83, so that and upgrades, he's starting to claw his way out of here. But, well, no, I take that back. Upgrades are now tied up 2-2, so damn, he's going to finish up at the same time, too, so there is no
Yeah,
more
but just
upgrade
being
advantage.
super annoying right now is Arctur, and he has this huge reinforcement coming into attack from the bottom with so many mines. Mutalisks are out, but look at that wall of mines!
Damn, that's so many. I didn't even notice because they were under the medevacs, but once they move forward, so crazy. And the splits are just
The
phenomenal
splits
with
of the
them,
mines
too.
are just glorious spread of those mines, so he can pull back into those all day. Just starting his drilling claws upgrade. I know he's very fond of this upgrade. You might be able to get some Thors with it as well. Here go the mines!
Just a bloodbath, man. A lot of the links fell, a lot of the mutas as well. There are still some Banes remaining. He starts to focus fire them down. Not many of them make it, but the ones that do find decent connects, the supply is starting to tie up a lot more than I thought it would at the beginning of that engagement. Just dropping back.
7 more
and trying to
Banelings
make
on
more
the way.
Banes, yeah.
The Marines are so overstimmed, though, that it's really not going to be a big issue at all for Xanster to clean this up. He needs to get an overseer, though. He lost the only one he had at the time due to a mine hit. And actually, he's lifting these mines and allowing them to be focus fired down. So that's less than ideal, but he is going to be able to clean up a few more of them.
What a scrappy ass game, dude. This entire series has been non-stop like this, and I'm just loving it. And this game shows no sign of slowing at all. I think he just wants to push in through here, but he needs to be really, careful and not dive, because one bad Bane connect and the game could swing, out of his favor. But the same could be said about the Zerg. You take one bad mine shot, and you too are pretty screwed. So I'm not quite sure how to call this. The supply, though, is starting to pull for Zen.
He's able to keep getting his banelings hit by mines. I think he can clean this up rather easily. The army supply is very close, but right now I do favor Xanster's army comp.
Damn! So Archer just trying to bait him back into these mines was successful a little bit, but Xanster too patient, cleaning up a lot of them with a few Banes there. So now there's only a few more mines out, a couple Liberators, and I feel like the army supply is just starting to take, more favorable trades for Xanster than it is for Archer. Oh, there we go. Both firing down all those Banes and not letting him connect with the bio was pretty strong, but there's still just way too much Zerg back here with 22 more Lings in production. So, I mean, this shows no sign of slowing. He already has another satellite base up here, so, man, both of these guys just playing like beasts. Archer getting the gold base, though, too, so.
Yeah, he's also getting more barracks for production, continuing to gear up into where he wants to be production-wise, but these drones are actually kind of stuck at this third base location. He's starting to mine out there, but he really can't transfer anything away. He's going to be able to get on top of this Thor, forcing it to lift up. Going to get on top of these mines, and that triggers all three of them in the high ground. So if Xanster's able to break this Liberator spot, he's going to be really happy for a minute.
Yep, and you can tell he's going to try to do that because he just made a fat run of mutas. 8 of them were or 7 of them in production right now. So as long as he can dodge the mines and get those Liberators worked down, he should be able to break out of this. And once you do the Maynard that you were talking about from the third with those 17... Oh, he already did it. He slipped all those workers out the back door like a sneaky little snake.
Oh, that's excellent.
Yeah, I didn't notice it because I was too busy watching the main fight. But he definitely identified that he was way oversaturated there and did it during this attack. That's so ridiculous.
That is excellent.
To me, dude.
I know he was knocking down the back rocks, but I never realized. Oh, he didn't. Wait.
He just snuck him out, dude. He's sneaky. Sneaky.
How did he even do that?
I think he attacked.
That's just like he thought he knocked down the back rocks. It's like, nope.
Yeah, I think he attacked and sent Archer on his back foot and just managed to slip him out. Oh! The base
There's no
coming
mines
in, but
here
there's no
available,
fungals.
so we had to lift up and run. Planetary just finishes at the gold base location to help defend it.
Damn, dude, this game is just phenomenal. And now this other satellite base, what are we calling this, the 5th or the 6th, is completely saturated. There's another base up here too, so...
That's lucky number 7 in the top left corner.
Yeah,
so at this point, I really think that Xanster is able to transition. He's doing such a good job fighting this army. He's killing out, he's catching out the Thors, he's catching out a lot of these units. He's unfortunately taking some really nasty Widow mine hits.
That mine hit was gigantic. If Archer can bait out a couple more of those, he's going to find himself ahead in army supply. Oh, and as I say that, a couple more mines burrow. Okay. This time Xanster's not going to pull for that shit again. He already did it once or twice throughout this game.
Yeah, he's
so
pulling back now.
A bit more patient than just diving. I think he felt he
that
was
was
so
a little
far
bit
ahead.
of an overextension.
Yeah, I think he felt so far ahead he could just take a few shitty trades. And now he's finding himself tied up, or not shitty, I think that's being harsh, but you know what I mean. Like a few dives, that's all. He's going to be like, whoa, I heard you were talking shit, dude, calling me shitty? No. But now I think working on this 6th or 7th base over here is gigantic. If Xanster's not able to defend this, his economy's going to slow to a trickle here. Oh, but on the other side of the map, a huge run by coming in.
Most of it cleaned up by those last minute splits, though. Most of it cleaned up by these Lings, but right now Bio is on 3-3, so it's very difficult for Xanster to just clean up these Marines with nothing but Lings.
Alright, so Xanster loses 6th base and has to try to figure out how to defend this 7th. It becomes increasingly important as all these other bases start falling, because it's damn near the only one with minerals left. The 5th and the 6th, or the 5th and the 7th rather.
He's losing some more drones in the north, so there's just a few Marines and one medevac bursting up here trying to get some damage done. And he's fallen actually behind the Terran in workers right now.
Yeah, I mean, he had a huge
engaging
lead
the
there
bio
for a while.
straight up. But actually this army is going to break the 7th base rather. There's just not enough Zerg here to defend it, and he's fallen so far behind in workers. He's got hive tech, but he can't spend any money on it, really.
And look at the parade push behind this, too. Like, Archer should be able to just overwhelm his opponent here. Upgrades aside, look at the economy. Oh, shit. GG is called. Archer will tie things up.
Archer will tie things up. Dadgummit. So this is the second time we've cast a ZVT on this map today,
Yeah.
where the toss has come where the Terran has come out ahead. Very interesting situation where you find the rest of the base, any additional bases beyond number 4 get far too spread out for a toss, for a Zerg to protect them. I don't know why I keep saying Protoss. Dadgummit. It's a side effect of main race and being tired, I guess.
It happens.
It's hard for a Protoss to function on that map too, but for Zerg to function on the map versus the super mobility of Terran, it seems to be an extremely significant ordeal.
Yeah.
This is going to set us up to go into our last game of the series, possibly last game of the day.
Of the day. I didn't want to be a Debbie Downer, but as I'm eyeing this general channel, I'm willing to bet that this is going to be the beginning and the end. Maybe we'll sneak through like something that's already began, but I feel like the day is drawing to an end here.
Yeah, it's starting to look like it for sure. I'm reasonably sure everybody over there is ready for a nap at this point.
Yeah.
But I'm just ready for
versus
food.
Masa is up on the main stage. You're ready to eat? Yeah, I could eat too, man. I could eat too. I could also watch a badass game number 3 though. So
I
cool.
feel you there. Gonna be going into Ascension to Ire for our last map. My camera screwed up again. Whether or not it matters, I'm not sure I care.
Oh shit, yeah, that's me, sorry. Every time I check the Skype chat, it takes your camera off and I have to click back on your camera. I was trying to see if they were talking about any more games or if this is going to be it. I'm pretty sure this is the end though, so thank you to everyone who stuck with us here for, what, 9 hours. Again, a huge shout out to you for coming and co-casting with me today. I really do appreciate it. We've had some really good games, so a great day of StarCraft.
Absolutely. Tiring day of StarCraft, but a great day of StarCraft. Group stages are looking pretty fun right now. The final of the group stages.
Alright,
just as a little bit of an introduction to that, Haas versus Bly as one decider. Sol versus Scarlet.
Gee.
Masa versus Euthermal, which is being cast in the mainstream. Jon Snow versus Cloudy. Aegas versus Stefano.
Wait, is the Scarlet game fresh or have they already been going?
I'm just looking at the bracket. I don't have any idea
okay,
how long they've been going.
Yeah, I was like, maybe we could jump into some mid games.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind jumping in the middle of a series, but I'm pretty sure that after the amount of time that we have spent in these first 2 games, it's going to be a little bit of a thing.
All right, well, all tied up in the series is our blue Zerg player in the bottom right-hand corner of the map. Coming at us from Psystorm, it is Xanster.
And spawning in the top left, representing Hukagu T Team, he is Arctur. I can't help but wonder if that's Arthur in a different language.
Yeah, I would imagine so. I don't know. I feel like a stupid American at this point, but I'm pretty sure. It looks... I don't know. I want to say yes, and then they're like, no, man, it's actually from this anime or something. No, I'm kidding.
It may be, honestly. He's actually a Russian. He's actually Russian. His name is Alesky Rozanov.
Oh, okay. Alright, so we already have double barracks down. I mean, this is pretty indicative of the 3 Racks Reaper that we've seen many, many, many times today.
Oh, absolutely. This is basically the opener in this matchup, and to be fair, it's the one that I prefer the most as a Terran player against Zerg, because it's really fun to micro it.
Yeah.
It's really micro-intensive, it's really fun, and you get a solid transition, and if you do it right, you don't die. If you don't do it right, you kind of do.
And if your Zerg opponent has trash micro like I do, then you sometimes just win the game outright, dude. Sucks. Feels bad, man.
I feel you.
That's okay. When I see pros lose to it too, I'm like, all right, I don't feel as bad anymore. Like, even these guys of this caliber are losing to the build. I can just go ahead and blame David Kim, right? Like, isn't that what we're supposed to do now? But getting into the serious side of things, the 3 Racks is well underway. We've seen Xanster fight it off with just Queens and Lings. He's not a Roach type player like we've seen earlier on in the day. So I would imagine he's going to choose to just rock it like it is. This third is going to be extremely hard to take on this map, though, with Reapers all over. He's Terran is probably short for Arcturus. Oh, I love that. I love that.
Yes, he says Arcturus Minsk. So he's literally the Terran we need to die, right?
Okay. I'm okay with it. I love passion for your race like that, though, dude. I'm going to get a Zerg tattoo and just seal the deal already.
Gets a Zerg tattoo, switches to Protoss.
I know.
Bad man.
Damn it, man. Like, all right, I'm gonna need you to take this Zerg symbol, right, and convert it into a pylon for me or something. No, I'm kidding. Man, what happens if you get a tattoo and you do race switch? You know it's happened at least once. One of these nerds out here.
At least.
Like, bro, you're
It's
playing
like
Terran. Why do you have a
every guy ever that got his tattoo of his girlfriend's name on his
Yeah.
arm and they broke up? It's like literally, I feel bad for you.
And you
but at the
deserve
same
all of
time,
this,
what were you
yeah.
thinking? Exactly.
All right, so the Reaper's coming in trying to find some grenade damage. Getting a couple queens out here. Pretty low health. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to finish it off. Oh, yeah, he's going to dive for that one.
Oh, he got it.
And I would
alright.
say
he just
worth
didn't
it.
have enough lings to surround it. He does have speed. He's got 18 more lings on the way. 16 about to pop. He's going to be able to very quickly surround the rest of these Reapers. Preemptive grenades in order to prevent it go down. Actually sending a majority of them to counterattack on the other side of the map. But this number of Reapers may be enough to cancel this third.
Yeah, I feel like Archer kind of dropped the ball on that one, too. He was kind of positioning himself up there to try to prevent the third from even going out, but somehow Xanster snuck a little drone out there. Oh, the surround coming around. Oh, I thought he was going to be able to pull that off. That would have been beautiful.
He's waiting on the low ground. He's doing such a good job controlling this, knowing where he can and cannot go. But he does lose 3 Reapers, leaving only 3 behind. He's already started transitioning, but he only has an entire army of 4 Reapers. He's got 4 Marines at home, so the counterattack is going to be a little bit harder. But the simple fact that there's only 3 Reapers left is going to make it very difficult for Archer to stay active on this map.
Yep, absolutely, man. And like you said, he is trying to transition out of this into some bio play, but it's going to be really, really hard to be active. Knowing that the third is already up and running too when you wanted to deny it has got to sting a little bit, but that's all right, man. I mean, at least he knows that it's up instead of just getting completely caught off guard. I think his Reapers wanted to be positioned to prevent it from ever coming up, but you got to deal with what you can. At least there's no Baneling nest down on the field or anything, so he doesn't have to worry about the wall getting popped just yet, but there's a pretty scary number of lings headed his way.
I'd actually be very interested to see if he started his transition when he realized the third base had already started.
Oh, okay,
because that
yeah.
makes a lot of sense, because as long as you're able to deny the expansion, you're going to be in a really good spot.
Yeah.
But the problem is, as soon as you realize you can't, you suddenly have... Basically, your Reaper opening has failed. You're supposed to delay that third base as long as you possibly can.
Yeah.
Yet Xanster finds a way.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't even see the drone sneak out there. I was actually, believe it or not, trying to pay attention to that so we could call it when it moved out. But by the time I went up there to see if the drone was up there, the base was already almost finished.
down.
Yeah, I was
I'm
like, wait,
did
what
you
the
send
hell?
that out?
How the
It's
hell?
like, did you send that out before the first Reaper got there?
He
'Cause
had
that's
to have,
all
right?
I can figure. They
Just-
had to be up there hiding. It's like
Just camping in the
because
bushes,
it's like, how else are you
waiting.
gonna how else do you get the drone over there?
Yeah. And the Baneling nest is down as well. It's 26 lings into production. So he is just going to try to pop this wall.
He
and
is
might
just
get
gonna
away
bust
with
this
it.
wall down.
Yeah.
He's got plenty of lings over there to form into banelings. So he actually is gonna have a counterattack moving. The door's open.
Oh, I thought it was, dude. A little bit of a juke there. But did he see that the Marines were moving across the map? He has to know.
He doesn't know yet. The Reapers have the watchtower, so he's gonna go find out fairly soon because there's creep coming. And there's more lings on production, but these
Oh,
are just like naked units right now. There's 2 medevacs, but where are they? Okay, they're flying in with more reinforcements.
Yep. So he is going to know this is coming. He's positioning his army to deal with it. The surround comes in. The lings start working on all the Marines. They should be able to clean this up. A little bit of a force coming in behind too, but the medevacs have arrived. Hopefully he can do a hot pickup here and get these units out of this cannon of death pretty much. Okay, there we go. It's like, dude, that was not going to end well
Does he
for
pick
you.
up the last Reaper? 3 Reapers remain. So as a Zerg player, that's like the #1 thing you think of is bloody Reapers, and then you have to kill them.
Scarlet is through. What a crazy series that must have been. I'm glad I can go back and watch all the VODs. That's the cool thing about casting these is you miss all of the main stage stuff, so you have like an entire tournament that you get to go watch afterwards. It's pretty cool, dude. I want to see the Stefano game too.
There's a lot of VODs I need to come back and catch because there's like I've been
Some of
casting
the
literally all
upsets.
day. So
Like,
I can
how
answer
did
the
that
names.
happen?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. All right, so he's going to come up here and drop up in the main. It gets cleaned up rather convincingly. He doesn't lose too much bio or anything. On the other side of the map, another double medevac. Well, 1.5 medevacs loaded up here, moving across the map. I'd imagine to the outward bases to try to start working on that. Starting to work on this creep here is pretty good here too. So Xanster's just so patient, man. Watching these pros, it leads me to believe that I am just way too aggressive all the time, man. You guys have only been telling me that for 3 years. But
It's not that you're too aggressive. I think it's just like these guys have learned patience through the tribulation that is this matchup.
yeah, and that's exactly like right now. He's not across the map. He's being defensive. He's just trying to macro up. He has lings in every drop position, just waiting to get him. You know, like it's just playing it so well. And like you said, just being patient. Patience is the virtue in this game, apparently.
It absolutely is, and he's actually going to continue to drop these Marines on the opposite side of the minerals and killed every single Ling trying to defend up there. It's absolutely crazy what the positioning did for him just now.
Damn, so Scarlet apparently had to deal with this bullshit too. She got Reaper rushed twice, I guess. Thank you for the updates, by the way. I very, very much appreciate it. Everyone go follow him. I always butcher your name, so I don't want to pronounce it and mess it up.
Judo TV.
Yeah, so for FSL, man, go follow them. They put on some great, great, great content. Alright, so just trying to come and deny these bases for as long as possible, but these drops are about to get shut down because the mutas are out. So as soon as they pop, it kind of brings an end to all this shit. And now he's gearing up for just the main parade push moving across the map. A lot of bio, a lot of Marines.
Not a lot of medevacs though, and that's one advantage he has going on right now. He's able to thin that medevac count just a little bit. But we only have +1 melee just about to finish. +1/+1 for the Terran player. Armory just finishing, maybe a little bit delayed, so he's not going to have as quick of 2-2 starting as he'd like. But he does have a large number of Widow Mines right now, and that's going to be the point of contention dealing with this. This Liberator actually is going to get picked off. Maybe.
Oh, I thought, yeah, I was going to say, I thought, but unfortunately it did not. Maybe the
right?
mutas can sweep forward and try to push it up. There's so many mines, though. Oh, my God. I don't know if that was the mines or the Banes or a combination of both. Yeah, like, that was just ridiculous, man. A lot of the Terran forces getting cleaned up, but a majority of the Zerg with it. And now Xanster's forced to kind of pull back and rethink the way he's going to engage.
Xanster's counterattacked. He's killed 22 SCVs in the natural.
Damn.
So this is by no means over. Terran supply drops well below 100. 37 SCVs to 73 drones, and all of a sudden, Arcta went from looking to be in a commanding position to a little bit on the ropes.
Yeah, for sure. And I wouldn't say he's out of it at all, right? Like, he has a huge worker discrepancy, but he just lost a lot of his
right now, but he's not out of it.
Yeah, that's a pretty safe way to put it. And he spent a majority of his bank, too. He had a pretty hefty bank going into that, but no longer. And Xanster's just dropping back. He's getting down his infestation pit to go hive tech, so he's continuing the patience theme.
Yeah, he's still he's mining pretty evenly still on his main and his natural, as they were both, as his main was beginning to mine out. He pulled completely off gas for right now to just continue to make Marines. Like, he started his upgrades, he's pulled off gas for a minute to get some mineral income. After he got energy to drop meals, he put back on gas, 2 in each gas, for the most gas you can get with the least amount of workers. So this guy absolutely is doing a really good job coping with the situation at the moment. He's trying to bide his time, get a few more units out, get this mine upgrade, and a few more Widow Mines in production. But behind this, we have a hive on the way for Xanster. So even though he's trying to bide time, he really doesn't have very much of it left. We have a large mutaball moving to the north. And,
yeah, I was just going to say, I feel like even if you can wait until that 2-2 is finished for your bio, it still won't be enough to fight this, man. Oh, and as I say that, he gets distracted, pulled away from the third, and the mutas sweep in and start just causing hell down on these SCVs. 7 of them melting immediately. And now he gets to go start camping the production. There's no turret up in the main either, so this is just devastating here. These mutas are paying for themselves already with 12 SCVs going down. Damn.
At this point, Terran has lost more than the Zerg, and that is not something you ever want to see at 11 minutes into the game.
Oh,
but you gotta realize how many of that resources lost were Reaper or workers.
There's a Stefano Aegas rematch, dude. We didn't get a cast that. I'm really sad about that. We casted Aegas.
I'm really sad about that.
Yeah, we casted Aegas versus Stefano earlier, and Aegas was a monster, dude.
He 2-0'd her. Of all people, it's 2-0.
Yeah, he 2-0'd Stefano, dude. Convincingly, too. Like, Stefano...
Convincingly! Yeah. It's like at no point was Stefano ahead.
Yeah, he was hanging in there a few times, but he was never ahead. So that's really awesome that they got a rematch. I bet that is one hell of a series, and I would love to catch it. That's another VOD I'm going to have to go watch. Damn, I'm just, like, writing them down over here. I pretty much have to catch the whole tournament.
Literally everyone that streamed this, I have to go back and watch it.
Yeah, it's because I want to see all the PT need games,
downside to casting
too,
is you can't follow all the games that are going on.
Yeah, normally I'd have like 5 different channels up right now. All right, so Arctur is headed in here for this, you know, somewhat final engagement, if you want to call it that. Loaded up for a gigantic Doom drop. Oh, man, this is going to be huge. So now Xanster's going to have to deal with this, and as soon as he does, that bio's going to run right up the ramp. Oh, the Bane's come forward, gets some really good connects.
There's a few of them that are just trader mines all the way. Not even able to take down the spawning pool to deny that upgrade. So this is basically Octar's last stand as he tries to push into the Zerg natural, trying desperately to find an angle in which he can find some damage and get himself back in this game. But the Zerg swarm is all over it, and suddenly there's nothing on the ground.
Yep.
And Zanster will take the series.
GG is called. Zanster will advance. Yeah, that was a decider, right?
Dang.
So he will
Yeah.
advance.
Yeah,
Damn.
Zanster moves on. Unfortunately, Octar's eliminated, but that was... Octar's underfanned me. He played phenomenally today.
Yeah. That was phenomenal, dude. So congratulations to Zanster. Very, very well played. 464 APM. Jesus. That's crazy, dude.
Playing so... I don't see how these people play that fast.
Yeah.
I mean, really.
I don't understand. All right, so I want to say we might be able to find another match, but given the looks of General, I don't know if the day is over. Give us just a couple seconds, and we should be able to let you guys know. Let me check the Skype combo. Your camera's gonna disappear.
Let's go.
Everyone's still rolling, I think, man. Hope there can be another us two, man. It's been a really long day. I'm hungry and I could eat, but I could also sit here and cast a couple more series for sure. Especially at this quality, man. Should I guess win the second map, you guys might be able to get into map 3. Oh man, I would love that, and it would be like a nice conclusion to something we already started because we got the first match of those two.
Oh yeah, it'd
So
be
I'm
amazing.
so okay with that. What is it on the
I hope
mainstream though?
that-
If it's on the mainstream,
No,
you
it's
can't.
not in the mainstream.
Okay. Okay.
It's not the mainstream. Mainstream right now is Masa versus Euthermal. Masa up 1 game right now. Looks like Stefano versus Igas is on Proxy Tempest right now.
Okay. Oh, Poke's covering it too. I think multiple channels are covering it.
At this point, I can believe it.
Yeah, everyone just kind of starts dogpiling into the last couple of matches.
Yeah. Yeah, I can understand. I think that may be the last one. Draven just logged off. Gauntlet logged off. They're already on rebroadcast.
Okay.
So
Well,
it looks
do you
like
want to?
everybody.
Do you have 20
going.
minutes in you, like, or not 20, but like 10, just to wait for the end of this game, or do you want to just call it?
I'm good either way. I mean, I could go and follow them, and I could
let's
also
pull up
hang
their
out.
stream and see if it has any signs of ending. If it looks like
It's
it might end
5
soon.
minutes into it.
Oh. Ew.
Yeah. Slightly less than ideal, but I can't complain too much. It looks like that might be the last series to report in as well.
Yeah.
So far, qualifying players are Neeb, Snoot, Troop, Probe, Teat Drogo, and Scarlet, Zanster, Cyril, Elaser, and Cloudy. Everybody else is still in battle for that. Masa versus Euthermal to decide, Aegas versus Stefano to decide, and Haas versus Bly.
All right. Well, we'll just call it there then. I mean, multiple streams are going to cover these last couple of games anyway, and you said you're hungry, so we can just
Yeah.
end it there.
I
Let me.
have food in the microwave, man.
Oh
It's
shit!
great.
I didn't know that. My bad. My bad.
That's cool. That's cool.
So yeah,
I'm not
thank
complaining
you,
at all.
everyone, for tuning in. It's been a great day, StarCraft. We got a shitload of follows. I would run through them all, but there's a pretty ridiculous amount. So thank you guys very much for that. We're gonna end our coverage here. Thank you for everyone for tuning in, and we hope we can catch you next WCS. We'll go ahead and host someone else in the community. But yeah, thank you guys for tuning in, and we'll catch you next WCS. Go ahead and close this out, Sheer.
Thanks for following, guys. Thanks for hanging out. It's been an absolute blast and a pleasure to cast all these awesome people. You can follow the Nydus here for more content. We usually do a weekly Platinum Diamond, as well as I partnered with Clan All Inspiration for a team league they run. And we'll cast Clan Wars on Fridays whenever we have the available clans to do it, just for whatever clan is like, hey, you want to play? And they do.
Yep.
You could feel free to follow myself at Shir Shaddai. on Twitter, and twitch.tv/Should follow Sativa at the Nydus rather on Twitter, because he doesn't have a personal Twitter he uses. He just tweets everything from the channel Twitter, and you can follow him at twitch.tv/Sotiva as well. You can also type !cast just to have all that information in front of you as well. Thanks for
Guy's
hanging
always
out.
happy, dude. He's the happiest guy I know. Why do you think I always cast with him, man? But yeah, no, in all seriousness, thank you guys for tuning in. We're going to end it there. We've been at it for like 9 hours, so thanks a lot, and we'll catch you next WCS. We are going to host Proxy Tempest. Go ahead and give them some love, too. See you guys next time.
So it goes like this. Take 4, Ken.
I'm gonna be on my way.